British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 851, Arms Sales Negotiation. This exchange with the military commander was very fruitful. The harmony between civil servants and the military is very important for maintaining the stability of the colony. Lieutenant General Scones will discuss it in detail after he familiarizes the garrison with the garrison. After leaving the Singapore command, Alan Wilson began to perform his duties as a commissioner and inspected some operating factories. At present, the Malayan colony is undergoing primary industrialization. If he wants to inspect, he can arrange it from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. However, visiting the instant noodle factory still surprised Chiang Kai-Kiu. He did not expect that the local emperor of Malaya would come. It looks good. This kind of thing is simple to make, and it suits the taste of Asians. Alan Wilson opened a pack of instant noodles and was quite satisfied with the plastic packaging on it. However, this packaging is more important than the food industry. It involves the chemical industry. Do you know, Master Zhang, today's achievements are all due to the support of the government. Chiang Kai-Kiu immediately spoke reliable words after hearing it. Don't be too modest. At present, you are the only one that Britain can rely on in Asia. And this is a win-win situation. If you succeed, the Newfoundland Foundation that invests in you and local capital will also benefit. But your potential opponent Japan is not easy to deal with. Although I have thought of many ways, I don't know how many favorable conditions I can get. Alan Wilson said this, took out the bread and chewed it, and it tasted good. But then again, how bad can something like instant noodles be? Chiang Kai-Kiu has certainly heard that Alan Wilson hopes that the big compradors who merged British Malaya and British capital can take advantage of the fact that there are Chinese in all Southeast Asian countries to form a siphon effect. In that case, the market radiating Southeast Asia will not be small for Britain. Retain the core through industrial advantages and use the guise of free trade to dump in the surrounding markets. It is not necessarily less than the gains from direct colonization, but there is a premise that the Malayan colony must still be retained. More than 200 million people are the market, which is enough for the British Malaya colony, and there is no need to have an additional burden like British India, so the Asian lighthouse sign of the Malaya colony must be erected. Japan. Chiang Kai-Kiu frowned when he heard the name of this country. He was an immigrant in Malaya after the war. In addition to living here, all his thoughts are Chinese. Don't make a fuss. China and Japan have signed a trade agreement. It was signed in Hong Kong last year. Of course, it is your right to hate Japan, but now it is a peaceful era, and war cannot be used. Commercial competition can still be considered a solution. Alan Wilson swallowed the instant noodles in his mouth, still not showing the slightest optimism. The enemy is very strong. British capital will support you, but you have to work harder. Japan is also supported by the United States. In the field of diligence, the Chinese naturally have no problem, but it does not mean that the Japanese social animals are low. For a long time after the war, the annual working hours of the Japanese were more than 2,400 hours. In the 21st century, Japan has been a developed country for a long time, and Japan still has 1,700 hours of working hours. In the 21st century, China, where the slogan of 996 spread all over the country, has a working time of 2,200 hours. In South Korea at the same time, the working time is still around 2,100 hours. At least in the 21st century, China, which is known for its hard work, has a shorter working time than post-war Japan. A simple comparison is that post-war Japan has a longer working time than China, which has a working time of 996, and China has a working time of 996 than South Korea. This is why Japan thought that Chinese workers were lazy when it first started to invest in open China. 2,000 years later, Japan's working hours dropped significantly, which is another issue. After all, the population of the Malayan colony is not large. Considering that ethnic balance is a problem, there is another problem that Alan Wilson has no place to introduce Chinese in a short time. Japan's population is nearly 90 million. He changed the work of the Malay and Chinese to the 007 system, but the effect is not very great. Fortunately, Japan's natural conditions are not as good as those of the Malayan colony, and the Malayan colony still has advantages in external conditions. The problem is very simple. If Malaya's food self-sufficiency rate is 200% without imports, Japan's is only 50%. Does Japan's 50% gap need to be exchanged for labor? Is Japan just short of food? A major steel manufacturing country has no iron ore, and a major automobile country has no oil. Malaya has the latter, and the former can find a way through the imperial preference system. Australia's iron ore is its own. Japan is a country that lacks many things, and it needs labor to exchange for all aspects. In other words, it is not possible without diligence. The vast land and abundant resources can indeed create a buffer zone out of thin air. Before World War I, the United States and Germany surpassed Britain in the industrial field, but the two countries obviously did not live as comfortably as the British. The fundamental reason is that Britain has a huge colony as a backup, so Britain still lives a life far worse than its own in the face of two countries whose industries have surpassed its own. Alan Wilson still encouraged China Comprada, saying that the United States could open up the market to help Japan. What he could do is not only open up the market, but also help the Malayan colony find cheap resources within the imperial preference system. What he hoped for was to let the industrialized Malayan colony help stabilize the pound zone. On October 1st, 1955, there was jubilation everywhere, and countless people poured into the streets, shouting "Long live the motherland." The huge banners and the surging crowds became a sea of joy, and the streets were decorated with lights and colors to celebrate this special day. This scene on the streets of Jakarta appeared on the desk of the administrative office the next day. Elisa looked at her immediate superior, her eyes wandering between the photo on the table and her immediate superior's face. "Commissioner, you forgot, I understand Chinese characters." Alan Wilson looked at the background of the photo with "Long live the motherland" and sighed in his heart. It is hard to imagine that Indonesia and China in this era have such a relationship. When I think of the views of Indonesia on the internet in the future, it is simply a feeling of time and space confusion. The views of the future on Indonesia are just short of eating its flesh and bones. The change began with the CIA's peak work during the Cold War. Of course, he knew where the route was, which was the land under his feet, the British Malaya colony. In the hearts of Sukarno and the Indonesians, they have always firmly believed that the best destination for this British colony should be to be incorporated into Indonesia and return to the great Majapahit Empire. And now the Malaya colony is obviously the continuation of the remnants of colonialism in Southeast Asia. Indonesia is the largest country in Southeast Asia. Sukarno was the mentor and standard bearer of the Asian and African national independence movement at that time. The existence of the Malayan colony was a trampling on Indonesia and Sukarno himself. It was no wonder that the Indonesians' reaction was unexpectedly strong. It seems that Sukarno is more inclined to the Eastern Bloc. Seeing that her boss remained silent, Elisa asked tentatively, "The price for letting Indonesia return to the free world is that we leave and give the Malayan colony to Sukarno. Are you willing?" Alan Wilson regained his indifferent expression and said sinisterly, "I would rather Indonesia follow the Soviet Union than give up this colony. Why do these so-called independent national leaders take it for granted that they can inherit all the land of the mother country? Let's go to the Dutch. Maybe the living standards of the Malayan colony have been known to Indonesia." Elisa pondered for a moment and said, "From this perspective, they certainly hope to receive a wealthy region. The Indonesians may be dreaming." Alan Wilson smiled coldly and thought for a moment. "We must find out what the United States thinks. Let me 6 in London. Communicate with the United States and find out the United States' exact thoughts on Indonesia." Elisa nodded and walked out of the office, while Alan Wilson thought about the favorable time node. It would be best if the Indonesian affairs could be settled during his term of office, and no later than the official outbreak of the Vietnam War. This time period is the most favorable. Once the US military officially intervenes in the Vietnam War, seeing that Sukarno, who is suspected of defecting to the Communist Party, is staying in Indonesia, he will definitely be unable to resist the idea of launching a military coup. As for now, it should not be determined yet. In other words, the best time must be before 1960, once the North and South Vietnam officially start the confrontation. The United States is in a time when a coup may occur at any time, and it does not necessarily have to wait until 1965 in the original history. The Gulf of Tonkin incident was in 1964, but 1965 happened to give the United States an opportunity to intervene. At this time, there are only more than 400 military advisors of the US military in South Vietnam. At present, the United States is still full of confidence and believes that it can use the experience of armed training of the Korean Army to help South Vietnam withstand the expansion of pro-Soviet forces. Lieutenant General Scones, who arrived during this period, has become familiar with the work of the British troops stationed in Malaysia and has begun to assume the responsibilities of a military commander. Alan Wilson was informed by telegram that a military parade would be held and whether he would attend. Alan Wilson asked about the time and then said that of course he would participate, and he also hoped to invite the sultans of the Malayan colony to participate, and added Baoday to the list of participants. Here in the Malayan colony, a great alliance of reactionary forces was about to take place. A telegram from Canberra attracted Alan Wilson's attention. The arms sale had been negotiated. On his way back home, Frank stopped in Kuala Lumpur for a day. The two of them talked about this matter specifically. The cost of modifying the new aircraft carrier and the Glorious class aircraft carrier is a total of £93 million. I believe this will satisfy the cabinet and the Admiralty. That's great. The Australian government is really rich. Alan Wilson couldn't help but sigh, but the fundamental reason for the wealth was that Australian iron ore made contributions many years in advance. Chapter 852, France suffers again. Having a brother country like Australia really solved a big problem for Britain. From this point of view, finding Australia's iron ore in advance made Australia's finances more abundant, which helped Britain at this time. In the field of security, Australia is really willing to give. Frank couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. In the field of security, you can always trust Australia. You can even count on Australians to help you fight a nuclear war. Alan Wilson laughed and gave what he thought was the highest evaluation. Is this a bit exaggerated? Frank smiled bitterly. Where is such a country? Not exaggerated at all. Alan Wilson smiled and shook his head. This is what I really think in my heart. It was only 10 years ago that 950,000 troops were mobilized from a population of 8 million. Alan Wilson has not forgotten it so quickly. With this history as a reference, spending money and economic benefits are trivial matters for Australia's security. Britain and the United States are willing to let Australia be a knife, and Australia itself is willing to be a knife. With such a tool, it can be said that they are not afraid of a nuclear war. If Australia is really flattened by nuclear weapons, Alan Wilson doesn't care, as long as they die together with the enemy. This is the value of Australia. Anyway, this result is still very satisfactory. The Labour government is indeed very stingy in military investment. Now with this arms sale as a foundation, the construction of a new aircraft carrier should not be a problem. For military investment, it is better to do it sooner rather than later. The later the investment, the greater the investment. Alan Wilson and his colleagues said, our Prime Minister is a little confused on this point. China's forced promotion of high-speed railways, when the economy was not particularly strong, was also questioned at the beginning. But what if it waits 10 years until there is money to build it? Wouldn't the cost be sky high? It is better to promote it when the cost is not high. Frank almost laughed out loud and reminded, I know the relationship between General Mountbatten and you, but you should say less about this kind of party complaints. Although we are not in the same system, it is also a problem. Frank, you misunderstood. This is just a small problem. If you think of more ways, you can still overcome it. Alan Wilson corrected Frank's conjecture. He supports the Labour government very much. Being stingy is just a small problem. With the military inventory of Britain, it is difficult to maintain the current scale. It is understandable that they are unwilling to invest in new weapons and equipment. It is better than the Conservatives' confident high-diving performance, right? In fact, our problems still exist. For example, the Vengeance class has little potential for modification. If it is sold, it is an aircraft carrier of more than 30,000 tons. It is not cost effective to sell less, and it may also arm unfriendly countries. Alan Wilson mentioned the current inventory of the Royal Navy, and his head was also confused. There are not many countries in the world that are rich and willing to pay like Australia. It would be great if Canada is willing to accept it. I couldn't help but ask Frank if he had heard of similar news. During World War II, in addition to the United Kingdom, the United States and the Soviet Union, Canada was actually the fourth in the world, both in military strength and economic strength, and had 5 aircraft carriers in service at the same time. If we compare the Navy alone, Canada was the third in the world during World War II. Now Canada still has 2 aircraft carriers in service. Needless to say, they were naturally built by Britain during the war. Canada's hope is not great. Canada does not have this demand now. I don't know if Argentina is interested. Frank also knew that the Admiralty and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were selling aircraft carriers everywhere. Argentina? That's not impossible. Alan Wilson thought, in fact, it's not a big problem to sell it to Argentina. The main combat power of an aircraft carrier lies in its carrier-based aircraft. What's the use of an aircraft carrier without carrier-based aircraft? It just so happens that the hangar of the Clash-class aircraft carrier is specially strengthened, which makes it very difficult to modify. In his opinion, the 2 Clash-class aircraft carriers should be sold to countries like Argentina or India. It's better to ask Canada. After all, the Clash-class is a 30,000-ton aircraft carrier, which is much larger than the one used by Canada now. Alan Wilson still expressed his desire to try, and it would be best not to sell the Clash-class to India. He knows India too well. If he really sells the Clash-class to India, it will only want a bigger one in the future. There are really not many candidate countries. Mexico has a good economy in this era, and is still competing with Spain for the top spot in the Spanish-speaking world. There is an impulse to buy, but Mexico is a neighbor of the United States. If the United Kingdom sells aircraft carriers, the United States will definitely not want its neighbor's military strength to grow. The same is true for Spain. Spain and the UK have a dispute over Gibraltar, and strengthening the navy of such a country cannot get past the cabinet. The UK can only choose countries without disputes to sell aircraft carriers, and it also has to consider the US's opinion. There is one country you didn't think of, Frank suddenly said. France. France is now at war in Algeria, and ensuring the smooth flow of the Mediterranean is the top priority. The Royal Navy's Mediterranean fleet cannot always help the French for free and block other countries' routes to secretly support Algeria. The most important thing is that they do it themselves. Alan Wilson clapped his hands and said angrily, "That's right, Frank, but are you sure about this? The key is that the Admiralty must have this idea. France's needs are objective. I heard that France has started to build aircraft carriers by itself, but the construction cycle also takes time. What should we do with France's requirements now? Wait until 5 or 6 years before putting them into the battlefield?" Frank said this and changed the subject. But in order to maintain the unity of Britain and France, General Mountbatten needs to do some work. If there is no problem in communication between the two navies, the transaction can be facilitated. France now has 5 aircraft carriers, among which the representative work is the Bayonne aircraft carrier, which was built in 1927. It is about the same age as Alan Wilson, but younger than the battleships in the Malayan naval port. Among the remaining aircraft carriers, the most combat-capable ones are the Titans, which are leased from the UK, and the rest are almost unusable. Alan Wilson stood up, took out a bottle of whiskey, and poured it for Frank to celebrate the consensus on giving the French a hard time. He clinked glasses and said, "In fact, most of the Royal Navy's aircraft carriers have no other way out except dismantling. The Vengeance class is indeed suitable for the French. It would cost us too much to keep it. Selling it to countries like Argentina and India is not very suitable. Those countries are better off buying a Titan." The most important thing Alan Wilson did not say was that his wife Pamela Mountbatten's share of oil in North Africa was related to the interests of the French, let alone other things. How close is Libya to Algeria? I didn't say anything. Frank smiled and shirked his responsibility. I was just joking just now. No, it's not. France deserves a 30,000-ton aircraft carrier. And Frank, Don't be too modest, you can definitely help. You are in the Ministry of Finance. Alan Wilson said with understanding. He had decided to call his wife for this matter to see if she could help. This is the business of the Royal Navy. As the daughter of the first Sea Lord, shouldn't she be more concerned? Frank took a sip of whiskey, smiled bitterly and shook his head. My so-called help is just to calculate the account for the cabinet. It is more profitable to sell it to the French. But in fact, to facilitate this deal, you need someone with connections in France. Sorry, I'm not talking about your wife. I don't think so. Alan Wilson pretended to be ignorant and avoided the question, and then poured another glass for his reliable colleague. After staying in Kuala Lumpur for 2 days, Frank declined Alan Wilson's invitation to attend the Reactionary Forces rally and boarded the flight back to London with his wife. This time the location was chosen in Penang, the earliest colonial outpost of Britain in Southeast Asia. Although Singapore is the location of the Far East Operations Command, it is too remote. The location of Penang is much friendlier to the major sultans. Of course, among the invited people, there are also Alan Wilson's old friend Ali Khan and new friend Bayode. At this time, Frank, who had returned to London, with the help of Edward Bridges, clarified the report to the cabinet. It should be okay, sir. Frank was still a little nervous. The opportunity to rise to prominence had already appeared, but he began to worry about gains and losses. What's the problem? Edward Bridges asked curiously. Do you think the cabinet will figure it out? In fact, most cabinet ministers can only do judgment questions. It's good enough to know right from wrong. I hope so. This arms sale is very important. Frank, who wanted to go further, did not hide his desire for progress. Edward Bridges had seen this mentality of wanting to progress too much many times, and explained, they were selected by the party organizations in their constituencies, that is, by 35 men in dirty raincoats and 35 women in ridiculous hats. The subsequent selection process was equally absurd. There were only 630 MPs in total, and a party with more than 300 MPs formed a government. Of these 300, 100 were too old and too stupid to become ministers, and the other 100 were too unsophisticated to become ministers. So the remaining 100 MPs filled 100 government posts. In fact, there was no choice at all. Of course, the Labour Party has been re-elected for 3 terms and has accumulated a lot of skilled political officials, but in the face of huge benefits and no losses in arms sales, it will not find fault. With Edward Bridges' words, Frank was much more confident and left the Treasury to go to the cabinet. Things were consistent with Edward Bridges' expectations, and the passage was very smooth. Soon the cabinet's resolution was circulated in a small range, and the resolution to build a new aircraft carrier was passed. Chapter 853. No matter how poor you are, you must not be poor in education. It is true that most arms sales projects cannot be paid in one lump sum, and this arms sale is not either. Otherwise, Australia would not be able to take out more than £90 million in the existing system without anyone noticing. But the result of the 3-year installment payment is enough to satisfy the cabinet. Many of the so-called urgent major projects submitted by the Ministry of Defence to the cabinet only require funding of £60 to £70 million. For example, the strategic bomber project that the Air Force is striving for, the figure requested for funding is £83 million. The Comet airliner is only sold for £275,000. Because of Australia's help, the Royal Navy's new aircraft carrier has been put on track. That night, General Mountbatten drank heartily and was happy for the smooth implementation of the project. Of course, it is impossible for an aircraft carrier not to consider carrier-based aircraft, but as long as the project goes smoothly, is there any fear of no carrier-based aircraft if there is a platform? General Mountbatten, who was in a good mood, sent a telegram to share his joy with his son-in-law. He knew that Alan Wilson played an indispensable role in the victory of the Admiralty this time. Alan Wilson, who received the telegram, was hiding his achievements and fame. A few hours ago, he was at the Kuala Lumpur International Airport to welcome the Supreme Queen of Sarawak, who arrived at the loyal Malayan colony, and Her Royal Highness Princess Margaret, an important member of the British royal family. The project of the new aircraft carrier is going smoothly because of Australia. But the problem of the Royal Navy is still big. There are too many existing warships, and the cost of retaining them all is too high. Most aircraft carriers have almost no potential for reconstruction. After the war, the cabinet is always thinking about finding sellers for these warships that are destined to be dismantled. Pamela Mountbatten smiled like a little fox. After listening, so, what do you think the scope of elimination is? Including but not limited to all aircraft carriers below the Vengeance class aircraft carrier. Alan Wilson answered without thinking. Don't expect the Malayan colony to share the burden. Increasing the size of the fleet burden will affect the finances of the Malayan colony itself. I'm not going to scrape it here and run away. I understand. Pamela Mountbatten nodded. In the special period after the war, when Britain was so poor that it peed its pants, she bribed the succession rights of the Brooke dynasty in Sarawak. The money she spent was a huge sum of money now, but at least she got the throne of a place. After the communication between the colonial government and Dutch Kalimantan, it was actually a purchase, and the land was expanded after adjustment. Now even if her husband wanted to scrape the colony and leave, she would not agree, but Pamela Mountbatten knew that, since her husband mentioned it, he must have an idea, so she got straight to the point. Is there anything I can do? I talked to Frank about the Royal Navy's inventory and the obstacles to normal changes. Alan Wilson was not polite to his wife, who slept with him. He listed several candidate countries and then said, Frank judged that among the countries with demand, France is the strongest. The Vengeance class aircraft carrier should be sold to France. France is currently using troops against Algeria. The Mediterranean fleet cannot help the French blockade for a long time. They still have to do it themselves. You want to make this deal, let France make a purchase request, and then ask your father to help pass it at the Admiralty. Pamela Mountbatten was no longer a little girl in New Delhi, and she immediately understood her husband's intentions. Alan Wilson narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, for the special friendship between Britain and France in maintaining order. Also for the oil interests in North Africa. Pamela Mountbatten's eyes flickered, and she said leisurely, okay, I'll discuss it with my French friends. After all, the Mediterranean fleet is my father's old subordinate. Isn't it very reasonable to increase spending by proposing a blockade operation through the Mediterranean fleet? Algeria is a French colony after all. It's too reasonable. How can we help for free? Alan Wilson agreed very much and continued along this line of thought. Let the French use their own navy to blockade outside aid to the resistance forces. Oh my god, the strength of the French Mediterranean fleet does not seem to be enough. Then after discovering this problem, it is natural for the French to express their intention to purchase, and the Admiralty thinks there is no problem. Even if it is not for the special friendship between Britain and France, they will not refuse for the sake of money. After the arms sale is completed, the French Navy will welcome 2 Vengeance class aircraft carriers that are larger than the current aircraft carriers to enhance its strength. The two of them spoke one after another, outlining a very logical and self-consistent process. The whole thing should have evolved in this way. France certainly needs aircraft carriers, especially now that the first aircraft carrier after the war has been built. At present, France is in great need of aircraft carriers to safeguard its vast colonial interests. You have found me another task like this, making my wife so busy that she has no time to have children. Pamela Mountbatten sat directly on her husband's lap, hooked one hand around the man's neck, and asked with a smile, "What is your intention?" "Oh, my queen, I don't mean that." Alan Wilson bowed his head along his wife's arm. "In fact, as long as things have a good result, it doesn't matter when you arrive in loyal Paris." However, before arriving in Paris, he first attended the collective meeting of the reactionary forces in the colonies. Look at the list of people invited in Penang: colonists, feudal monarchs, big compradors, mouthpieces of public opinion, and all kinds of people. They are all element that should be hung on the street lamp. Of course, from the perspective of Malaya, everyone is a patriot who resists Indonesia's unrealistic ambitions. Since Alan Wilson's second term, the propaganda about our great Malaya, the Asian beacon, surrounded by poor people, has begun. It is useless for 1 or 2 days, and it is not effective for 1 or 2 years. It will always be effective over time. In recent days, Alan Wilson and the distinguished guests who came to Penang talked and laughed. When talking about the Jakarta regime Sukarno, he could not hide his contempt and said that it was just a pattern. Including the major sultans of Ali Khan, Alan Wilson repeated the security guarantee that Britain recognized the monarchy of all sultans, and it is willing to devote energy to promoting the power of the Commonwealth to help Malaya develop. But if some anti-British element who cannot see the situation clearly and want to let Britain leave are regarded as agents of Indonesian infiltration forces. Pamela Mountbatten then replaced her husband. Her position is more in line with that of the feudal monarch and is suitable for appeasement work. Alan Wilson was in contact with various political forces, including the Malay UMNO, the Chinese-Malaysian Chinese Association, and the Indian MIC. He did not cause any trouble and everything was discussed. The triangle was stable. In addition, the Malays did not have an advantage in numbers, and they were wary of each other, so the Imperial Commissioner was relatively worry-free. Mr. Lin, I heard that you just came back from Hong Kong. Are you looking back at your motherland? Alan Wilson greeted Lim Lian Jiak, who came in with a glass of wine. As the Imperial Commissioner, this was all his job. Master Zantang, I went to Hong Kong, but not to the mainland. Lin Lian Yu immediately told the truth. We just talked about some educational issues, nothing else. Of course, isn't Hong Kong that role? The China-Japan trade agreement signed last year was also signed there. The total amount of the agreement is £30 million. Alan Wilson took the initiative to pour a glass for Lin Lian Yu, smiling. I don't know how the communication in education is going. The education here also needs Mr. Lin's help. After all, I'm not Chinese. Although I have some confidence, don't try to fool me with small tricks. Some teaching materials were exchanged. I can give these teaching materials to the government for inspection. Lin Lian Yu immediately promised. Let me see it first, don't mind. Alan Wilson was very interested, showing his unlearned, but almost stupid courage. It is estimated that the part involving the Soviet Union will definitely not be friendly. It is densely packed with formulas and letters, not at all humanized in our free world, where enlarged fonts and illustrations account for half of their humanization. You may not understand it, but it is good to have a general understanding. By comparison, you will have a good idea of using the education industry to cut leaks. Alan Wilson is an Orientalist, so his character must be established, otherwise how can he be the leader of the British civil service in the future? In the following days, he compared the content and price of British and Chinese textbooks to determine what price to set for textbooks in the future. In addition, from the perspective of quality education, Soviet-style textbooks are very unfriendly to children. There is too much knowledge for children to absorb, which should be avoided. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some people are indeed hungry for knowledge, so they can go to private schools to study. The strength of private schools is the political correctness of the free world, and there is nothing to say about it. Lim Lian Jiak, who has been following the Lord Zantang for a few days, will definitely not be thinking about this like the highest administrative chief of Malaya. Oh wow. Alan Wilson took the 1955 historical illustration and asked, who drew this? Mr. Gujigang. Lim Lian Jiak asked, what does Lord Zantang think? Nothing. Alan Wilson flipped through the illustrations of the territories of various dynasties and found them very interesting. The territorial maps were generally slightly smaller, especially for the Yuan and Ming dynasties, which were no longer a little, but all cut in half. However, the sphere of influence of the Tang dynasty is very large, and it looks like an enhanced version of the Tang dynasty in the eyes of the Japanese who are the first Tang dynasty fans. Even Tubo is gone. The word Tang is erased, and some people believe that it is the territory of the Mongolian Empire. It is not much different from our textbooks. I will keep it as a souvenir. Maybe I can give it to my friends as a gift in the future. Alan Wilson put away this commemorative book and asked Lin Lian Yu if it was okay. Of course it's okay if the Lord Zantang likes it. Lin Lian Yu said immediately. He didn't know if it could be a gift. Of course, Alan Wilson knew Furtsiva, the first secretary of the Moscow Municipal Party Committee, and he would give it to her if he had the chance. It would be better to wait until the Yuan dynasty swallowed Siberia and the Ming dynasty arrived in Kamchatka, and then send to copies as a comparison. Chapter 854 Rulers Meeting. Things that help split the enemy camp, from Alan Wilson's current perspective, should never be avoided. Master Zhang, I can actually see that compared to many people, you still respect other different cultures. Lin Lianai hesitated and said very frankly, I don't know if my feeling is right, but this is my true thought. Alan Wilson's face flashed with a strange look, and then he smiled. Are you saying that I'm not bad for your culture? Well, actually this question is not complicated. It's just that our perspectives are different. Lin Lianai didn't quite understand and asked in a consulting attitude, what does Master Zhang mean? In other words, China has been backward since modern times and has been in a passive position of being beaten. What do you think? Alan Wilson took out a cigarette, lit it, and found a place to sit down directly. What's the reason? Since modern times, the King government is corrupt and incompetent. Lin Lianai said as he thought. It is also related to the foreign government. Mr. Lin, I don't want you to spread this kind of thinking, because the queen of our country is actually a German aristocrat. And before the German aristocrats, the British royal family had long been French aristocrats. Alan Wilson reminded him. If it was just a simple remark, he could pretend not to hear it, but if it was meant to be a veiled criticism, it would not work. As for corruption and incompetence, all countries are the same. You see, this is because we have different perspectives due to different nationalities. In your eyes, it seems that only China has been in a backward position in the past 100 years. Open your eyes and look at the world. The countries crushed by Britain are spread across the 5 continents, including China, but it can only be said that it includes, but is not limited to China. China is just an ordinary member of a large number of crushed countries. Lim Lianjiak was stunned and had to admit, yes, I always look at problems from the perspective of my own country. Mr. Lin is a very knowledgeable person, at least he is not arrogant, and he also believes that the Chinese live on the earth. Since all countries have suffered a blow at the same time, China is just classified as one of the vast majority, and this problem can be seen in a broader perspective. Alan Wilson said calmly, there is no eternal power, but this round just happened to be hit by Britain. I believe that your motherland will adjust. There is no eternal power. Alan Wilson is the most qualified to say this now. Britain is at the time of sunset. Lin Lianai felt very comfortable with today's conversation. Alan Wilson was no longer the high-handed colonizer. The two seemed to be friends of different nationalities. Many questions could be asked, such as the different advantages of Eastern and Western cultures. I don't know if my feeling is right, but I can make an analogy. Ancient Greek civilization is a mathematician to some extent, while civilization of the same period is more focused on writers. The number of writers is far greater than that of mathematicians. Both can become people widely respected by society. Alan Wilson thought and organized his words to explain, but in adolescence, when a person just entered society, the knowledge he learned may not be of much help. After all, only a few people can become widely respected scholars. The same is true for civilization. Not all people can become talents in the end. This is also true. 2000 years ago, the mathematical knowledge studied by ancient Greece was a standard outlier in that era. Who dares to say that the mathematical achievements of ancient Greek civilization will definitely grow smoothly? In fact, it was not smooth. In the process of Christianization of the Roman Empire, the last wave of descendants of ancient Greek civilization in Egypt was persecuted. It was a great fortune for the whole of Europe that it could be picked up again more than 1,000 years later. If the dialogue ended here, this exchange would probably be like Alan Wilson and McCarthy, establishing a good personal relationship. The development might be another special relationship between China and Britain, similar to the special relationship between Britain and the United States. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson is a standard British bureaucrat. He has already prepared to do something in his second term, including that education cannot be poor, no matter how poor. From the perspective of competition with Japan, Alan Wilson cannot let Malaya compete with Japan with its current education level. At the same time, he absolutely cannot support a place like the Soviet Union. The education industry must be supported, but it has to be paid for. Lim Lianjiak is a famous educator among the Chinese. For Alan Wilson, who wants to start with the education industry, the greatest value is to achieve some subtle areas such as the education industry, so that Britain can profit. When he revealed that he might use resources to persuade the London government to allocate some resources to help Malaya establish an education system. Lim Lian Jiak was very excited. Master Zhangtang, thank you. This is what I should do. Alan Wilson smiled, showing the face of a thorough imperialist bureaucrat. He deceived the simple educators. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was not ashamed but proud. Of course, this still requires Mr. Lin's help. Lim Lian Jiak agreed to this. In his opinion, nothing is more important than this. Then, see you at the military parade in a few days, and then talk about this in detail. Alan Wilson sighed and looked at the time on his wrist and said, until Lim Lian Jiak left, and continued to busy himself. Kuala Lumpur forwarded a telegram from London, and Elisa also came to Penang to deliver a cabinet resolution. This was a resolution he requested London to make on the Malayan colony in the name of the High Commissioner of Malaya. Today the resolution was delivered to him, and then Alan Wilson went straight to his wife, took out the cabinet resolution and said, the cabinet has approved to convene a conference of rulers to adjust the attributes of the colonies. Pamela Mountbatten didn't know the inside story yet and asked her husband what aspects are involved. Britain recognizes that you, Ali Khan, and the 9 sultans of Malaya are hereditary princes. The 11 of you are the rulers of the colonies. You will convene a conference of rulers to serve the British Empire. Alan Wilson said absent-mindedly, that's roughly what it means. After all, we have to keep up with the times, and we can't let the colonial government make all the decisions. It's a new era, and Britain still has to save face. Pamela Mountbatten snorted and asked, what powers do these 11 rulers have? They have the right to supervise the policies of the colonial government and keep the government clean. There are no other powers at present. Alan Wilson coughed softly and explained for London, what do you mean it doesn't take some time? The struggle between Parliament and the King will take more than 300 years to bear fruit. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help rolling her eyes. Pushing it to 300 years later? Do you dare to be perfunctory? This is a cabinet issue. Alan Wilson asked his wife to inform other rulers, and then asked Everard to prepare a venue in Penang to convene a meeting of rulers. The meeting of rulers did not include Baode. Baode lost his throne, and it had nothing to do with Britain. If he was dissatisfied, he could go to the French. In terms of the division of responsibilities, Baode could not use a French sword to kill British officials. According to European tradition, even if a country's royal family was overthrown, the king's identity was recognized. At least the contemporary king was recognized, and was willing to form an exile government for this. If Baode still wanted to be particular about the title, Alan Wilson did not mind calling this emperor, who according to Eastern tradition, generally died unclearly after abdication, as His Majesty. But it was impossible for a South Vietnamese emperor to go into exile in the Malayan colony and hope that Britain would recognize him. When it came to the rulers of the Malayan colony, at the Penang Commissioner's office, Alan Wilson arrived at the magnificent conference room with the resolution document from London. He swept his eyes over the faces of the major rulers one by one, then sat down next to Pamela Mountbatten and said, hello, respected sultans. Today is a good opportunity to communicate about some plans for the future of the Malayan colony. First of all, congratulations to everyone. The London cabinet has confirmed that the distinguished status of the 11 rulers present will be recognized by the London government. You will obtain judicial power to protect your distinguished status. Thank you for the recognition of the London government. Ali Khan immediately expressed his support for the goodwill of the London government after hearing this. Ali Khan deeply knows what it means to feel precious only after losing it. From the fall of the Hyderabad state to the current Maharaja of Sabah, the twists and turns of the road are something only he can understand. The Sultan of Johor heard this and asked, Commissioner Wilson, what can we rulers do? In principle, I hope you don't do anything. It's best to leave the country to professionals. As for the power you should have, the colonial government will allocate funds to you according to a certain proportion of fiscal revenue to ensure your living standards. At the same time, you also have the right to question the policies of the colonial government. But I hope you will use it with caution. Alan Wilson started a two-pronged explanation. He spent 10 minutes explaining several pitiful powers of the rulers of the Malayan colony, and at the same time, spent half an hour refuting the above powers. What's the difference between this and now? After hearing this, the Sultan of Johor was almost amused by the hypocrisy of the London government. There are differences. For example, Britain is a monarchy and recognizes your status. After Sukarno comes, you may change from a distinguished sultan to a commoner. I heard that the Jakarta government now favors the Soviet line. Then maybe being a commoner may be a good result. Maybe it will be the end of Nicholas II. Of course, I'm definitely not a threat. People who know me know that I'm a pragmatic person. Alan Wilson said with a smile. This is especially true when dealing with rulers who are friendly to Britain. Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. Everyone gets what they need. Ali Khan began to chime in after Alan Wilson finished speaking. The real enemy now is Jakarta. Sultans, I think I'm qualified to speak on this. My kingdom was once destroyed by people who pursued similar goals to Sukarno. Alas, time to update the underworld. Chapter 855 Upper Route. There are dozens of sultans who fell to the Dutch in the entire East Indies. Until Indonesia's independence, there were many sultanates in the Dutch East Indies, but now there is only one left in the entire Indonesia. If Sukarno had continued to rule Indonesia instead of being killed by the CIA halfway, it is hard to say how long this remaining sultanate could have existed. The 9 sultans of the Malayan colony are similar to those of the Dutch East Indies. Britain's colonial policy is similar to that of the Netherlands, but there are still differences. The commercial characteristics of the Netherlands were stronger than all the colonial empires in Europe during the colonial era, and the characteristics were strong monopoly and weak empire. They are all plantations, but plantations are different. Because the Netherlands has little local power, it is better than Britain in borrowing power and paying special attention to the policy of differentiation. In the trend of abolition of slavery in America, the Dutch slavery system was also the strongest, which lasted until the late 19th century. After the abolition of slavery, the Dutch were the most efficient in introducing laborers, which led to the influx of a large number of Indians, Indonesians, and Chinese. In Indonesia, the Netherlands, like the United Kingdom, introduced Chinese to check and balance the Indonesians, which led to the Dutch East Indies being the place with the most Chinese in Southeast Asia. However, Indonesia itself is densely populated, and from a global perspective, the Chinese are still a minority. Unlike the Malayan colony, once the British opened up, they could easily beat the Malays into a minority. Malaya and Indonesia are in the same cultural area, and now there is only one sultan left in Indonesia. The 9 sultans of the Malayan colony are all fine, and there are 2 more. This comparison is already clear. Dear sultans, we are in a cooperative relationship. In this era, wealth is no longer measured by the amount of land. You cooperate with Britain, and the Chinese perform their respective duties, and run the Malayan colony as a successful enterprise. Everyone can sit down and negotiate properly. Alan Wilson did not hide his desire to make the cake bigger. Why bother about national independence? Are you the same kind of people as the lower class people? You are the same kind of people as Britain. The role of introducing Ali Khan to Sabah has been reflected. Ali Khan, who has lost his country and family once, is now a firm pro-British representative. He uses his own personal experience to prove it, and also expresses that the expansion of wealth is the truth. As the Maharaja of Sabah, whose financial resources are no less than Pamela Mountbatten, Ali Khan has a lot of say. In terms of religion, the Malays do not reject Ali Khan, and because he is from South Asia, the Indian American Congress Party also has a natural liking for Ali Khan. This led to Ali Khan, although a latecomer, relying on this support and his own financial resources. He has great prestige among the feudal monarchs. Now, Ali Khan represents the weak link of the feudal monarchy in Malaya, playing the role of the Russian Empire before World War I. Money is yours, only when it is in your pocket. With the existence of Indonesia as an external enemy, the choice is not difficult. For a time, these sultans talked a lot, and psychologically they did not resist Alan Wilson's words firmly. That is, they resolutely did not resist. Alan Wilson took the opportunity to add, in the Commonwealth system, no matter where you go, you are a respected monarch. If you change to another country, it may not be the case. There was no guarantee of loyalty, nor was there any need to be tough to defend the monarch's authority. As the tip of Shasha's nose brushed across the document, the sultans all signed a declaration of peaceful coexistence with Britain. The 11 monarchs of the Conference of Rulers of certain supervisory powers over the colonial government. Of course, given the scarcity of management talent in Malaya itself, I still maintain my previous attitude and use them with caution. Alan Wilson accepted the Sultan's statements and changed the subject. However, the Conference of Rulers can be held every year as a platform to demonstrate the authority of the monarchs. The colonial government will also respect it. Dear Sultans, we will cooperate happily for a long time to come. Times are different. The Sultans do not have to worry about their status and security. Britain will protect the rights of the Sultans. Maharaja Ali Khan's personal experience can best prove this. After listening to her husband's words, Pamela Mountbatten echoed, "We will all be respected monarchs in the future. Now we are only thinking about one thing, how to work together to take Malaya's economy to a higher level." Alan Wilson nodded, and in front of the 10 peace-loving monarchs, he turned his head and kissed Pamela Mountbatten's red lips, making the Sarawak monarch blush. Then he made a summary speech. "Pamela will tell you the truth. I hope all the respected monarchs will be present at the military parade 3 days later. Regarding Indonesia's long-term secret destruction of Malaya's economic development, I hope all sectors of Malayan society will give the Jakarta government a response." After speaking, he nodded to his wife, who was still a little embarrassed, and left the meeting room. Dear Sultans, he is like this. He is actually a very gentle person, but he seems unkind at work. When the Imperial Commissioner left, Pamela Mountbatten was still busy appeasing the feudal monarchs of the Malayan colony, explaining the rationality, effectiveness, and scientificity of the kiss just now. This speech was greeted with a kind smile, causing Pamela Mountbatten to protest after returning. Doesn't she want face? She was kissed in front of so many people. If we can deal with them, we will have dealt with half of the problem. If the Chinese do not make trouble, the base of resistance will be much smaller. Alan Wilson was full of confidence. The premise is that the external threat of Indonesia must be made real. Otherwise, it will always be worrying. Alan Wilson's personality is like this. Anti-British element are not a small problem. It would be best if there is no one. Didn't Rockefeller say that 90% is not enough? I want 100%. You are really worried. Pamela Mountbatten sighed. But is this enough? If the Sultans stand on our side, we can solve all problems. Princess Margaret also looked straight at Alan Wilson, obviously interested in this issue. It can play a big role. History tells me that the so-called public opinion is usually unimportant. It is the same for any country, even the Soviet Union. Alan Wilson did not dare to say that he was very confident, but he was much more confident than mobilizing the grassroots. For the grassroots people, just get them to move, so that they have no time to think about resistance. There are many ways, and we will slowly practice them in the future, but we must always communicate with the top leaders, and make it clear where the boundaries will are. Everything is safe within the boundaries, and we will kill people outside the boundaries. Even the Soviet Union. As if you can do anything to the Soviet Union. Princess Margaret blinked her big eyes. What can you do to the Soviet Union? Governments all over the world are having a headache. The key to defeating the Soviet Union is to defeat the Soviet cadres at the psychological level. There is no other way. Alan Wilson said firmly, for a long time in the future, we must use all occasions to prove to the Soviet cadres that it is unreasonable to have such a great power, but only get so little. If they steal petty things and still worry about being investigated by the Lubyanka, there must be something wrong. Once they start thinking this way, we will win. Alan Wilson has seen some corruption investigations during the Soviet era, and he almost laughed to tears after reading them. That's also called a matter? With so many connections, smuggling caviar to the free world for sale, and so many people involved, the proceeds were only enough to buy a nice TV. This kind of corruption is comparable to the gap between capitalism and primitive society compared to the free world. Look at the public car corruption that the Soviet Union always emphasizes. It is nothing more than the problem of using public cars for private purposes. This can be criticized at the meetings of the Soviet high-level officials, and it is emphasized in strong words that some cadres even use public cars when handling private matters. Housing corruption emphasizes that some cadres' residences are too luxurious and out of touch with the masses. Medical corruption means that they actually live in a single room when they are hospitalized. Is this unbearable? Just like that. Once the Soviet managers, like the Soviet marshals at the end of the Cold War, visited the United States and found that the salary of an American soldier was higher than his, the mentality of the entire Soviet Union would collapse. Who would win and who would lose? If we defeat the Soviet upper echelons, we will defeat the entire Soviet Union. Pamela Mountbatten summed up her husband's opinion. Will the Soviet people not resist? I have only seen individuals, never the people. Alan Wilson took out President Yuan's famous saying and replied, then raised his wrist and said, I want to meet Bayodé. After all, I still expect him to contribute to the economy of the colonies. A mosquito is still meat, no matter how small it is. I believe that Bayodé will envy the sultans of Malaya, especially compared to his situation of losing the throne of the emperor. But there is no way, because his supporter France withdrew, and Wu Tingyuan finally chose to be Prime Minister KO. Alan Wilson, a friend of the reactionary forces, had no choice in this matter. Bayodé was rich, but not as rich as Ali Khan. Otherwise, if he took out £100 million, he would still be willing to come out again and fight for Bayodé in London, like he did with Ali Khan. The price has risen. Who makes Britain no longer like the post-war period, when it was so poor that it was almost a trouser? In order to pay off the huge debt, Bayodé would consider any means. It can only be said that Bayodé did not catch up with the good times. Alan Wilson also sprinkled salt at this time, still politely calling Bayodé Your Majesty, and at the same time, saluted Queen Nam Phuong. I don't know if Your Majesty and the Queen are used to living in the Malayan colony. As the chief executive here, I'm still very proud that Your Majesty and the most beautiful Queen in the East can live here. He pretended not to know that Bayodé and the Queen of the South had separated and greeted them in a friendly manner. It must be said that he really wanted to show his talent as a prime minister. Today's update at the time of the underworld is purely forced. The call came at almost 10 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 856, The Hero's Appearance. Commissioner Wilson, you are too polite. You are so young, and in charge of such a large area. We need your care while living here. Queen Nam Phuong complimented with a smile, totally unaware that the colonial commissioner in front of her was comparing who was stronger, me or Prime Minister KO. In our Eastern words, you are young and promising, and there will be no problem with the development of Malaya. Not without problems either. Although Alan Wilson accepted the compliment from Queen Nam Phuong, he still said modestly, at least we cannot say that there are no problems in terms of security. When we did not gain independence in Indonesia, it was a failure to seize Bangka Island. Alan Wilson, who knew something about Malaysia in later generations, was concerned about the security issues of the Malayan colony. He advised Gerard Edward, the High Commissioner for the Malayan colony, that if the Netherlands could no longer maintain its rule in the Dutch East Indies, it must seize the offshore islands that were related to the security of the Malayan colony during the withdrawal from Java. This can change the unfavorable geography of the Malayan colony. If Indonesia infiltrates the Malayan colony in the future, it will be easier to defend. Most of this goal has been achieved. The Riau Islands, Natuna Islands, Lingga Islands, and Anambas Islands have all been occupied by the British. It is also because of the establishment of a defense base to protect Singapore. Without these more than 20,000 square kilometers of islands, the area of the British Malayan colony would not reach 500,000. After occupying these islands, Britain's control over the Strait of Malacca has increased a lot. Singapore has also gotten rid of the threat of Indonesia after independence, and the connection between the West and East Malaysia parts of the Malayan colony is easier. However, if you want to completely overwhelm Indonesia and dare not act rashly, the location of Bangka Island is very important. If it is controlled in your hands, Indonesia will be treated almost like Turkey. You have to be careful when swimming, and don't swim out of the country. Bangka Island was once a British colony, and later it was used to exchange the Dutch for the Dutch base in the Indian subcontinent. Now that British India has become independent, Bangka Island has fallen into the hands of Indonesia. When the Dutch moved to Kalimantan Island, they did not take control of this island that threatened the core area of Indonesia. Otherwise, it would be easier to suppress Indonesia, but they did not do so at the beginning. It is too late to think about it today. Even if it is Britain, it cannot snatch a large island of more than 10,000 square kilometers at this time. Fortunately, the nearby Belitung Island is still in the hands of the Dutch. In a certain sense, it can block Indonesia's infiltration into Kalimantan Island, but it only requires more patrols by the Navy. In general, when responding to Indonesia's independence, Britain and the Netherlands basically occupied the islands near the Strait of Malacca. Now, Britain and the Netherlands have occupied the islands near the Strait of Malacca in a 7:3 ratio. Indonesia's 3 is basically Bangka Island, the barrier of Sumatra Island. Sukarno was of course very clear about the actions of Britain and the Netherlands before and after independence. Britain took the opportunity to take away all the islands near the Strait of Malacca, which greatly reduced Indonesia's influence on this golden waterway. It is understandable that Indonesia was jumping up and down about the existence of the Malayan colony. Although he had nothing to do with BOD, Alan Wilson still felt a little upset when Queen Namfuang said that. He never thought that there was anything wrong with partition, and he didn't think that an independent country was qualified to take all the land. BOD felt very uncomfortable. When Alan Wilson talked about his mistakes, he even lost his own country and had to choose to leave South Vietnam and go into exile here. If Alan Wilson knew BOD's feelings, he would definitely say that you should be content. According to Eastern tradition, people lose their heads. Now that they are alive, they should thank the British Empire for bringing modern standards to the world. Otherwise, their heads would be hung on the top of the city for public display, and the former subjects would cheer and jump for joy. Alan Wilson guaranteed BOD's treatment and said, Britain respects the royal families of all countries. If you live here, you don't have to worry about anything. What I can guarantee is the safety of your family. As for what industries you want to purchase, they are all under the protection of the colonial government. When Alan Wilson talked about your family, Queen Namfuang's face was slightly unnatural. She and BOD had been separated for some time. Although they were an enviable couple when they first got married, BOD was an emperor after all. There were many women in South Vietnam who wanted to be emperors, and their relationship began to take a sharp turn for the worse. The reason why they did not divorce was that they were concerned about BOD's status as an emperor, and Queen Namfuang was unwilling to take that step. But Queen Namfuang immediately returned to her normal expression. She had to save BOD's face on this occasion. For some reason, she always felt that this British man seemed to be glancing at her intentionally or unintentionally, although it was well hidden. However, it must be admitted that this British man seemed to be more like a local ruler than BOD in his conversation. Alan Wilson showed off his heroic demeanor and invited the couple to participate in the military parade in Penang. This was understood by BOD and his wife as Britain's display of strength among the subjects of the colonies. This is similar, but there are still differences. Although both Britain and France are colonial empires, France focuses on assimilation and has a clear continental mindset. Britain is an old tradition of divide and rule. Compared with Vietnam, which has an overwhelming majority of ethnic groups, Malaya is a dual society, divided into two main ethnic groups for Britain to mediate, and a small Indian ethnic group. Britain likes immigrants, France likes assimilation. Britain likes family farms, France likes small and medium-sized farmers, and Britain's love of immigrants does not necessarily mean that they like immigrants from the local area, and also welcomes immigrants from other ethnic groups to the British occupied areas. After greeting BOD and his wife, Alan Wilson went to find Lieutenant General Conceals to receive the Dutch and Portuguese guests who came to Penang. This military parade is also a display of the five-nation joint defense, which has the significance of warning Indonesia not to act rashly. The Netherlands and Portugal can unite and appear in Penang, sharing a lot of our pressure. Lieutenant General Conceals was very satisfied with the guests from the two countries, especially at this time. I think they should thank Britain, not the other way around. After hearing this, Alan Wilson did not show any appreciation. It was not because of the arrogance of the old imperialists, but because he had history in his mind to compare. He knew how much Britain had helped these two countries. Without Britain, the Netherlands would have left Asia long ago. Why did they occupy Kalimantan and half of New Guinea? It was a joke. After World War II, European colonial countries took different countermeasures in the face of the wave of resistance, and tried to delay their withdrawal as much as possible according to their own needs. The Netherlands' persistence was not due to France's obsession with maintaining a universal empire, nor was it due to Spain and Portugal's nostalgia for past honors, but rather to their reluctance to give up existing interests. The Dutch-Indonesian Federation plan put together by the Dutch looked ridiculous in the eyes of Indonesian nationalists. When the United States threatened to cancel the Marshall Plan support and asked the Netherlands to give up, it surrendered obediently. Without the efforts of all colleagues in British India, the Dutch could not even think of a plan similar to the partition of India and Pakistan. There was no power to implement it. They just let Indonesia take over the entire East Indies and retain 700,000 or 800,000 acres of land. As for Portugal, it was determined to maintain its colonies, but it lacked support. Without the encouragement of Britain, how could it have the courage to occupy the entire Timor Island? It was difficult to occupy East Timor. When Britain really started to be shameless and didn't care about order or so discord, for many countries, it was the beginning of the overthrow. The original Britain in history still had some face, but Alan Wilson didn't have that idea. His mind was full of cashing out. India was not a victim. Without Alan Wilson, the two major forces in India would not have lived in the same country. The damage he did to India was just a scrape of the ground before leaving. The first country to be hurt was Indonesia. Lieutenant General Scone smiled bitterly. He didn't know these inside stories, and it was the first time he heard them today. So, you have already found the next place during the independence of British India. General, there are still 100,000 jobs in the country to absorb us. You also know the employment environment in the country after the war. Can't we find a place for ourselves and continue to benefit the society? Alan Wilson gave Lieutenant General Scones a tacit look. It can't be said that it's wrong not to cause trouble to the mainland. It's not, but even so, I hope to respect the Dutch and Portuguese. Scones reminded that Britain still attaches great importance to the five-power defense. In addition to Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, the Netherlands and Portugal are all allies who guarantee the security of Malaya. Alan Wilson certainly knew this. Then the two of them received the governor of Kalimantan, August, and the governor of Timor Island, Calais. The two came to Penang under the banner of the five-power defense to help Britain gain momentum. In the joyous atmosphere, the host and the guests were all happy, and now they were just waiting for the military parade to begin. Alan Wilson even took the time to have a verbal dispute with Her Royal Highness the Princess. He had no resistance to the titles of Queen and Princess. Princess Margaret knew it very well. She always heard her brother-in-law calling her princess. After such a long time, she had already seen through this dark mentality. Although she despised it, she also enjoyed it. At this time in Penang, the main streets were already full of flags of 5 countries, and the combat troops participating in the military parade had also arrived. Alan Wilson enthusiastically introduced the backbone of the Malayan colony, the feudal monarchs, the big compradors, and the acquaintance of August and Carol. The atmosphere of the grand party of the reactionary forces had been set off. Chapter 857 Penang Military Parade. A ghost, the ghost of imperialism is integrating in Penang. British colonists, Malayan feudal monarchs, Chinese compradors, Dutch governors, Portuguese military commanders, Australians, and New Zealanders have all united. At this moment, the spokesperson of imperialism, Malayan High Commissioner Alan Wilson, did not hide his thoughts. To put it bluntly, Britain will never leave Malaya. Whoever dares to drive us away, we will destroy everything. Moreover, what I see is that the subjects of Malaya generally support the British Empire. Support the Queen. The Sultans expressed their support for Queen Elizabeth in unison. Support the Queen. A group of Chinese businessmen led by Su Yang, Shian Kai and Qiu, and Coke bowed slightly, but they looked righteous. Long live the Queen. On the streets of Penang, subjects holding the British flag shouted in unison. Penang was originally the base camp of the Straits settlements, and the residents here and other places in Malaya could not urinate in the same pot. In the Strait of Penang, the silhouettes of steel behemoths are looming. Time has inevitably left traces on these warships, but the sense of oppression brought by tonnage has not disappeared with the passage of time. For most countries and regions in the world, this Royal Navy Pacific Fleet, which is supported by the Malayan colony, is still a force that can easily destroy a country. Residents of the entire Penang walked out of their homes, either appearing at the port or on both sides of the street, waiting for the start of the parade with curiosity. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the armies of the 5 countries participating in the parade had already appeared in people's eyes. As the chief executive of a colony, I never thought that there would be such an occasion in my life. Alan Wilson said to Everett, the commissioner of Penang, holding the speech manuscript, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I will speak Chinese and you will speak English. Don't interfere with each other. Just leave a gap. I will speak most of the time. Then he walked up to the reviewing stand. This is a coastal street. The Sea and Land Review will start at the same time. The loudspeakers that have been set up will convey his voice to the ears of the crowd. Dear subjects of the Empire, it is an honor to witness this display of security power. Alan Wilson began his talk into the microphone. Since taking office, I have been humble and professional. I have benefited the diverse society of Malaya. When I think about it carefully, this will be a rare and precious experience in my life. There have been many challenges along the way, but the tolerance of various ethnic groups is amazing. I dare not say it is perfect, but it can be said to complement each other. In the past few years, thanks to the support of the entire Commonwealth, Malaya has made explosive progress. Admittedly, it is not as good as a developed society in the traditional sense, but looking around, there are very few that can compare in Asia. We are not a nation, but we live together. The respected sultans have made outstanding contributions to stabilizing society with their tolerance, and they are kind, humble and kind. Business tycoons represented by Suayang and Coca have injected vitality into this society, and Britain's mission is to do its utmost to protect the security of this rapidly developing society. Everyone has contributed, including today's distinguished guests, Governor General of Kalimantan Ocast and Governor General of Timor-Leste. The 5-nation security mechanism has contributed to the security of the region, and deterred some countries with unrealistic ambitions. Today, to be modest, Malaya's development has left its neighbors far behind. How to develop does not need to be taught by a backward place. From the perspective of social governance, they are still far behind. The normal perspective should be to catch up, rather than to be jealous, and want to take other people's wealth for oneself. If there is a security threat to Malaya, 2 world wars broke out in Europe. Britain and European countries have been deeply reflecting after the war. They realize that economic development is the mainstream of this era. If someone insists on taking military confrontation to subvert Malaya, the pearl of the Commonwealth. Alan Wilson paused here. For most countries in the world, Britain is still a country that can occupy a country by setting up a few cannons. At the end, Alan Wilson's voice suddenly changed, and a voice that belonged exclusively to imperialism spread to the ears of no one. Everett conveyed the last paragraph of his words in English to the ears of the troops on parade. Suddenly, the troops on parade of the 5-nation Joint Defense Mechanism burst into a tsunami of applause. Now, please invite the respected Far East Joint Operations Commander, Lieutenant General Sconce, to preside over the parade. Alan Wilson said this, and left the microphone. During this gap, the citizens of Penang who heard the speech were savoring the words of the chief executive of Malaya in their minds. As Lieutenant General Sconce announced the start of the parade, the vampire fighter jets that had suppressed the Kenyan rebellion last year appeared over the parade ground with colorful exhaust, and the joint sea and land parade was officially started. On the Marina Boulevard, the troops on parade from Britain, Australia, New Zealand, the Netherlands and Portugal appeared on the stage. In the Penang Strait in the distance, warships of all levels, including battleships and aircraft carriers, passed through the Penang Strait and appeared in everyone's sight. The main force of the Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet, which is based in Malaya, would undoubtedly be the world's 3rd largest surface fleet, if it were the exclusive power of Malaya. The dark main gun turrets on the battleships are chilling. 2 illustrious class aircraft carriers appeared in the strait, attracting a lot of attention from onlookers. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson was promoting illustrious class aircraft carriers to Timor Governor General call, swearing that Timor Island needed the protection of illustrious class aircraft carriers, and that Britain would definitely sell them, as long as Portugal's finances allowed. It's a bit unkind to always catch a sheep and fleece it, but it's better to sell it than to dismantle it in the end. Portugal is a European country after all, and Alan Wilson is embarrassed to matchmake for the giant class. That class of aircraft carriers can only deal with India, but it doesn't fit Portugal's identity as a European country. For the residents of Penang today, it will be an eye-opening day. Even in the United States or the Soviet Union, similar scenes are rare. Although Britain is in an awkward position, where its navy is not as good as that of the United States and its army is not as good as that of the Soviet Union, but it still found confidence in distant Asia. The soldiers of the parade held their heads high, and those who didn't know thought that the glorious era of the British Empire had returned. The soldiers of the 5 countries on parade, because of their different styles, were not like their counterparts in Moscow's Red Square. Once they took a step, they burst out with overwhelming momentum, but they were enough to deal with the spectators who didn't know the truth. The key is that the battleships and aircraft carriers that slowly passed through the Penang Strait greatly improved the style of this parade. Alan Wilson was still communicating with Timor Governor Call, and his eyes swept over the Portuguese army. It was not unlucky for the Algerians to meet France. If Algeria was a colony of Portugal, it would be unlucky. If someone like Salazar led France, he didn't dare to think about what would happen. Portugal was the first to start the Great Voyage, and it was also the last colonial empire to bow its head and admit defeat. In the dense forests of Africa, carrying weapons older than the Type 38 rifle, facing the rebels using automatic rifles, he persisted until the last moment. Salazar did what he said, and when he was alive, he maintained the Portuguese empire until the last moment. The colonial era began in Portugal, and ended in Portugal, completing the cycle of fate. Following this military parade, demonstrations supporting Britain and independence from Indonesia's ambitions broke out all over the Malayan colony, and these demonstrations were interpreted as anti-Indonesian movements. Immediately afterwards, Indonesia also launched anti-Malaya demonstrations in response. Malaya against Indonesia, Indonesia against Malaya. The two places separated by a strait are full of hostility towards each other. Alan Wilson accompanied the Far East Operations Command Lieutenant General Scones, and the Governor of Kalimantan, Okhist, the Governor of Timor, Calais, and the garrison commanders of Australia and New Zealand, who came together to sign a declaration on the 5-nation joint defense security mechanism aimed at ensuring security in Southeast Asia. Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal, Australia, and New Zealand will guarantee freedom of navigation in the Strait of Malacca. The 5 countries jointly opposed Indonesia's infiltration threats to the surrounding areas, called on Indonesia to stop similar actions, recognize the existing land as Indonesian territory, stop promoting Greater Indonesiaism, and abandon propaganda and agitation hostile to white countries. Each of the accusations is a real thing, and Indonesia did infiltrate Kalimantan. It is true that they do not recognize the current territorial scope of Indonesia. As for hostility towards white countries, Sukarno's speech at the Bandung Conference is direct evidence. After independence, Indonesia should not become a regional security threat. It is very worrying to adopt an aggressive attitude and incite hostility towards white countries. Indonesia's ambitions deserve the vigilance of all members of the free world. The most resonant among them is Sukarno's original remarks about the white old world. Along with the public opinion attack led by Britain, the Netherlands, Portugal, Australia, and New Zealand followed suit, and almost overnight Indonesia was established as an enemy of the free world and an extreme nationalist against white people. Subsequently, Alan Wilson announced in Penang that the 5 countries would activate the Joint Defense Mechanism to block Indonesia's infiltration routes to surrounding territories and stop illegal intrusions into regional territorial waters. If Indonesia does not stop its actions that threaten regional security, the final consequence will be that even a piece of wood going to sea will have to be approved by the free world. Alan Wilson expressed his determination to not let a piece of wood go to sea to the various media that heard the news. The Jakarta government responded by accusing the white old world of oppressing Indonesia and its despicable act of permanently cutting off Indonesia's inherent territory. There was a power outage today, and I thought I would not see electricity today. If it hadn't been for the power coming back at 10 o'clock, I would have almost used my mobile phone to ask for leave again. Chapter 858 Treaty of Ankara. This kind of accusation has no effect on Alan Wilson. He is a patriot. He was a patriot in his previous life, but this life has shifted to Britain. Although he was hit by the Soviet Union once, it did not undermine his determination to benefit society. At this time, he was talking to the stakeholders of the Five-Power Alliance about how to maintain the security order in Southeast Asia. Although half of the world may not think so, he can't hear the voice of that half of the world. Alan Wilson believes that without his help, the Netherlands is destined to get out of Southeast Asia in disgrace. But no one knows this future except him. The fact now is that before and after Indonesia's independence, the Netherlands did give up some of its interests to Britain. What Lieutenant General Scone said about respecting the Netherlands is the fact that people see. As for what Alan Wilson said, it should be the Netherlands thanking Britain. No one except him would think so. The Netherlands did give up some of its land to Britain, which has now been incorporated into the Malayan colony. Similarly, there is also the part given to Portugal. Timor Island was originally divided between the Netherlands and Portugal, and the part managed by Portugal was called East Timor. But during the period when Indonesia's independence was inevitable, the Netherlands had to withdraw from Java Island and shrink to Kalimantan Island, and by the way, transferred the other half of West Timor to Portugal. So now the entire Timor Island is managed by Portugal. Portugal is currently eliminating the influence of the Peace Church. This is what Governor Call said. Alan Wilson admired it very much. It must be said that the countries on the Iberian Peninsula really have a special liking for this. If there were no two brothers on the Iberian Peninsula, the Christian world would be like a scumbag in front of the Peace Church. I just don't know if the Portuguese will use the energy of the Inquisition to deal with the Peace Church in West Timor with the stake. Alan Wilson was embarrassed to ask, otherwise it would seem ungentlemanly, so he could only ask indirectly what stage it had progressed. Australia is very supportive of our work. Governor Call mentioned Canberra's diplomatic and even economic support for Portugal's work. It's not surprising. After listening to it, Alan Wilson thought that Australia has always been willing to spend money on security issues. The fundamental reason is that it was psychologically traumatized by the Japanese southward advance. As long as it involves Australia's security, Canberra doesn't care whether the Portuguese are being persecuted religiously. Alan Wilson also expressed goodwill to Governor General Call. According to history, he knew that at least when Salazar was alive, Portugal could be trusted to suppress the wave of colonial resistance. Don't think that Britain has no determination to maintain its colonies. Last year, it suppressed the rebellion in Kenya. It's just that Britain and France have different styles. They will hold talks immediately after the war. It's more clever to adopt the means of divide and rule. It's not like France, which wants everything, so the impact is not as great as the Algerian war. Commissioner Wilson, the development of Malaya is really amazing. Ockust praised the prosperity of the Malayan colony. After all, most of Kalimantan is still in the hands of the Netherlands. If it can develop well, it will also be a great help to the Netherlands. If we work together, it shouldn't be a problem. Alan Wilson hypocritically perfunctorily said that he didn't have time to help the Dutch. In his eyes, the tropical rainforest is almost as worthless as a desert. Coincidentally, Kalimantan has a tropical rainforest climate. Except for a few coastlines, the vast inland has almost no development value. The reason why he suggested the Mountbatten Group to plan northern Rhodesia as an agricultural basis, that northern Rhodesia is actually a plateau. If it had a climate like the Belgian Congo, there would be no agricultural base. The nutrients in the land are only slightly better than those in Australia. The population of Kalimantan in later generations is only a little over half of that of Malaysia. The land of 700,000 to 800,000 square kilometers can only support such a small number of people. It can be seen that apart from resources, there is not much development value. Fortunately, there are not many Dutch people on the island, and life is still good. We are at a loss as to how to develop Timor Island. Call also said that Portugal is now facing a similar problem. Conduct some exploration to see if there are any valuable resources. I may be able to help with this." Alan Wilson immediately offered to help when he heard it. East Timor has two major supporters in later generations. One is China and the other is Australia. Australia has greater influence due to the distance. After East Timor discovered natural gas, it was sold to Australia, tied together by energy. Alan Wilson would do this kind of thing to enhance his influence without telling him, not to mention that the other party took the initiative to ask. Alan Wilson thought of this, and a light bulb went off in his head. He asked, "Governor Call, my wife's company intends to enter Brazil for development. I wonder if Portugal can provide some convenience? If necessary, Portugal will do its best to help." Call immediately said that it was no problem. The relationship between Portugal and Brazil is quite good, and it can even be said to be very harmonious. The relationship between American countries and European colonial powers, such as the United States and Britain, is not as harmonious as it seems. At present, Mexico is following the traditional route of the United States. It is submissive to the United States and strikes hard against Spain. In order to compete for the position of the leader of Spanish-speaking countries, Mexico wishes that Spain would never be reborn. Compared with the United States and Britain, Mexico has surpassed Spain. The relationship between Portugal and Brazil is not like this. Portugal has little influence in Europe. Paris is surrounded by a bunch of Spanish-speaking countries in America. Although there are times of discord, they are generally in the same boat. Although Portugal is not as large as Brazil, it still has a large number of colonies, and it is not underestimated by Brazil now. At the political level, the two countries have a high degree of consistency due to their similar cultures. Portugal, under Salazar, established the new state system. A few years later, Brazil, under Vargas, also announced the beginning of the new state. The former supports traditionalism, while the latter supports developmentalism, but they adopted the same name, based on the common corporatist ideology. Brazilian sociologist Gilberto Freire proposed the theory of racial democracy, believing that Brazil is a society built by multiple races and there is no racial discrimination. This theory became the theoretical cornerstone of official nationalism in Brazil, and Portugal quickly adopted it to promote the Lusitania tropical exceptionalism and support its colonial activities in Africa. The synchronization of the two countries' ideological circles can be seen. It can be said that Brazil and Portugal are in harmony at the official level, far from the hostile relationship between Spain and Mexico among Spanish-speaking countries, nor the current secret struggle between Britain and the United States. Pamela Mountbatten's exploration team went to Brazil. If there was help from the Portuguese, it would definitely reduce a lot of trouble. After getting the promise from Carrie, Alan Wilson, a mere son-in-law, immediately ran to his wife to take credit for it, behaving like a real bootlicker. "Honey, I've made you worry again." Pamela Mountbatten blinked her eyes, giving her husband the motivation to support the family. She took the initiative to have a verbal argument, and then said, "Brazil, I will transfer the North Sea oil exploration team to Timor Island to have a look. In exchange for Portugal's support for the company's exploration in Brazil, you don't have to use up your connections. This is openly a cooperation between countries." Now it seems that there are still many benefits to helping other colonial countries. Alan Wilson savored the fragrance of his wife's lips and said with a look of aftertaste, "The original idea has been partially realized, increasing the influence in the Malayan colony by supporting the manufacturing base, and by the way tying up the Netherlands and Portugal. A regional political and economic alliance has been formed. The benefits to Britain are enormous. In addition, Hong Kong has a special window status. If it operates well, the influence in Asia can be maintained. Energy is also important. What do you think about the work in the Middle East?" Pamela Mountbatten still hopes that Britain can escort the development of her company, but her husband can only take care of this area, and the Middle East is still out of reach. "I have suggested to Whitehall that John should be the Persian Gulf Commissioner at the Aden headquarters after Sir Baron. We have all worked in British India and know each other well. We just need to cooperate with each other on matters in the Middle East." Alan Wilson talked to his wife about his idea of helping his old colleague. How could he forget the Middle East? In fact, Britain certainly knows the importance of the Middle East. Otherwise, history would not have stayed until the 1970s, and there would be a military base in Oman in later generations. While Britain was cheering for the Five Powers Joint Defense Action, the United States, Turkey and Pakistan jointly signed the Ankara Treaty in Ankara, the capital of Turkey. When the news came, Alan Wilson recalled the memories in his mind and said to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "Baghdad Treaty." This so-called Ankara Treaty is very similar to the Baghdad Pact organization. Alan Wilson's guess was correct. The United States did want to organize a military treaty organization in the Middle East to blockade the Soviet Union. But Arab countries are not interested in this organization now, and are particularly interested in Israel. Iraq, which was originally the core country of the Baghdad Treaty, is now more interested in competing with Egypt for the leader of the Arab world than anything else. Besides, Britain did not fan the flames and encourage Iraq to join. Because in this time and space, Britain is the backing of the Arab countries. Without Britain to encourage Iraq, and Iraq seriously competing with Egypt for influence, and who is more anti-Israel, the original Baghdad Pact has become an organization with only Pakistan and Turkey. Anyway, Alan Wilson can't think of what else these two countries have in common except religion. I hope the power outage will not continue. Chapter 859. Allies become more suspicious. In fact, there is nothing noteworthy about this treaty. It is even weaker than the original Baghdad Treaty in history. The fundamental reason is that the Arab countries cannot let go of the United States' support for Israel. For example, Egypt and Iraq, the traditional Arab powers, are competing for influence in the Arab world with Israel as the main contradiction diverter. Egypt has a larger population and has been the center of Arab culture for hundreds of years. Although Iraq is not on the same level as Egypt in terms of population, it occupies the Mesopotamian basin and has oil revenue as a backing. Since the First Middle East War, Arab countries have been very disgusted with the United States' partiality. Now it is difficult to get domestic public support by ignoring the supporters behind Israel and happily confronting the Soviet Union in the north. Will the United States give up its support for Israel? Of course not. The Arab world has too much potential. Israel is a nail in the Arab world. It is nothing more than a question of who will support Israel, not that no one supports Israel. Those who support Israel can be the United States, the Soviet Union, and when necessary, France and Britain. So in the last Middle East war, both the United States and the Soviet Union supported Israel. But the Soviet Union and the United States are different. Because of their different political systems, the Soviet Union can support Israel for a while and then stop. The United States could not do that. The Soviet Union withdrew from the war when Israel became stable, which led to the Arab world now seeing only the United States supporting Israel. After Britain got rid of the financial hold of the United States, it was impossible for it to exchange its decades of operation in the Middle East for the diplomatic support of the United States. Britain would not really set up a model country in the Arab world with all its heart. The local countries were at best protectorates, not colonies that obeyed London in everything, but they would not take the initiative to show the United States their love. Without the financial hold of the United States, Britain continued to practice orderly withdrawal, and it also did not have to force the Arabs to hang themselves for a little benefit. In the final analysis, Britain was at a loss after the war because it had no money. If the finances were healthy and the internal circulation was not a problem, would it have to suffer the wrath of the United States? Alan Wilson dared to conclude that the United States was actually unhappy when Britain paid off its debts to the United States. Because Britain still had a lot of heritage that had not been taken by the United States. Compared with the billions of dollars in debt, these heritages were priceless treasures. If this village is missed, the price to pay for taking it from Britain in the future will not be calculated in billions. Suspicious allies are becoming more and more suspicious. Alan Wilson compared the Baghdad Treaty in his memory with the current Ankara Treaty and decided to communicate with Sir Baron, his old boss at the end of the Welfare Society, to ask about the situation in the Middle East. Moreover, the countries that may be breached by the United States are also listed. Alan Wilson has reason to believe that the United States is not satisfied with the member states of the Ankara Treaty. If you want to block the Soviet Union's southward route, without Iran's participation, this so-called line of defense is the same as nothing. And relying on the big loopholes in the free world, Alan Wilson, the current High Commissioner of the Malayan colony, is in. Iran is still divided into 3 parts. Mossadegh certainly doesn't like the Soviet Union in his heart, but it doesn't mean that he likes the United States. He carefully balances the domestic situation. Mossadegh, the Prime Minister of Iran, will not easily let Iran fall into this vortex. So in the telegram, Alan Wilson suggested Sir Baron whether to investigate whether the United States will take action against Mossadegh. If you take action, how to protect the interests of British petroleum. As for Iraq, the current influence of the United States is not great. The so-called influence is largely achieved by stationing troops. In this era, the United States has many global bases, but it is not like later, with thousands of military bases all over the world. For example, the Saudi Arabian military base was established after Iraq annexed Kuwait, and the United States seized the opportunity to gain a foothold in Saudi Arabia. The US military bases have been the result of decades of expansion. Now many independent countries do not have US military bases. Even in Pakistan, the United States exerts influence through the US dollar. Originally, Britain and the United States stationed troops against each other in history, but because of MacArthur's frivolous attitude towards nuclear weapons and various reasons, the military bases originally in Britain are now in France. Alan Wilson did not dare to guarantee that Mossadegh would be overthrown, but only said that there was a possibility. I hope that the old boss who is waiting to retire will not retire early and stand the last shift for the old imperialism. After sending the telegram, Alan Wilson, with his hands on his waist, was thinking about how to deal with the potential actions of suspicious allies. In the field of colonization, Britain and France should certainly adopt a cooperative attitude, but colonial countries are not just Britain and France. The Netherlands, Belgium, Portugal, and Spain are all colonial countries, and Belgium only has the Belgian Congo in the center of Africa. And it is hard to say that they are willing to be the first bird for the colonies. France has enough national strength and determination, and is now suppressing the resistance of the Algerians, not to mention the Netherlands, the neighbor of the Malayan colony. But the most determined in the field of colonies is Portugal under the rule of Salazar. Is the last colonial empire just for nothing? The only shackle is that Portugal itself is not strong enough. It seems that I have to help the Portuguese. Alan Wilson has entered the role of the Prime Minister of 6 countries again. The last time he entered this state, he was still in New Delhi, but he had already helped the Netherlands design the division route. It happened that Governor Calais was still in Malaya and had agreed to use his connections to help the Mountbatten group enter Brazil. However, Alan Wilson did not rush to find Calais. While his wife was not paying attention, he went directly to his sister-in-law Princess Margaret. Alan Wilson put his hands on the familiar warm place and hugged Her Royal Highness. I want to help you expand your career. Although you are a princess and an important member of the royal family, it is better not to rely on grants for some expenses. Reducing the chances of appearing in gossip is actually very important to the royal family. The princess, who squeezed her legs together, looked puzzled. Is her brother-in-law so serious? She couldn't help but tease. If you take your hands out, it will be more convincing. Do you think I will give advice to others casually? As if he didn't hear Princess Margaret's teasing, Alan Wilson, who was standing still, lowered his voice and said, "This is the treatment my wife gets. Not just anyone can get it." Alan Wilson didn't lie. He supported the Hermann family in Germany, helped Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman develop their careers in France, and helped Hepburn enter the entertainment industry. Helping Vivienne later go further is all real and unrewarding. Although there are exceptions, Greta Garbo likes to be a homegirl, but this is not his problem. He even helped many actresses who he had only met for a while. In fact, he didn't need to do this at all. Many of the actresses in the Golden 12 Palaces were not that familiar with him, but he still did it. He was not the kind of person who didn't give money like Andy. He gave rewards in the areas where he could. After all, except for himself who was emptied, many ladies of the same status as his wife made money. What do you want me to do? Princess Margaret thought for a long time and asked her brother-in-law for advice. I don't want you to worry about external things like money. Alan Wilson confessed affectionately, "I want to see a brilliant princess who can freely do what she wants to do." It's hard to imagine that these sour words came out of his mouth like this, and Alan Wilson himself didn't want to think about it again. But the effect was very good. Princess Margaret's eyes were almost dripping with tears. Her body and mind were in a state of doubly pleasure. She looked like a good and obedient baby. "I will listen to you. You should listen to your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law will never lie to you." Having accurately received the signal from half of his butt, Alan Wilson said with a reserved look, "Then do as I say. Don't question what I say. You can take the initiative to ask Pamela to help you advance in business. I will help you communicate the rest of the things. Yeah." Princess Margaret's head leaned directly on Alan Wilson's shoulder. Her body was in a relaxed state, full of attachment. "I will listen to my brother-in-law in everything. Your Highness wants to do business?" Alan Wilson pretended to be surprised, and his eyes shifted from Pamela Mountbatten to Princess Margaret, his eyes full of the look of a problem child. As if he didn't know anything about it, Pamela Mountbatten didn't explain, just said, "Margaret said the world is so big. She also wants to replicate miracles. Go to Africa to see what she can find. Is that so?" Alan Wilson made a standard response again, "But the environment in Africa is not very friendly. It is possible to lose all your money. These factors must be considered. Of course, I'm not stopping anything. After all, I don't understand the situation. But I personally support your Royal Highness's ambition. It's good to give it a try." Pamela Mountbatten glanced at Princess Margaret and agreed, "The world is so big, you really should go around. Maybe there will be unexpected gains." Unexpected gains definitely exist in the early development of a country, especially when it has to rely on its own resources to lay the foundation. There will be a principle of resources nearby, and try to find places with rich resources to build central cities. For many late developing countries, this principle accounts for the vast majority. Alan Wilson agreed to help, saying that Governor Carroll happened to be there, and he was willing to communicate with the Portuguese government on this occasion, to sign a contract that imitated the one signed with Australia, to explore the Portuguese colonies. Sounds good. Pamela Mountbatten had no idea that her husband had so many twists and turns in his mind. Poor girl, she was played around by her husband. Chapter 860 Winning. "Since everyone thinks it's okay, I'll talk to Governor Call." Alan Wilson said that Angola is still relatively cost effective. At least there is no need to go deep into the interior of Africa. Although the Belgian Congo is now treated like Chile in later generations and is considered the world's mining capital. However, as Australia will increasingly tap its potential in the future, the role of the Belgian Congo is no longer significant. Of course, the Belgian Congo is not completely useless. If the local white residents don't mind, they can take valuable land to northern Rhodesia. The Slavs in northern Rhodesia are now very dissatisfied with the borders of the colony and hope that Britain can think of ways to adjust this difficult to defend border. Angola is an important oil importer for China in later generations, and it was the first importer for a period of time. Angola's oil resources rely on a strong reserve of political knowledge. Alan Wilson knows where they are. It is near Luanda, the later capital of Angola and the current capital. It is very consistent with the resource allocation principle of early industrialization, and resources are close. As long as you carefully explore near Luanda, Angola's oil resources will be caught and never missed. Once the resources of Angola are found, with Portugal's relatively stable rule in Africa, it will be a win-win for Britain and Portugal. The Portuguese government has found a point of wealth growth. The oil extracted can be sold to the European market. But Portugal is a country with backward technology and weak foundation in Europe, and there must be a country to support Portugal. Isn't Alan Wilson preparing to support it now? He even persuaded Her Royal Highness the Princess of the British Empire to support the development of Portugal. Once oil is discovered, new tankers will definitely be needed to transport Angola's oil resources. Then there is no doubt that as the largest shipbuilding country in Europe, Britain will also receive a batch of needed tanker orders, which can promote the continued prosperity of the shipbuilding industry. In general, Britain has benefits, the Princess has benefits, and Portugal has benefits. And the benefit of Alan Wilson is that he saw the glory of women blooming in his hands again. Oh, from a national perspective, I also hope that Britain can discover resources in Angola. After learning the purpose of the visit, Governor Call nodded immediately and said, "The governor of Angola is Rear Admiral Vasco Lopez Alves. Rear Admiral Vasco will definitely be happy that British professionals will go to Angola and even hope to replicate the miracle of Lady Pamela in Australia. Of course, this is what we all look forward to." Alan Wilson nodded and then took out a contract, but it did not involve Angola, but a contract for exploration near Timor Island, which was almost a replica of the exploration contract with Australia. However, the exploration contract with Australia involved two levels of government, the Australian government and the Western Australian state government. The contract with Timor Island is much simpler. The Mountbatten Oil and Gas Group signed a contract with the Timor Governor's Office, with a clear shareholding ratio of 51% and 49%, and once oil and gas resources are discovered, they will be distributed accordingly. Throughout the process, Mountbatten Oil and Gas Company will provide technical and financial support, and the Portuguese Governor's Office must ensure that once oil and gas resources are discovered, the local area will be stable and develop smoothly. Absolutely no problem. Governor Call assured confidently that Timor Island was now in the hands of Portugal. He was the governor of Timor and could completely settle the matter. Then, I hope that Britain and Portugal can take a consistent attitude on certain issues. In fact, on certain issues, Portugal is very admirable. I personally admire Prime Minister Salazar's persistence. Alan Wilson hinted, and even expressed respect for Salazar. Salazar's background was not clean. During World War II, Salazar remained neutral, but was pro-Axis. He received weapons assistance from Germany, Italy, and Spain, and also trained the army through them. Later, seeing the gradual defeat of the Axis, Salazar had to improve relations with the Allies, and make concessions in exporting tungsten ore, and allowing the use of the Azores naval base. With the beginning of the Cold War, Salazar also moved closer to the free world that also opposed the Soviet Union in purchasing weapons and training the army. But so what? Salazar had helped Britain before. In the difficult period after the war, he bought 2 battleships by cutting back on his spending. For Portugal, which did not even have large destroyers, he had expressed his sincerity through arms sales. Portugal is now Britain's closest ally and an absolute ironclad ally that can be relied on colonial issues. Helping Portugal is helping Britain itself. Alan Wilson wished that all colonial countries would have the same attitude as France and Portugal, so that Britain's target in front of suspicious allies would be much smaller. For a stubborn colonial country like Portugal, it is good for Britain to be strengthened by the discovery of oil resources. Finally, Alan Wilson reminded Governor Carroll that the terms of settlement in pound sterling were clearly stated at the end of the contract. Don't ignore it. This is also very important. At least in Asia, the Portuguese currency has no additional value. It is either the US dollar or the pound sterling. Alan Wilson is British, so of course he has to do his best for the value of the pound sterling. At present, Australia recognizes the value of both the pound sterling and the US dollar, and the pound sterling is still recognized in Australia. On the one hand, it is because the Western Australian iron ore discovered by Pamela Mountbatten is linked to the production base of Malaya. The Asian pound currently used in Malaya is based on the pound as a reserve. The pound is also circulated in the colonies of the Netherlands and Portugal, and the situation in the vicinity is closely related to Australia. After all, they are all gold standard countries, so Australia naturally recognizes the value of the pound. There is also a surge in British immigrants after the war. These new immigrants are not unfamiliar with the pound, and have maintained emotional ties with the British mainland. The British flags everywhere in Perth are proof of this. The immigrant group of British immigrants to Australia after the war was nicknamed the 10 pounds. Australia was discovered and ruled for a long time by the British. At that time, it was believed that the language and culture of the British were not much different from those of Australia. Assisting British immigrants was an effective way to maintain Australia's British nature and increase its population. The plan was proposed by Arthur Calwell, Australia's first immigration minister. He advocated encouraging and subsidizing British immigrants. For every non-British immigrant who joined, 10 British immigrants would be introduced. The two countries signed an agreement after the war. Australia requires all sponsored immigrants to work in Australia for at least 2 years, and the government will guarantee subsidies before they find a job and provide immigrants with social benefits including medical insurance, unemployment insurance, and employment services. The federal government is responsible for recruiting and transporting immigrants, and the state governments are responsible for reception, temporary accommodation, and follow-up work. During the whole immigration process to Australia, Britain and Australia charged immigrants a symbolic fee of £10. This is the origin of the nickname of British immigrants, the £10. Any British person can come to Australia with a fee of £10. This is a backdoor opened by Australia for Britain alone. Compared with the high immigration threshold of Australia in later generations, it can be seen that Australia is obsessed with blood is thicker than water. With such a group of £10 immigrants in Western Australia, the Australian government certainly cannot only regard the US dollar as a currency anchor. The Angolan mining contract and the British investment are also settled in pounds. The pound has to resist, just in case a miracle happens. The host and the guest are happy, and Pamela Mountbatten is also happy for her husband's help. The couple followed Calais and August to visit the construction of the Malayan colony. In fact, I'm very curious whether the beliefs of the Chinese are too complicated. In front of a Guandi temple, Calais shook his head and expressed his incomprehension at the bustle of the Washan temple. Not as complicated as India. Alan Wilson looked fine. The Chinese have more religious beliefs. Pragmatic. Compared with China, Malaya today is definitely full of feudal dregs. In theory, men can have many women without breaking the law. The colonial government is not prepared to stop this. It can only persuade them. If those who like to marry multiple women don't listen, then no one can do anything. Although statues are considered idolatry and not worth promoting for people in the Christian world, the two governors were still curious and went into the Guandi temple for a walk and asked some questions. In response, Alan Wilson of course answered perfectly. August was surprised and said, "Is this equivalent to the French looking at Napoleon?" Yes and no, it's very complicated. Alan Wilson glanced at the statue of Guan Yu and secretly apologized. A few decades later, Guan Yu almost became a historical blind identification device. He was never a figure deliberately elevated by the Qing dynasty. In fact, Guan Yu's status in every dynasty was very high, and he would have a lot of titles with each passing dynasty. It is normal for status to become higher and higher as time goes by. When Alan Wilson, on behalf of Britain, was enjoying himself with the two governors, the Asian fleets in the ports of Malaya, Kalimantan and Timor began operations aimed at ensuring free navigation, expelling and detaining Indonesian ships entering the sea, and sinking Indonesian ships that intervened in the confrontation. A few days ago, Alan Wilson had told the media that he would warn Indonesia not to go to sea. With the attack of the three countries' surface forces, it began to become a reality step by step. The colonists proved with practical actions that this time they were serious. Not only did Sukarno protest against this imperialist behavior, even Indonesian Army Chief of Staff Nasution said that this behavior would only push Indonesia into the position of the enemy. How could such remarks stop Alan Wilson, who had this purpose? Then, in the name of ensuring free navigation, he ordered the Malayan media to shout to Indonesia that recognizing the existing borders was the solution to the problem. Otherwise it would be a threat to world peace. I don't know what time the power outage happened. No one notified me. Recommend Dalualuo's new book, Buried Alive in the Qing Dynasty by Dalualuo. Introduction. I'm the grandson of Zhu Santasi. Zhu Santasi is my father, and Emperor Changsan is my grandfather. But in my heart, I only care about the public, and I don't want to be an emperor. Take this yellow robe away, I won't wear it. Faced with the advice of the ministers, Zhu Hesheng, who has a pure and noble soul in the 21st century, said from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 861. A small circle with energy. In the eyes of greater Indonesians, even the Malayan colony should be part of Indonesia, and only with the Dutch East Indies can Indonesia be complete. But now when the Netherlands evacuated Java Island, it took away the least populated Kalimantan Island and half of New Guinea, and transferred West Timor to Portugal. Giving the islands around the straits to Britain is a small problem compared to the above. The final result is that the current Indonesia is 50% smaller than the Indonesia in the minds of greater Indonesians. The gap between ideals and reality is too strong, which makes the self-proclaimed patriotic Indonesians heartbroken. The source of this pain is Britain, the Netherlands and Portugal, as well as their accomplices Australia and New Zealand. They are wandering around Indonesia, and this time they use their fleets to forcibly expel and sink Indonesian fishermen, which has raised Indonesia's antipathy to the colonists to a peak. As for Indonesia's infiltration of the Malayan colony, just kidding. How could the Jakarta government admit such a thing? Naturally, all of our territory has been a part of our country since ancient times. The territories of other countries were either invaded or taken advantage of. In any case, they were all obtained through conspiracy. At the Malayan Administrative Office, Alan Wilson grinned from ear to ear. In fact, in terms of area and population, the East Indies, before it was divided, was the foundation of the largest country in the Church of Peace. Now, Australians should always be grateful to us for eliminating the biggest potential threat to Australia in advance. Based on the information collected so far, the Jakarta government's opposition to the free world has reached its peak. Richard took a look at the information from different channels, then looked up and said, "Commissioner, India and China have expressed condemnation. A large ethnic group in the Malayan colony is the Chinese. Although the Indian population is not large, will they be affected by New Delhi? Oh, I see." Alan Wilson stretched out his hands and supported them behind his head, lying comfortably on the backrest, and said slowly, "It's not a big problem. In fact, from the perspective of vital interests, for the Malays, whether they are Chinese or Indians, they are all outsiders. Nationalists cannot tolerate outsiders occupying too many resources. This is a common problem of the right wing. If the Chinese and Indians in the colonies are smart, it is best not to go against us. Our departure is the beginning of their catastrophe. In order to prevent them from being naive on this issue, we should not save our saliva in this regard, and we should constantly remind them. As for the Malays in the colonies, the sultans help to stabilize, and we are making appropriate inclinations. At least in terms of land, I have not treated them badly since I took office. As for the Chinese community in Indonesia, Alan Wilson is in the perspective of a third country, unless Indonesia becomes a Soviet system country. Otherwise, the probability is that the end is tragic, and ordinary nationalist countries cannot accommodate these Chinese. No matter how many years ago, the evidence of Comington and Nanyang is produced, in the eyes of the locals, they were introduced by the colonists. Moreover, Alan Wilson had seen photos of the Chinese celebrating October 1st. Sukarno was relatively mild. If it were an ordinary Indonesian, seeing people living on their own land holding the flag of another country and celebrating another country's national day, how could they not want to kill them? For the Chinese in Southeast Asia, being independent of the mainstream ethnic group, how would the mainstream ethnic group view them? I heard that before the Dutch left, they also evacuated a lot of Chinese to Kalimantan. Elisa mentioned a situation to help the Dutch develop Kalimantan. Maybe this is good for everyone. Alan Wilson replied expressionlessly. Not surprisingly, the Chinese evacuated by the Netherlands should be mostly supporters of the Cannon Party. Just like the White Russians hated the Soviet Union, it was a good thing for Chinese of this composition to leave. Staying with most Chinese people would only do more harm than good. How much harm could it cause if they left? It was just a few complaints. If this group of Chinese stayed in Indonesia, at the critical moment, they might lead the Chinese collective into a ditch. In the Malayan colony, Alan Wilson attacked both the pro-Soviet element and the artillery party at the same time, but he did not expect the Dutch to do the same, nor could he instruct the Dutch on what to do, just because Britain and the Netherlands shared the island of Kalimantan. Facing Indonesia, Britain and the Netherlands are both members of the imperialist family, and should treat each other equally. At this time, every bit of power of the colonial empire is precious, and should be united in facing the outside world. Don't agree, don't oppose, don't respond, don't refute. The two countries will find it boring at that time. Alan Wilson decided on a response strategy for this time. Considering the ethnic ratio of the colonies, this is also good. Richard agreed. It is not easy to refute the motherland to the ethnic groups in the colonies, no matter how to respond, so it is better to pretend not to hear. Very good. Alan Wilson sighed and smiled. Then there is no problem. Let's see the effect of this freedom protection operation and think about how to deal with it. Should we ask Lieutenant General Scones to formulate a landing plan for Jakarta? Elisa suggested. The plan can be made. After all, it is a contingency plan. It is not too much to list a plan. Alan Wilson expressed his agreement in principle, but not in fact. It is better to leave the big scene like the Bay of Pigs landing to the colleagues of the CIA. Britain can't afford to lose that person. At least not now. Elisa nodded, knowing that her boss did not want to consider military action, at least unwilling to carry out landing operations. Think about it. The Pacific Fleet is in Malaya. What is the point of landing? Isn't it using your own disadvantages to hit the enemy's advantages? It seems that in the near future, you will be hung up and scolded by Jakarta because of the free navigation movement. Alan Wilson, who got off work at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and finished overtime, talked about today's discussion to his wife at home. Pamela Mountbatten made such remarks. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, "Don't look down on me. Jakarta is here to deal with Britain, the Netherlands and Portugal. How can it have time to care about me, a high commissioner of a colony? China and India didn't condemn me by name, right? What does it have to do with these two countries?" Princess Margaret was indignant for her brother-in-law. Indonesia's condemnation was reasonable. The other two countries were so far away, but they seemed to be related to him. Maybe it's because of the Bandung Conference. This conference has been elevated to a high level of significance in those two countries. Alan Wilson did not comment, and then said easily, "Don't worry about them. They are far away, and can't do anything except nagging. They have stood up, so it's understandable that they show that they are not afraid of power. Scolding will not kill people, especially for Alan Wilson." This topic came to an end. He took the initiative to ask about the contract with Portugal and whether his sister-in-law needed any help. He couldn't accept half of his bud for nothing. After dinner, when Her Royal Highness the Princess left, Pamela Mountbatten took this opportunity to talk about her idea of going to Paris. Speaking of which, someone from France actually invited me to go. This time, I can help Margaret divert the exploration team, and maybe I can talk about arms sales. The Vengeance class aircraft carrier? Alan Wilson became interested as soon as he heard it. Who has the power to handle this? It's Mr. Monet. Pamela Mountbatten had nothing to hide, especially from her husband. I think he might be able to facilitate the sale of the Vengeance class aircraft carrier. Him? Alan Wilson's face rose. He might really have the ability to do it. It would be best if he could facilitate the arms sales. But you have to understand that London has always been wary of ideals like the United States of Europe. Monet has extensive connections in both Britain and the United States. He has even served as an advisor to Mr. Chang, so it can be said that he has connections in the East. Based on his extensive British and American connections, Monet obtained the power to supervise the implementation of the Marshall Plan in France. Charles de Gaulle had to rely on Monet's connections to get access to American resources and commissioned Monet to formulate a 5-year economic recovery plan for France after the war. Although there was a fundamental difference between de Gaulle and Monet in the values of nationalism and internationalism, France needed American assistance too much. Monet was a staunch supporter of France's promotion of the coal and iron community, compared with the French government, which changed its leader every 6 months. This man represented another group of people who believed that long-term power was the only power. For Monet and his supporters, the ideal Europe was the European Union of later generations, or even the United States of Europe. Charles de Gaulle, at best, thought that the European community was enough. The latter was a person who wanted to make France continue to be great. His understanding of the European community was just a framework to show France's influence and make France stronger. London's current idea was very simple. It supplemented itself with the European community and flew with both wings, which was more conservative than Charles de Gaulle's idea. So when Alan Wilson heard the name Monet, he first reminded his wife not to be poisoned by the United States of Europe. I know, but I also heard that Monet is promoting the concept of economic community. Pamela Mountbatten nodded and whispered, there are many powerful companies and families around Monet, and they are very powerful. Pamela Mountbatten listed them all, including former French Prime Minister Antoine Binet, the head of the French Intelligence Department Jane Van Ritt, Monod and Foreign Minister Schuman. On the German side, there was Germany's first Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, who was also very close to Monod, the former Crown Prince of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the head of the Habsburg dynasty, Otto Habsburg, and the Italian banker Carlo Pacenti, who had close ties with the Vatican Bank. Chapter 862. Only women can defeat women. Lower body Habsburg. Alan Wilson was embarrassed. He only remembered Habsburg at the first time. Among the rest of the people, except for Adenauer, he had a little impression of the other names. Germany and France. Economic community. It's okay if it's limited to this, but it won't work if it goes further. Alan Wilson explained. It's difficult for maritime countries to fight against continental countries. If Germany and France reconcile, Britain will be at risk of marginalization. But we can't stop it from the outside. Fortunately, we are now the leader of the European community, which makes it easier to stop it. You are the commissioner of the colonies. It's not time to formulate foreign policy yet. Pamela Mountbatten covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking that her husband was worrying too much. Wait until I get the foundation here. It's time for me to contribute to British diplomacy. Sir Norman said that I might be promoted to a higher level at the end of this term. Alan Wilson showed off in front of his wife, like Tom who was being played around. Wow, that's really good news. Pamela Mountbatten's eyes lit up. Although the scenery of the Malayan colony was nice, he still liked more lively places. After all, there are too many foreigners here. Sometimes I'm afraid to think deeply. The history of British India will repeat itself. No, absolutely not. Alan Wilson waved his hand and said, for different civilization carriers, we can certainly not despise them, but we don't need to be afraid. Both are wrong. In fact, whether it is China or India, their culture is not worth fearing. Of course, in their own eyes, all the beautiful words are not enough to describe the greatness of their culture, but we should know in our hearts that this is illogical. Different times have different understandings of things. Take the Guandi temple that he worshipped a few days ago. In his previous life, he had different understandings at different stages of his life. At first, he thought Guan Yu was really a god, and later he thought Guan Yu was just a character blown up by the novel. In the end, he returned to the understanding at the beginning. Guan Yu is indeed a powerful person in China, and he deserves the title of martial saint. Whether Liu Bei could build the Han dynasty for the third time, all his hopes were on Guan Yu. If Guan Yu failed, the Shu Han group would lose this possibility. The same is true for the understanding of civilization. He once believed that China and India were very strong in ancient times, but they could not beat Europe in modern times. Later, the filter for India was immediately broken. Without the British invasion, India would have been ruled by the Peace Church for hundreds of years. As for China, it is hard to say whether it is strong or weak. Judging from the expansion scope of the Peace Church and the agricultural era, reason tells Alan Wilson that the Peace Church is the first in the agricultural era. But the last dynasty of China, although it was defeated by industrial countries, could not even find a few defeats to deal with enemies at the agricultural and pastoral levels, just like a full level account in the novice village. Before the Opium War, Emperor Daoguang had the rebellious Zhangjiang executed by slow slicing. The 30,000 king troops arrived in the northwest, which frightened the Khanate of Kokand, and did not dare to attack. The professional opinion given to Emperor Daoguang by the Military Affairs Office was that the Khanate of Kokand was not much stronger than Zhangjiang, and it could completely imitate the old story of destroying Junggar and destroy the Khanate of Kokand together. As for the scale of the troops, 30,000 would be enough. So if the Peace Church invades on a large scale, it will definitely not end up like South Asia. In Alan Wilson's eyes, the Qing dynasty is a stable bully. If he went back 100 years ago and became the Governor General of British India, he might ask Emperor Daoguang for troops. The Afghans were too annoying. The Qing dynasty slaughtered Afghanistan into a white land, and the land was divided equally among the families. He was not unaware of the style of the Qing dynasty. He never knew what enlightenment was. He always killed the rebels first, and then talked about it. What are you thinking about? Seeing her husband's soul wandering away, Pamela Mountbatten asked suspiciously. She didn't know that her man was comparing the military strength of the Peace Church and the Qing dynasty and the popular Guangdong versus King Kaiang. Nothing. I want to talk about the advantages and disadvantages of various civilizations. We should learn from the strengths of other civilizations when we encounter them. Alan Wilson interrupted the key simulation. Although the current world is a world dominated by Europe and the United States, the civilization that has survived for thousands of years must have its strengths. Really? Pamela Mountbatten had a look of disbelief on her face and smiled like a little fox. Can you talk about black civilization? Alan Wilson took a tactical step back and talked about something else. Why did you think of this question? The angle is very tricky. Nothing. Didn't Margaret choose to develop her career in Angola? The main ethnic group there is black. Pamela Mountbatten said with a smile. Let's talk about what is unique about black people. The body proportions are very coordinated. Huh. Alan Wilson opened his mouth and added uncertainly. The personality is very optimistic. Pamela Mountbatten laughed. Seeing her husband's embarrassed look made her very happy. She ended the topic and urged, let's not talk about it anymore. Fulfill your husband's obligations. I still have to go to France to promote arms sales. It was time to pay the public grain again. The Imperial Commissioner worked tirelessly and sweated profusely, which made the woman who was about to leave quite satisfied. It was not that Alan Wilson could not think of a place where black people could become talented, but that this country had not yet appeared. Because Castro had not yet succeeded, Cuba formed an armed force mainly composed of black people during the Cold War and went to Angola to fight the white South African army face to face. In later generations, the crime rate, education level, and life expectancy of Cuban blacks were no different from those of Cuban whites. Look at Haiti, which is imitating the United States next door. The two are simply unbearable in comparison. It's a pity that Cuba has not yet succeeded, so Alan Wilson cannot borrow money to brag about it. Besides, the proportion of Cuban blacks in the world's blacks is too small. Although it can be proved that black people can become excellent citizens of modern society by fully educating them, it cannot change the impression of most black people. Besides, it is better to have capitalist grass than socialist seedlings. Can the good things of the enemy camp be considered good things? The next day, Alan Wilson performed a farewell to his wife and sister-in-law. With great reluctance, he watched Comet No. 1 take off, and then turned around. There was a second child plan waiting for him. How busy the Imperial Commissioner was. It's time to lie down again. It's time to enjoy the tenderness of the national treasure and the little girl. Paris, the capital of France, is also the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty, which makes the French love and hate it. For many French people, the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty is not a pride, but a shame. The Algerian War across the Mediterranean did not seem to affect life in Paris. But in fact, at this time, Algeria had gathered 600,000 French combat troops, which far exceeded the French military force, to deal with the Iron Curtain. But in the hearts of the French, it was more important. It was at this time that Pamela Mountbatten arrived in Paris and arranged for Comet No. 1 to send the princess back to London. In this way, using radio waves, Pamela Mountbatten and her husband in Kuala Lumpur jointly dealt with this meeting and tested the French's purpose. Sylvia Bodini was Monet's wife, 20 years younger than Monet. If Alan Wilson, who thought he had the talent of a prime minister, knew about this, he might come in person to see what was going on. After all, she was a few years younger than Greta Garbo. To be favored by Monet, she must have something extraordinary. Unfortunately, Alan Wilson was benefiting the society in the Malayan colony, and this important task could only be accomplished by Pamela Mountbatten. Now, after a series of good luck, the Mountbatten Group has surpassed a number of old companies and has become a wealth myth in the new era of Britain. As the owner of the group, Pamela Mountbatten has also gained a halo, from a little girl who was dazzled by diamonds to a businesswoman. Seeing Sylvia Bodini in a graceful and luxurious outfit was not at all a loss. France is a republic, and it is still pretending to be aristocratic in front of the British. However, Pamela Mountbatten remembered her husband's usual words and deeds, and showed respect to all civilizations. She asked if there were any new business opportunities, and wanted to discuss cooperation together. Oh, Pamela, what do you think about the European market? Sylvia Bodini, who was also responsible for her husband's task of testing, began the conversation with a friendly face. The bright prospects and foreseeable benefits are good for Britain and France to some extent. Of course, it may not be so easy. The challenges are huge. The interests of various countries are not completely consistent. It may take a lot of time to communicate. Pamela Mountbatten realized at once that Sylvia Bodini's purpose was not simple, and immediately changed to another state. The civil servant's words came out one after another, as if she had been through many battles, and had seen a lot. Sylvia Bodini nodded frequently at first, but later found that Pamela Mountbatten only tasted it briefly, and did not talk deeply about her views on the European common market. She couldn't help but say, the vast market is also of great benefit to Britain. You should not deny this. The business expansion of the Mountbatten Group is also of great benefit. Her husband's obsession with European unification originated from the fact that Britain and France formed the Allied Powers to fight against Germany during World War I. Monnet keenly saw the lack of cooperation between the two Allied powers of Britain and France in the supply and transportation of strategic materials. Monnet communicated with Britain at that time to ensure the logistics integration of the Western Front battlefield, and finally reached an agreement on the logistics and transportation issues between Britain and France. The agreement left a deep impression on Monnet, who realized that countries could make some concessions for a common interest. This became an important guiding ideology for Monnet's later advocacy of European unification. This benefit is of course foreseeable, but there are so many countries in Europe, and so many people, so I'm a little pessimistic. Pamela Mountbatten certainly couldn't show her bottom line so quickly, and continue to beat around the bush. The offensive and defensive between the women continued. After the first meeting, Pamela Mountbatten immediately sent the important content to Kuala Lumpur, and asked her husband to help her with the consultation. In this chapter, I have been thinking about what the strengths and weaknesses of the major civilizations would be like without the Industrial Revolution, which is at least a low probability event. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 863. Let's talk about arms sales first. At the Malayan Administrative Office, colonial officials saw their boss coming back with a unique temperament. People with good noses could even smell a little fragrance. The head of the Administrative Bureau and the West Malaysia Commissioner were already waiting in the High Commissioner's office. When the boss came out, he also brought the smell in. Commissioner, it smells quite strong. There's nothing we can do today. We have to change clothes. Alan Wilson walked to his desk and sat down, then said, no matter what faith it is, Malay mosques and Chinese temples are not allowed to be demolished. We must respect their beliefs. Give me the documents that need to be reported. The respected colonial high commissioner, who had just returned from the temple of the goddess of childbirth, was not because of Anna's second child plan, but out of respect for the Chinese tradition of having many children and more blessings, in order to allow the population structure of the colony to develop healthily. The fundamental purpose is to maintain the population ratio of the two major ethnic groups. The so-called pension cannot be relied on for the pension problem of the Malayan colony. The pension is essentially the wealth created by young people and used to support the elderly under the allocation of the government. Relying on pensions will sooner or later be insufficient. Old imperialisms like Britain need to supplement the foundation of their former colonies. Later Britain built a financial center to attract wealthy immigrants to consume in Britain. In East Asian countries, young people are under too much pressure and the birth rate will avalanche. Sooner or later, there will be a scene of 7 sisters supporting the whole country. Land resources are a fixed quantity. Countries that were not colonial countries in the past are either as vast as the Soviet Union, or have a large population and power to break through the big filter set up by Europe and the United States. In this process, traditional concepts cannot be ignored. Once the concepts are changed, they can't go back. Peace religion countries don't have much fertility problems because of religious issues. In addition to the low economic level, the stubbornness of the traditional concepts of peace religion is also a major factor. Malaya needs a balance between the two major ethnic groups, so Alan Wilson must also take the initiative to contact the feudal dregs of burning incense and praying. Holding the reports from his two subordinates, Alan Wilson was still muttering, "I heard that China north of Hong Kong is promoting the idea that there is strength in numbers. We can change the name and adopt the same public opinion. There is no need to rush the Malays. If we deal with one ethnic group well, the other will naturally follow." Understood. Alyssa took out a small notebook, the same habit as her immediate boss, and wrote down the words to prevent forgetting. Theoretically, the Malayan colony will not feel population pressure before the population reaches 50 million. Richard calculated and nodded. It is still within our reach. Alan Wilson was holding the survey report on the urbanization of Penang, Malacca, Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. He glanced at it casually and said, "The first wave of urbanization construction can start. When Pamela brings a group of planners from London, it can officially start. The supervision will be provided by the 4 major companies in Hong Kong. As for building materials, cement and steel are not in short supply in Malaya now, and the first round of urbanization can start. There is no rush for Kuching and Kota Kinabalu in East Malaysia, and the start will be postponed for 1 year. Counting from the defeat of Japan in 1945, it will be 11 years in another month, and the population of the Malayan colony has exceeded 13 million. After the war, the Japanese Southern Army was intercepted by Malaya and built a batch of houses and infrastructure, but the individual houses and the roads 10 years ago are also due for replacement. The most important thing is that Malaya does need a certain degree of urbanization to reap the benefits. Necessary urbanization helps absorb social wealth, but the residents of Malaya don't have to worry. He will not use real estate to build this important colony. The way to cut leaks has long been the way of education industry. Real estate is just a way to increase economic vitality when it develops to a certain extent. Is there no industrial land reserved in advance in the report? Alan Wilson asked Richard, after reading the reports on the 4 important cities in West Malaysia. "Commissioner, we don't have specialized design and planning talent. Only when people from London arrive can we make a judgment," Richard said with a wry smile. "In fact, I don't understand. We can find a group of people from Australia, and it will be cheaper. It's better to take care of people of one nationality in advance. It's cheaper to find people from Japan." Alan Wilson shook his head and smiled faintly. "This round of urbanization is expected to build Penang, Malacca, Singapore and Kuala Lumpur. The 4 cities will have a population of more than 1 million. I hope to see results before the end of the second term, and no later than 1960. Richard, conduct a new investigation." Richard nodded and left the office with the report. Only then did Elisa take out her briefcase and handed it to her immediate superior. "Commissioner, you actually went to pray for a child. Are you sad that Pamela has only one daughter? In fact, as long as you want. What's the problem?" "Of course no problem." Alan Wilson glanced at his reliable subordinates who had ulterior motives and said frankly, "I really went there with the purpose of colonial development." Then he lowered his head to read the report submitted by Elisa. The scope of Elisa's report had nothing to do with Malaya. It involved Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, and South Vietnam. The Indonesian part was nothing more than whether there were any rallies recently criticizing the white world. The reports on Japan, South Korea, and South Vietnam were local reports with photos showing what kind of crimes American soldiers who could not control their genitals had committed. At this moment, Alan Wilson's behavior was similar to Ren Bones, except that his part of the asterisk was specifically directed at the United States. From the massacre of American soldiers during the Korean War to the rape of American soldiers stationed in Japan after the war, and other parts were in the books of other colonial commissioners. The last page of the report was a week ago, when an American consultant raped a student in South Vietnam. Of course, there were also photos of the deaths. Alan Wilson put down the photos expressionlessly and asked, "How many files have been accumulated?" "Probably more than 4,000 cases, which have been reported. Small incidents of drunkenness are not included." Elisa also remained calm. "There are 400 or 500 deaths, but many of them were dug up by us before 1950, and there is not much evidence. This kind of thing does not require such evidence." If photos are evidence, there are photos of 100 cases, and the visual effect is very shocking. Alan Wilson put the photos back into the interlayer of the South Vietnamese newspapers. We have to keep these case investigations. Maybe they will come in handy one day. Maybe? Elisa hesitated and said, our troops stationed in Malaya also spend a lot on this. I don't care about physical needs. Aren't there still Korean women coming to Southeast Asia? Recently, it seems that a lot of Filipino women have come. But the garrison soldiers cannot be allowed to influence the residents of the colony. I have said many times that the two major ethnic groups in the Malayan colony are very conservative. If something happens, I'm willing to use my life to prove the authority of British law. If a local woman despises the poor and loves the rich, and something happens with the garrison soldiers, it is not Alan Wilson's fault. But there is a way. The major sultans of the Conference of Rulers are willing to show their fearlessness in such matters. When in Penang, Alan Wilson betrayed the garrison in order to prevent his power from being interfered with by the Conference of Rulers. Although it is a bit embarrassing to say it, it is better for the garrison to be supervised than for him to be supervised. He still has to benefit the society in Malaya. It's not like he did such things himself. For example, his old colleague John, while busy with the independence of Sudan, did not forget to keep an eye on how the French soldiers massacred Algerians. The Northern Rhodesian Commission left a large number of photos of Congolese people with chopped hands, and the Zanzibar Commissioner recorded the process of the Zanzibar Sultanate driving blacks back to the African continent. The similar behavior of commissioners from various places was not because of the teaching of a colleague, the Deputy Secretary General of the Overseas Assets Management Committee. What if it can be used one day? Maybe it can be used to make a profit, even if Belgium has long stopped doing so in Congo. But because they had done this before, if Britain no longer felt reliable one day, with the British hegemony of public opinion, the reputation of Belgium could be completely driven into the gutter. Alan Wilson didn't think there was anything wrong. The collection of these criminal evidences, including but not limited to the United States, showed that he was still not afraid of power, so that the United States always felt good about itself, and felt that it was different from other European colonial countries. The last one was a telegram sent by his wife from Paris. The content was that she had talked with Mrs. Monod Sylvia Bodini, and Monod's circle wanted to promote the establishment of the European Economic Community. The Treaty of Rome? Alan Wilson pondered for a moment, and knew the purpose of Monod and others. Unlike the original history, Britain now exists in the European community and even has a lot of say. It's just that Britain regards the European community as one of the two wings flying together, and it is obviously not very concerned about the European community. It also watched Monnet, the chairman of the European United States Committee, with a cold eye. Monnet obviously wanted to find a representative of British capital to promote his Greater Europe concept. Pamela Mountbatten, who had a strong network of contacts in France, was considered a suitable candidate. Alan Wilson immediately went to the telegraph room and explained to his wife across half the world, the Greater Europe concept of Monnet's group depends on what price can be offered. If the strength of the pound can be enhanced, London may not reject it. But the most urgent task is to discuss the sale of the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier. In a later telegram, Alan Wilson's thinking became clearer, saying that if some important European companies were listed in London for financing, and the financial strength of the United Kingdom was increased, there might be a chance. But this part will be discussed last. Let's talk about the arms sale first. If we don't talk about the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier, it will be scrap metal sooner or later. Chapter 864 Martin Luther King. By now, the aircraft carriers before the British Eagle-class aircraft carrier are no longer useful. The Eagle-class and the newly commissioned Queen-class are in the Homeland and the Mediterranean respectively. The Glorious-class is in the Pacific Fleet, and the Vengeance-class aircraft carriers have not been retired, all of which are the result of Britain getting rid of debt. After the two Queen-class aircraft carriers were commissioned, the modification of the two Vengeance-class aircraft carriers, which were not high in the first place, was greatly reduced. There was a theoretical possibility before, but now there is no theoretical possibility. The fact that they did not disappear from the sequence of the Royal Navy is the result of the efforts of the First Sea Lord Mountbatten. Because of Australia's arms sales, the Vengeance-class aircraft carriers may not be retired so soon, but they are basically in a state of doing nothing. Britain has been selling aircraft carriers since the war, but due to technological advances, the inventory in hand is depreciating at the speed of light. If the carrier-based aircraft did not develop so fast, these aircraft carriers would still need to be retained, but now they are in a tasteless state. If there is an opportunity, Britain is very willing to get rid of these burdens and make the configuration of the Royal Navy healthier. Among the various outcomes of aircraft carriers, decommissioning and sealing is the most expensive method. It does not create any value and requires money for maintenance. While France is in need of help, Alan Wilson asked his wife to quickly facilitate the arms sale and dump this burden on France. Moreover, for France, the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier is also needed. France supports the Algerian war and does need the Vengeance-class. This time when returning to London, Pamela Mountbatten also has the purpose of forming an urban planning team and hiring teaching staff to go to Malaya to develop the education industry. It is an unexpected gain to meet the circle of the United States of Europe. During the negotiations, she should take the opportunity to dump the burden of the Vengeance class. The last thing is that a black leader in the United States named Martin Luther King is launching a movement to resist racial segregation. Australians should be concerned about this. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but smile and picked up the phone and said, "Marina, tell Australian newspapers to report on the black boycott movement in the United States. They should report it in a smart way and add pessimism about the future of the United States, but don't make it too obvious. I'll contact Perth right away." Marina's voice came from the microphone, and the phone was hung up after 2 sentences. Australia's founding policy is the White Australia policy, and so far, the White Australia policy is still being implemented firmly. But the United States is different. The peak of white Americans was after the 2 world wars. European whites immigrated to the United States. In 1945, the white population in the United States reached a peak of 92%. 5 years ago, in 1950, it became 90%. Now is the end of 1955. The baby boom has not ended, and the population ratio will not change much in a short period of time. But as long as it drops by 1%, Pamela Mountbatten can let the controlled Australian media report it in a form of earth-shattering. It is useless to use other fields to criticize the United States and Australia, but it is definitely useful to criticize the racial issue. The root cause is the White Australia policy, which combines the increase in the black population in the United States with the insecurity in the hearts of Australians, and strengthens Australia's determination to straddle 2 boats. Martin Luther King, the pioneer of equal rights in the United States, has received more attention in Australia, which is isolated overseas, than in the United States since this day. The growth trends and fertility rate comparisons of different races have also become a topic of conversation after dinner in various parts of Australia. All this is hidden in Alan Wilson's fame and fortune. He is still sweating for the second child plan. Celebrating the birthdays of Hedy Lamarr and Vivien Leigh, he is busy all the time, and his days are so fulfilling. In distant Paris, Pamela Mountbatten became a salesman, constantly selling the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier to Sylvia Bodini, the wife of the chairman of the European Commission. "Madam, you misunderstood. How can we get involved in the major policies of France?" Sylvia Bodini forced a laugh, indicating that she did not have the ability. "I just hope Mr. Monod can help me. I have connections in Paris, but I'm not sure it will be approved in one go." Pamela Mountbatten said with a reserved smile, "This arms sale is actually very simple. The size of the British Royal Navy is excessive, while France is just the opposite. The naval force for cross-sea operations is a little insufficient. Of course, the Royal Mediterranean Fleet can help in the Mediterranean, but we can't always help, right? The Algerian war is a top priority for France at present." If Sylvia Bodini said that France doesn't care, it would be a lie. There are now 600,000 French soldiers in Algeria, and maybe more will be added. You can tell at a glance whether they care about it or not. While Sylvia Bodini was still hesitating, Pamela Mountbatten continued, "The unity between Britain and France is the foundation of European stability. Although Britain has criticized France's colonial policy on some occasions, it actually supports it. But European economic integration? The problem is more complicated. Of course, we also hope to feel the goodwill of France. If France is willing to help, my father will definitely express his gratitude. The British side is definitely not a problem. Britain is willing to support integration? Sylvia Bodini asked hurriedly after hearing it. It can only be said that the probability has increased. There is nothing in this world that is 100% certain. Pamela Mountbatten replied with a smile. Of course, during the formal negotiations, Britain may add some conditions, but I'm willing to work for this, provided that Mr. Monod shows some goodwill. Pamela Mountbatten still expressed conditional support. European economic integration will definitely make Britain nod because of a single arms sale. Once the formal negotiations begin, Britain will definitely have other conditions, but that is a matter for the future. Even if the Mediterranean is calm, it is still the sea. The logistics of the 600,000 French troops largely require the support of the French mainland. The Royal Navy cannot help for nothing, but it is willing to provide 2 30,000-ton aircraft carriers as a backup plan, which is still good for France. After Sylvia Bodini left, she relayed Pamela Mountbatten's words to her husband, who was 20 years older. It's not a loss, actually. France really needs to protect the supply of frontline soldiers and cut off other countries' support for the resistance. Monod thought for a long time and asked his wife. She said that, as long as we can deal with Paris, the British side will never set up obstacles for the sale of aircraft carriers. That's what she said, and she mentioned that General Mountbatten is happy to see the arms sale, and the price may not be as high as imagined. Sylvia Bodini replied immediately, it seems that at least on the issue of colonies, the two countries can easily reach a consensus. Please invite Schumann for me, let's talk about this. Monod made a prompt decision and decided to seize this opportunity. Anyway, France really needs it, and it's not a loss on the issue of arms sales. Monod was not only concerned about national affairs. He asked his wife, you seem to be at home all the time these days. Why don't you go out and walk around? It is said that Ingrid and Edie went on vacation in Asia. Only Greta is in charge of the film company. She hardly shows up. I have nowhere to go. Sylvia Bodini sighed. What is there to do there? Of course there is nothing. The Imperial Commissioner was almost exhausted. He was more tired than the buffalo led by the farmer. Since the two domineering female presidents came to Malaya, his hard-working commissioner stopped working overtime and stopped working until 2 in the afternoon. He formulated a strict time management plan to make the two actresses feel at home. Pamela Mountbatten returned to London while Monod was discussing with Robert Schuman how to gain Britain's support for European economic integration. Today we all understand that, although Britain has joined the coal and iron community, its attitude is very conservative. Not only that, Britain also uses the Commonwealth's industrial base to dump the European market. Robert Schuman did not hide his emotions in front of his old friend. It's just that France does need Britain's help at the moment. After the war, Britain did help France sincerely on certain issues. Now that the Algerian war is not over, France still needs Britain's help. Yes, the Algerian war has quite a lot of supporters, and many people have expressed their support clearly. Monod shook his head at the thought of this war, and then mentioned the arms sales. Britain is interested in selling 2 aircraft carriers. When I talked to the Mountbatten group before, the girl mentioned this. Considering Monod's age, it is very normal to call a girl Pamela Mountbatten. It does not mean that he does not recognize the strength of the Mountbatten group. Robert Schuman obviously knows the strength of the Mountbatten group. It is hard to imagine that an ordinary daughter of a noble has such a large industry in such a short time. Although I saw it with my own eyes, I still do not believe it. There are indeed some lucky people in this world. Monod shook his head in confusion and went straight to the point. Robert, do you think France will suffer a loss from this arms sale? If it were those people like Biddulph, they would be eager for the arms sale to be concluded quickly, and the attitude of the military is similar. Robert Schuman said without thinking. Why? We will help too. The Mountbatten Group now has an important position in the UK, and Mountbatten himself is an important signboard of the British military. If we can express goodwill towards European integration, it will save us a lot of work. You know, Britain has always been difficult in the field of diplomacy. Even if we save a year, it will save huge costs. Monod expressed his attitude and looked at his old friend eagerly. Robert Schuman did not answer immediately, and finally said uncertainly, "Well, I hope this new capitalist can feel our goodwill." At the same time, Pamela Mountbatten, who returned to London, was also mentioning this arms sale to her father, hoping that it would come to fruition. Mountbatten was a little unconfident. "I don't know if the cabinet will approve it." "Of course I agree. Now you need your father to submit a professional report on the low potential for modification. As for the work in Whitehall, I will talk to Frank." Pamela Mountbatten said immediately. Alan and Frank have a good relationship. Chapter 865 The Future Deputy Minister. "Oh, it seems you have planned everything." Mountbatten raised his eyebrows at his daughter and said knowingly, "Then my dear daughter, you should at least let your father know what cards you have in your hand, so that we can move forward steadily. In France, because of the good relationship we had in Algeria before, we have successfully contacted the lobbying forces through the local military. The group represented by Biddult is not a big problem." Pamela Mountbatten told her everything she knew, and also hoped to get different opinions from her father. "And there are some people in the European United States Committee, Monnet, Schuman, Van Ritt and others. Although they are from two different circles, they add up to 2 prime ministers, 2 foreign ministers and the French National Intelligence Coordination Committee. It seems that there is no problem on the French side." Mountbatten nodded and said, "Then the pressure is on our side. Is it us who have the problem?" Pamela Mountbatten thought she had heard it wrong. The advantage that Britain had over France was Britain's political stability. No matter how small the conflict was, as long as they met on the battlefield, damage to the country was inevitable. France gradually lost its strength in the process of competing with Britain for hegemony, because of the political instability and constant coups in France. You should have heard that our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister have been at odds with each other, because of the victory or defeat of the party leader in the early years. It's just that Morrison's prestige is too high. This gap has been particularly prominent in the past 2 years. There is also the Chancellor of the Exchequer Gatesk. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister are generally acceptable to European integration. The Chancellor of the Exchequer has a more conservative attitude. In general, the relationship between the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer is complicated. The Chancellor of the Exchequer is a supporter of the Prime Minister and is at odds with the Foreign Minister. Perhaps only people in Whitehall know the complex relationship. Compared with the joint advancement of the 2 circles in France, the current Labour cabinet looks peaceful. It has been in power for 3 consecutive terms, leading the UK to eliminate foreign debts, and the economy has not suffered any major setbacks. But it's just that the internal contradictions are unknown. On European issues, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister are consistent, but the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister are hostile to each other. The Chancellor of the Exchequer supports the Prime Minister, but the Chancellor of the Exchequer is opposed to European integration. Father, Bidder and Monnet are not in the same circle. Bidder firmly supports the Algerian war, and Monnet pays more attention to the integration of Europe. If they can sit together, there is no reason why we can't. The Labour cabinet will not oppose this matter. I will talk to Sir Edward and Frank. Pamela Mountbatten said coquettishly, "Of course, I'm not saying that the Navy has no benefits. If the arms sale is successfully achieved, the number of new aircraft carriers built may reach 4. In this way, you don't have to worry about your beloved Royal Navy being marginalized in the next 20 years. You and your Alan have learned bad things, and you actually come to deceive and use your father." Mountbatten looked sad, and he really wanted to give his daughter a lightning 5 whip. But Mountbatten was still fooled. He was happy to see the growth of the Royal Navy. Not only did he think that the enmity and glorious classes should be sold, but there were also a batch of 10 Centaurs and Colossi, and he was also actively looking for buyers. In fact, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is indeed selling these aircraft carriers of less than 20,000 tons to different countries. Candidate countries include, but are not limited to Brazil, Chile, Argentina, India, and even want to sell one to Iran. Of course, in order to make the French feel that they are getting good value for money, General Mountbatten still turned his attention back to his old unit, the Royal Mediterranean Fleet. The Mediterranean Fleet, with Malta and Cyprus as important naval bases, together with Gibraltar and the Suez Canal, which are still controlled by the United Kingdom at the east and west ends of the Mediterranean, can help France cut off support for the resistance forces from other countries. There are now 600,000 French troops in Algeria. How many local people are there in the whole of Algeria? Mountbatten really didn't know much about Algeria and couldn't help but ask his daughter who had explored there. More than 8 million. Pamela Mountbatten hesitated for a moment. The exact number cannot be calculated. This is just an estimate. The French really take it seriously. Mountbatten chuckled after hearing this. Most of the country's military power is in North Africa. I don't know how many troops are under the command of NATO. With 600,000 troops suppressing Algeria, whose total population is more than 8 million, Mountbatten could not think of a reason for failure. In this case, it is estimated that France will win. The sale of 2 aircraft carriers will be icing on the cake. Paris is willing to do so. This is a win-win situation. While her father was drafting a report on the almost zero modification potential of the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier and recommending that it be sealed to the Minister of the Navy, Pamela Mountbatten went to find the 2 civil servants of the Ministry of Finance, the former Cabinet Secretary, the current Permanent Under-Secretary of the Ministry of Finance, and his deputy Frank. Frank did not expect that he would be approached so soon after chatting with Kuala Lumpur on his way back to London. Actually, there's nothing I can do. I can only do the math for Chancellor Gates and save a lot of money. Frank smiled bitterly and repeated what he said in Kuala Lumpur. The most important thing is whether Paris has this intention. If it does, I can only influence it from the side. Our Chancellor of the Exchequer is not easy to fool. How hard is he to fool? Pamela Mountbatten was very curious. This was a very high evaluation. He could be a civil servant, Frank said to himself, shaking his head. So I don't agree with any decision the Chancellor wants to make. Me. Pamela Mountbatten whispered suspiciously, then changed the subject and said, perhaps I should ask Sir Edward if he has any solution. After all, he is a gentleman with rich experience. It's not that serious. Upon hearing the name of his immediate superior, Frank immediately changed his attitude. We each have our own duties and never interfere. We are all motivated by the desire to benefit society. With concerted efforts, we should see optimistic results. Indeed, my friend. Pamela Mountbatten was very satisfied with the answer. I heard that Sir Edward also has the intention of retiring. It seems that the future of the Ministry of Finance still lies in you. Pamela, don't say that. Our Ministry of Finance is just a small department with only 123 senior officials and 467 secretaries. That's all. Frank immediately expressed his absolute approval of his immediate superior. As for who will be the future permanent secretary of the Ministry of Finance, who knows? That puts my mind at ease. Pamela Mountbatten smiled faintly. My husband said that you are a colleague he recognizes. I recognize Alan very much, too. Frank also reciprocated, responding positively to positive responses. Pamela Mountbatten left, and it was too early to talk about future awards. She returned to London not only for arms sales, but also for mobilizing exploration teams with experience in offshore exploration and looking for urban planning talents to help the urbanization of the Malayan colony, as well as people from vocational schools, which were not trivial matters. According to the colonial government report published in the Malayan colony, the professional knowledge and skills of the people constitute the intangible capital of prosperity, and the cultivation of such knowledge and skills is the guarantee of economic development. It was decided to include industrial schools, agricultural schools, commercial schools, merchant marine schools, industrial remedial schools and apprentice schools in a vocational school system. As a secondary technical education school, the industrial school is divided into labor, agriculture, aquaculture, commerce and merchant marine. It also recruits graduates from higher primary schools, and the vocational training period is 3 years. In addition to the vocational school part, the Malayan colony will establish 4 universities in Singapore, Malacca, Penang and Kuala Lumpur, which will be developed with the focus on urbanization, as educational support for the Malayan colony by British higher education. Of course, the 4 universities are a long-term plan, and it does not require such a large amount of investment at the beginning, but the teacher groups going to the Malayan colony will receive more favorable treatment than in their home country. In a high-end apartment in Kuala Lumpur, Ingrid Bergman, wearing a men's shirt, was busy making baguettes. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. Ingrid Bergman, who was attracted by the attention, saw Hedy Lamarr, who was dressed in the same way, coming out and asked, "Is he awake?" "He's sleeping soundly." Hedy Lamarr's mouth curled up, as if she thought of something wonderful. "Huh, don't tire him out." Ingrid Bergman continued her baguette journey, with a distressed tone. "Oh, it seems that you have also worked hard." Hedy Lamarr rolled her eyes, obviously so energetic last night. Ingrid Bergman blushed and argued, "I mean to let him have a good rest. He is already very tired from work. Put down the bath water and let him get up and relax." "What's the point of taking a bath?" Hedy Lamarr didn't think so. "What dirty places are there? Haven't they been kissed clean? What are you worried about being tired now? Don't come up with so many tricks." "Will he be tired? Making food?" Alan Wilson staggered out with sleepy eyes, missing the scene just now. "I'll run you a bath." Ingrid Bergman came in and led the man to the bathroom. "The food can be made later." After a while, Hedy Lamarr could hear the faint sound of applauding for love coming from the bathroom, gnashing her silver teeth. "Don't tire him out." Humph. The time to satisfy the appetite was slightly delayed. Alan Wilson, who had finished his morning exercise, wolfed down the food without hiding his desire to attack the food. The two actresses were much more reserved, listening to the man's instructions with radiant faces. "If you want, you can have a share of the urban construction of Malacca City. But you have to build a new company in Newfoundland to participate. French capital entering the British colony is still easy to be discovered." After the battle last night, Alan Wilson was obviously in a state of complacency. His old problem came back, and he must give enough rewards. Chapter 866, Vengeance Level Arms Sales. Even though it has not officially started, Alan Wilson has already had an idea for the 4 major cities in the plan. The Mountbatten Group in Singapore and Penang and the 4 major families in Hong Kong must have a share. Kuala Lumpur can be handed over to local and Malayan capital. There is one left, Malacca City, which is now ready to be divided between the 2 movie queens to share the benefits. This is already the limit. He can open a back door, just like the 2 movie queens do the same to him, but he can't hand over the construction of the 4 major cities to them. We have never been in such an industry. Ingrid Bergman was a little lacking in confidence and looked embarrassed. "It doesn't matter. What's the point of not having a start?" Hedy Lamarr, on the contrary, said to Ingrid Bergman, "He won't harm us, unless he wants us to sleep on the streets with our children." Alan Wilson smiled bitterly with his mouth open. "What do you mean by sleeping on the streets? I'm not that kind of person. Otherwise, you'll be sorry for the treatment we give you." Hedy Lamarr glanced at Ingrid Bergman meaningfully. This reminded Alan Wilson of the good memories of yesterday. He felt that it was okay not to go to work today. However, the colonial government is not going to make more money from this city construction. It should be done in moderation. Alan Wilson solemnly instructed that the 2 actresses would profit from it, but they would not become rich overnight. The real estate bubble has appeared more than once since the First World War. Every time it appears, the people facing it are confident that this time is different. But what about the reality? Every time is the same. If you want to be truly different, you should have a fully planned economy like the Soviet Union. Then there will be no bubble, but there will be deflation. At least when the Soviet Union was alive, deflation has never been completely solved, but it has been alleviated at different time periods. The current policy of the Malayan colony is really just to cut leaks in city construction, but only once. This round is over, and the next time will be either 10 or 20 years later, and there will be no more brainstorming on real estate. As for the income this time, Alan Wilson thinks that 200 million to 300 million pounds will be enough to complete the task. This number is not large. The Gold Coast in Africa now has an income of 200 million pounds on the books. Are the residents of the Malayan colony not as good as the black people on the Gold Coast? Impossible. In his spare time, a large part of the High Commissioner's work in the administrative office is to see what the United States is doing, what France is doing, and then what Indonesia is doing. If there is no major event sent to him in the colony, he can wait for the end of the get-off work day. The Malayan colony is a small department, but there are also 20 regional commissioners, 160 senior officials, and more than 20,000 civil servants who benefit the society in this distant colony. It is not that there are too many redundant officials. The civil servants in the Malayan colony are not as many as the garrison troops. So it is absolutely reasonable for him to let the sultans focus on the garrison troops before, and the best steel should be used on the blade. After work, Alan Wilson, who is well versed in moving from place to place, arrived at Anna's residence. He was grateful to the little dragoon, who had been accompanying him here for a long time. Whenever he thought of them coming from afar to accompany him, he always felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Aren't those two movie queens here? With your Vivian, you still remember me? Anna was very rude, accusing the fickle man, holding her waist with both hands, looking quite strong. It's been so long, and my stomach hasn't moved yet. Of course, I don't care, because my man is so popular. Dear, it's really heartbreaking that you talk like that. You know, I always respond to your requests. Alan Wilson took a step forward, one hand already on her slender waist. I'm doing this for your own good. Those old women are poison, and will drain you dry. Anna hummed, even if I can't compare to them, when they were young, I have been carefully selected, and the most important thing is, that I'm young. Woo woo. In order to calm the dissatisfaction of the little dragoon, Alan Wilson could only have a verbal battle and temporarily suppress the woman's protest. There will be a career, there will be children, everything will be. Don't change the lines of our movie. Anna broke free from the man's mouth and said indignantly. The little dragoon has been very irritable recently. I don't know if it's because the war situation didn't go according to plan and is in an unstable state. He always gets angry with Alan Wilson from time to time, but it's all within the acceptable range. If he had a boxer's problem, Alan Wilson would definitely change his attitude. Anna obviously has a degree in her mind and controls the playfulness to a certain extent, so that she can be taken seriously without being annoying. I don't know if she only focused on psychological games when she was studying in Ghazna. Anna carefully grasped the timing. She knew that in addition to herself and the two actresses, there was also Vivian living in Malaya with her son. If the trouble went too far, the man had a place to go, which was fully equipped and ready to move in at any time. This time, the city construction plan naturally needed the support of the Chinese compradors. Alan Wilson kept chatting with the compradors who had passed their childhood and figured out how to stimulate the potential of the Malayan comprador group. As for the city left for these big compradors, it is Kuala Lumpur at our feet. Generally, there are only two places where real estate is most valuable, either the political center or the economic center. There are many countries like Britain, where the political center and the economic center are combined. But it is not the case in the planned Malaya colony. Singapore will serve as a transit port. Penang and Malacca are also important ports, but there is only one political center, which is the colonial capital of Kuala Lumpur. From this point of view, Alan Wilson is quite good to these big compradors. Separating one of the four major cities and handing it over to the Chinese for urban construction is simply the conscience of imperialism. The future of the entire Malaya colony depends on his thoughts. The big compradors who know the inside story are of course flocking to it, fearing that they will fall behind in this round of competition. In the past few days, they have been surrounding the High Commissioner to express their loyalty. I believe that you are all reliable people. Alan Wilson did not reject the courtesy of the big compradors, pretending to be noble and upright. Instead, he hinted that everyone had a share in this matter. Each of your companies has a share. I believe that the wealth will increase by a level after the completion of this project. Of course, at this stage, you do not have the strength to fully undertake it. Compared with those people in the Teku group, you lack too much. You can only do second-hand contracting in the downstream industry. If all of you add up, it would be good if you can equal the profit of Teku group alone. Okay, I will give a price and guarantee that all of you will not earn less than Teku group. Now I have finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? Suyang, Guke, Cheyenne Kai and Q and more than a dozen people nodded, indicating that they had no objection. Alan Wilson was very satisfied and joked with everyone, asking about the original place of origin of each person, to get closer to them. Where is Guke from? Alan Wilson asked the third person among the compradors. Of course, it was just a casual question. My ancestral home is Changsha, Lord Zantang. As soon as Guke opened his mouth, he found that Alan Wilson looked a little strange. What's wrong? Lord Zhangtang has heard of it. He is really knowledgeable. Excuse me. Alan Wilson looked respectful. It turned out that he was a talent from Changsha, the capital of boxing. How could he dare to say anything? Apart from anything else, he was a man. However, he did not treat Gukha badly because of his place of origin. After all, Gukha was also a miserable person. After all, he was also a man. Born in Kwandu, he was already worthy of sympathy. Reaffirming the role of the Navy and gaining public recognition was indeed Mountbatten's top priority after he became the first Sea Lord. He believed that only by getting others to recognize that the Royal Navy's ships could become carriers of large swimming rockets in the future could other matters be put on the agenda. During Mountbatten's tenure as the first Sea Lord, this was the first cornerstone of the policy pursued by the Admiralty. The second cornerstone was to ensure support for amphibious strike forces that were carrying out missions to protect British interests around the world. Mountbatten was very realistic and strategic in applying for government funding. The Royal Navy was in the process of transformation, so it could not be as willful as before. It could only treat the Royal Navy as an ordinary branch of the military and wait for opportunities. Fortunately, with the progress of Australia's arms sales, the construction plan of a new aircraft carrier has been put on the agenda. In the past few days, he completed the feasibility report on the lack of modification potential of the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier and prepared to submit it for storage. It was given to the Secretary of the Navy, the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Air Force. After doing this, General Mountbatten waited for the French to take the initiative. It did not make him wait too long. George Biddulph then came to London to visit the UK. George Biddulph's 10-year experience shows the speed of change of the French government in recent years. He presided over the coalition government in the second half of 1946, served as Minister of Foreign Affairs from 1947 to 1948, and then served as French Prime Minister for the second time from 1949 to 1950. Then he served as Minister of Defense 3 years ago, and Minister of Foreign Affairs again last year. During George Dupier's visit to London, in addition to calling for Britain's support for France, he immediately took out a bargaining chip for Britain's support, expressing his desire to purchase 2 British Vengeance-class aircraft carriers. Because of this request, the cabinet meeting was directly held under the chairmanship of Attlee, and the Foreign Secretary, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the First Lord of the Admiralty gathered together to discuss George Dupier's intentions. Unable to come up with a consensus in a short period of time, Attlee started with the data and asked the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the First Lord of the Admiralty to explain the situation. As a result, Frank's report on the financial pressure caused by the Vengeance-class aircraft carriers and the sealed report submitted by Mountbatten appeared in front of Prime Minister Attlee through Norman Brooke's hands. Chapter 867. Streamlined and not streamlined. It is very heavy. Attlee held 2 file bags that were as thick as a finger. Born in 1883, Attlee is now almost 73 years old. When Churchill was in the House of Commons, he was considered stubborn and old. But now, Attlee is not much better than Churchill at that time. It is inevitable that he will have the problem of lack of energy when he is old. From the second half of his second term, Attlee also began to rely on the Cabinet Office to share the huge workload to reduce his workload. To be fair, he has not worked at a high intensity for a long time. After forcing himself to read it for a while, Attlee gave up and asked Norman Brooke directly, "Norman, do you have a more concise report, or do you know any general framework?" "Yes, Prime Minister." Norman Brooke was not surprised by Attlee's behavior. All this was within his expectations. He introduced it directly. Frank's report aims to determine the trend of structural optimization of the Royal Navy and to cut military expenditures from the perspective of cost savings. For example, regarding the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier currently involved, I did a simple calculation. If we agree to the French arms sale request, we can save a lot of logistical expenses. In addition to getting money, we can also earn some modification fees. Of course, the specific arms sale model still depends on the opinion of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Whether we modify it locally, or the French think that they don't need help and take the aircraft carrier back for modification, the final number will be different. As for the first Sea Lord's report, although it is from a different perspective, it is essentially the same thing. Norman Brooke picked up General Mountbatten's report again. It is essentially an optimization plan given by the Royal Navy from its own perspective. It can be seen that General Mountbatten is still a very open-minded naval commander, a respectable and professional naval leader. Attlee nodded, and Norman Brooke continued, "Your Excellency, let me first briefly introduce the Royal Navy's streamlining and integration plan for the next 5 to 10 years, starting with aircraft carriers." The Prime Minister remained silent, listening to Norman Brooke's introduction. Not to mention the battleships. Even the latest battleship Vanguard has now arrived in Loyal Malaya. The Royal Navy's battleships, that can still be used, are all in the Pacific Fleet, and the logistics and maintenance are borne by the Malayan colony. This is why the Royal Navy has remained the framework of the global navy from 1945 to the present 10 years. Although a number of warships have been dismantled and sold, the total tonnage is still over 2 million tons. As for the aircraft carrier part, in 1945, the Royal Navy included, but was not limited to 4 Glorious class, 2 Eagle class, 2 Vengeance class, and 15 Giant class aircraft carriers that had not yet been completed, a total of 23 aircraft carriers. At that time, there were also the Malta class and now the Queen class aircraft carriers, and the 4 improved Centaurs of the Colossus class were also retained for continued construction, totaling 29 aircraft carriers. After the war, Britain encountered financial difficulties and continued to sell aircraft carriers to reduce the expenditure of the Royal Navy. However, the financial pressure has eased over time, and there are still many aircraft carriers in permanent ports. According to the first Sea Lord's report, the Eagle and Queen classes must be retained. Although the Centaur class has a slightly smaller tonnage than the Glorious and Vengeance classes, it was built later, and the issue of increasing the size of carrier-based aircraft was already taken into consideration at the time. Therefore, its modification potential is greater than that of the Glorious and Vengeance classes. But for the Vengeance, Glorious, and Colossus classes, selling them may be the best outcome. Sealing them up is not unacceptable, but it will only delay the time for dismantling them. Norman Brooke flipped through the streamlined and integrated part, then pushed it in front of Attlee and said, "Not considering the retirement fleet in the Malayan colony, the Royal Navy's battle sequence for the next 5 to 10 years will be 2 to 3 new aircraft carriers, 2 Queen classes, and 4 Centaur classes, with varying numbers of undismantled and sealed parts of the Vengeance, Glorious, and Colossus classes that may be retained. Then in 5 to 10 years, the Royal Navy will be configured like this, about 10 aircraft carriers of various levels, and depending on the situation, the remaining aircraft carriers, 4 cruisers, about 70 destroyers, 70 frigates, and submarines of varying numbers. All this does not include the Pacific battleship formation, that may have lost its combat effectiveness by then, with a tonnage of about 1.5 million tons. Norman Brooke played a trick here. As we all know, the battleship formation of the Malayan colony is also very large, with a tonnage of nearly 600,000 tons. If the model of placing poor performing warships in Malaya to continue serving continues, then the so-called streamlining and integration will be out of the question. The size of the Royal Navy in 10 years predicted by this report is likely to be no different from the current size. Norman Brooke is an honest man. If Prime Minister Attlee raises objections at this time, he will definitely tell the truth. But the great Prime Minister did not ask, so he did not need to say that the so-called streamlining and integration could not even reduce a ton. Prime Minister Attlee was certainly more open-minded than Churchill, but he was a Prime Minister from the old era after all. He had also seen the days when the British Empire commanded the world and declared war on Germany with its colonies, dominions, and dozens of political units. The 500,000-ton streamlining plan was enough to satisfy him. He was not yet mentally prepared to make the Royal Navy a second-rate navy. After listening to it, he said with satisfaction, "This will greatly reduce the cost of the Royal Navy, and can it maintain normal renewal?" Indeed, respected Prime Minister, most of the Glorious, Vengeance, and Colossus classes will disappear from the current combat sequence. It can be said that General Mountbatten may be bleeding in his heart. There is no way. Wartime is different from peacetime. After World War I, the Royal Navy also faced a similar situation. Yes, a lot of battleships were sold at that time, just like selling aircraft carriers today. Hearing Attlee mention the past of selling battleships after World War I, Norman Brooke agreed deeply. At that time, it was just like now. The new aircraft carrier that is about to be built is larger than the Queen class, which has been in service for a short time. From this point of view, there is really no need to keep aircraft carriers below the Vengeance class. The Admiralty has already given professional opinions. The potential for modification is not great, but the cost of modification is not small. Compared with the future big guys, the Vengeance class, although with a tonnage of 30,000 tons, can only be called a small guy. So, Norman, you also think there is no problem with selling the Vengeance class? Attlee looked at Norman Brooke for advice. Dear Prime Minister, this is a tough decision made by you alone. Norman Brooke started joking. Of course, if you ask me, this is a good way to save costs. We can propose to add some additional conditions, such as the Strait of Gibraltar and the Suez Canal, to help the French do more inspections and prevent any dangerous goods from flowing into Algeria. The rest depends on the French themselves. That's right, this is an additional condition that does not cost money and can also be appreciated by the French. Unconsciously, Prime Minister Attlee has already recognized in his heart that this arms sale to France is extremely important. Who is not important? Even though Prime Minister Attlee had already made a decision, the work was not done, yet in order to try to eliminate interference. Chancellor of the Exchequer Gates was a cabinet member who was very wary of France's integration into Europe and hated to hear the ideal of the United States of Europe. Frank changed his words. France's idea of integrating Europe for integration is certainly worthy of vigilance, but it can be clearly seen that the circle of insisting on the Algerian war and the circle of European integration are not the same. Dear Minister, these two things cannot be done at the same time. If Algeria can be integrated into Europe as part of France, then the entire Commonwealth can join European integration. If so, of course we in the UK will have no problem. The Commonwealth is much stronger than the French community. Gates attached great importance to, or was very wary of the issue of European integration. Frank knew this very well, and used this as a starting point. The Chancellor of the Exchequer, who was most likely to oppose, felt that this was indeed the case at this time, and his position was quietly changing. In the next cabinet discussion, the discussion on whether to sell the aircraft carrier to France has turned into what price is appropriate to make France feel the warmth from the UK. Although the tonnage of the Vengeance class is sufficient, the fact that the modification potential is not great and the cost is not small still makes the cabinet restrain the idea of cutting the traditional friendship with France for 700 years. Everything is discussed based on the professional evaluation of the Ministry of Finance. Based on the cost plus the discount, 2 Vengeance class aircraft carriers, £20 million is not a loss. At that time, the exchange rate of pound to dollar was still 1:4.2, and now it has become 1:2.8. The loss on the exchange rate cannot be borne by the French. This offer was directly notified to the French. After meeting with George Biddulph, Prime Minister Attlee also proposed the additional conditions discussed before. Britain will help at both ends of the Mediterranean, but Britain cannot solve all problems. Other places, such as contraband from Yugoslavia, must be solved by the French themselves. Sometimes, we have to blame France like the Americans. Attlee also mentioned his difficulties to George Biddulph in private. But at the same time, George Biddulph was assured that Britain's intention to help France since the end of World War II has not changed until now. Only when Britain and France are united can the interests of both countries be protected. What is the traditional friendship between Britain and France? Alan Wilson lay directly in Ingrid Bergman's arms, enjoying the luxurious hardware of the Swedish car with his back head. I need to adjust the update time. It's not possible at this time. I have to go. Chapter 868, Egypt's Resurgence. 2 more big burdens were thrown away, so that in the future combat sequence in 10 years, there will be 2 or 3 new aircraft carriers, 2 Queen class, 2 Eagle class and 4 Centaur class, as well as aircraft carriers that have not been sold out. Even if the naval construction is stopped, it can still serve until the 1980s, and there is no need to worry about the collapse of the Royal Navy in the short term. This premise is of course based on the smooth construction of new aircraft carriers, but it should not be a big problem. Since Australia has already paid, can we expect Britain to spit out this money? As for underwater forces, aircraft carriers may be sold, but nuclear submarines will never be sold. Even if the collapse crisis of the Royal Navy has not been completely resolved, it has basically been resolved. Look at you, I'm happy for you. Ingrid Bergman had a face full of blame. She was a little hurt by the man's collision just now, but she still didn't show it, as if she was happy for Alan Wilson. I'll go get a bottle of wine to celebrate. Alan Wilson jumped off the bed directly, walking and talking with a happy expression. Ingrid Bergman was covering her chest with her hands at this time. Hedy Lamarr glanced at her. What's wrong? You don't dare to say anything after being hit? This is not the behavior of the First Lady. He didn't mean it. Ingrid Bergman sighed lightly and said sympathetically, what a lively man. He is very good to us. What else can I be dissatisfied with? Hedy Lamarr seemed to have seen a new world and said in disbelief, in the past 2 years, I found that you have been more and more dependent on him. You were not like this before. Ingrid Bergman looked at the bedroom door and could only hear the sound of rummaging through boxes. Then she whispered, Hedy, I'm 40 years old and you are 1 year older than me. We still maintain our appearance very well. If we want, there are still many people flocking to us, just like before. But if we say that our bodies are still the same as before and we don't feel tired, I believe you will think I'm lying. What do you want to say? Hedy Lamarr glanced at her expressionlessly, not knowing what Ingrid Bergman meant. I mean, every year I feel lucky to meet him. Ingrid Bergman said solemnly, this kind of life is good. I have 2 daughters and you have a son. If you are still not satisfied, look at Pauline. She is the same as us. Doesn't she have few sweaters? But in recent years, she can't even find a good job. Major companies have long thought that she is out of date. The most important thing is that she has no children and always feels lonely. You have heard similar complaints when she came to Paris. She did say several times that she likes children very much. Hedy Lamarr opened her mouth, finally gave up the rebuttal, and then stopped talking. If many older women cannot be touched without a husband and children, then Pauline Goddard is an actress of the same level as them. When she is no longer in glory and her career hits a wall, she has no man to rely on, and no children to accompany her. This state can no longer be ignored by Ingrid Bergman. This time she came to the Malayan colony on her own initiative, just to see this man. He really has nothing to say about women. If there is any shortcoming, it is that he is like the sun to beautiful women. Hedy Lamarr was a little annoyed. If I were only 20 years old, I would definitely discipline him. Ingrid Bergman turned her head away. She just listened to this casually. No woman is always 20 years old, but there are always 20-year-old women. In her opinion, Hedy Lamarr is just being stubborn. At this moment, you must find a bottle of French red wine. Before the man arrived, Alan Wilson's voice had arrived first. He broke into the room with red wine and a high-foot glass, wearing a gentle smile. Now I want to celebrate with the 2 ladies of the same status as my wife. It's true that we should celebrate. Ingrid Bergman got off the bed and took the glass from Alan Wilson's hand with a smile. I'm really flattered. Recently, I found that my charm is getting bigger and bigger. Alan Wilson narcissistically handed the glass over and opened the red wine with a corkscrew. A man and 2 women were sitting on the bed, toasting each other and celebrating something that seemed to have nothing to do with them. In fact, France still has a lot of things to praise. At least there is one goal they are willing to work hard for. The bad thing is that the French have too many goals to work hard for, so there are always coups. Alan Wilson, with the help of alcohol, began to speak out again, and they think highly of themselves and are a bit arrogant. I agree. Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman looked at each other and expressed their agreement tacitly. It was almost 1956, and Alan Wilson was always a little unsure about the year when the Suez Canal War broke out. Reason told him that Nasser was nowhere to be found, and the whole of Egypt was paying attention to the construction period of the Aswan Dam. There would be no problem with the Golden Waterway that was vital to Britain. But Alan Wilson was always unsure, and he was in a state of anxiety and fear of loss. If it weren't for the great encouragement from the ladies of the same status as his wife, he might have been even more anxious. It's obvious that they are old and want to find a stable support. Hearing Alan Wilson say that the movie queens are understanding, Anna curled her lips and said, I just don't want to lie to you. Otherwise, with my years of studying psychology, it would be easy to fool you. Oh, really? Alan Wilson started to tease shamelessly, but then again, if the Soviet Union's basic education is so strong, it's really a troublesome thing. It's a trouble for us and for you. Anna asked back in confusion, where do you come from? Is it wrong to educate an ignorant person? If a person knows everything but cannot change the status quo, it is easy to become dissatisfied with society. Alan Wilson smiled and whispered, they have the right to be ignorant. If they don't know anything, they won't be dissatisfied with society. Isn't it good to eat and sleep every day? Alan Wilson was still quite doting on the little dragoon. There was no special reason. She was young and beautiful, had a child to bond with, and most importantly, he felt that Anna was not lying when she claimed to have studied psychology. Anyway, he couldn't hide his thoughts from her. After they reconciled, Anna never mentioned any political matters to avoid recalling the unpleasant memories between them. The only difficulty now is that Alan Wilson doesn't know how to arrange things around Christmas. Should he arrange work as before and then subconsciously avoid accompanying her? This is not good. Those ladies of yours who are of the same status as your wife are easy to deal with except Hepburn. Anna analyzed from a man's perspective. They are all around 40 years old. It's okay to feel young at 30, but it's impossible to still have that mentality now. Anyway, they are in the same profession, and I think they all know each other's existence, so why not spend it together? I'll forget it, but leave the 2 days before and after for me. I'll arrange my work to stagger the time and accompany her separately. Alan Wilson would be lying if he said he wasn't moved, but he was still scared at the last minute. He had always said before that it was common for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and he would be careful at critical moments. At the end of 1955, Alan Wilson convened another meeting of overseas commissioners. Commissioners from major colonies and protectorates came to Kuala Lumpur again. As before, the old boss from the Persian Gulf was an exception. Before these colleagues came, Alan Wilson first started the year-end summary of the Malayan colony and appointed a new commissioner for Christmas Island, a position that everyone was in awe of. The main reason was the location of Christmas Island, which was too lonely. This small island, which was originally governed by the Straits Settlements, was located in the southern waters of Java Island and closer to Australia. In fact, before and after the independence of the original historical Malayan colony, Australia asked Britain for the sovereignty of this island out of precaution against Indonesia, and Britain gave Christmas Island to Australia. Among those who came from Egypt was Pharaoh Khai's special envoy, Isaac, because Egypt was short of building materials for the construction of the Aswan Dam, which was provided by Malaya. This time Isaac came to see the situation here. Alan Wilson certainly attached great importance to it. The 2 places where Britain had long supported the empire were not white dominions like Canada, but British India and Egypt, where the races and cultures were incompatible. The former can be replaced. Now the Malayan colony has been replaced well, but how can Egypt be replaced? There is no way around it. Because of the arrival of Yesaid, Alan Wilson took out his precious time and did not accompany the lady of the same status as his wife to jog in parallel. He came here to visit with a big bearded man. Commissioner Wilson, the appearance of Malaya is beyond our expectations. Yesaid was very surprised. Egypt itself is the center of the Arab world. Other Arab countries are not as good as Egypt, but now the intuitive feeling is a little worse than Malaya. If it is the same, wouldn't I have worked in vain for so many years? This is not the beginning of the city construction. Thinking so in his heart, Alan Wilson still said modestly, you are welcome, Mr. Yesaid. I believe that after the construction of the Aswan Dam is completed, Egypt will soar into the sky. Of course, a stable social environment is the foundation of everything. In fact, what the 2 places pursue are not the same. Infrastructure, education support and autonomy. Egypt wants these, and now Malaya wants these, and British India wanted these in the past. Alan Wilson could not give him autonomy, but he had ways to support infrastructure and education. However, he was surprised that Pharaoh Khai could send a special envoy. Was it because he had been lying for so long that he believed it? Did he really think he was Ali Pasha, the Lord of Egypt's revival? I started to adjust the update time at night. Recently, I felt like I was updating Indu and D's Underworld. Chapter 869, Sharing of Urban Construction Experience. Even so, he still had to give Yasaid full courtesy and take the initiative to ask about the construction period of the Aswan Dam and ask if there was anything he could do to help. In fact, after all, the British public opinion also had a certain responsibility for Faroukai's current image. Without the British consistent statement to tie the Aswan Dam to Faroukai, how could the Thief King have such a great reputation today? The whole of Egypt has great expectations for the Aswan Dam, and this is also due to Mrs. Wilson. Seeing Alan Wilson's initiative to ask, Yasaid directly expressed some gratitude on the matter of the dam. The whole country has expressed its determination to unite. Oh, after the dam is built, Egypt will have the power supply brought by the dam, and it can start a lot of industrial construction. Alan Wilson breathed a sigh of relief. The water flow of the Nile River is not worthy of its length, but at least it is larger than all the rivers in Australia. Water resources are not a problem, provided that nothing happens upstream. Water is important to many other countries, but for a country like Egypt, it is no longer important, but life. In the 21st century, Egypt wanted to do something to Sudan and Ethiopia several times because of the water resources of the Nile River. In fact, it is not that Britain and Egypt do not have room for cooperation on African issues. Didn't they cooperate happily in the co-management of Sudan before? It's nothing more than a question of who is in charge. Even now, the two countries still take a consistent attitude on the issue of the Sultanate of Zanzibar. Even Alan Wilson wants to sell the giant to Egypt. Anyway, elimination is just a blink of an eye. As the King's special envoy, Yasaid attended the Colonial Commissioner Conference in Kuala Lumpur, and many people in Egypt knew it. According to the analysis of the Egyptian civilian Big Flag Party, it was King Faroukai who knew that Egypt itself had few resources, but the Commonwealth and colonies were rich in resources, and he fought with the British in the dark to seek benefits for the construction of Egypt. The importance of the Big Flag Party lies in this. For a better future in the long run, the idea of temporarily cutting back on food and clothing and enduring. With this idea, the Egyptians can grit their teeth. Without this idea, whether it is a sudden rise to overthrow the monarchy or lying down and dying, it is not a good thing for the royal family. Listening to Alan Wilson's goodwill towards Egypt and his proactive description of a bright future for it, Yasaid was also in a good mood. Of course, he didn't know that Alan Wilson's sincerity was based on the fact that Egypt was not a threat in his heart. Only 30,000 square kilometers of the land of 1 million square kilometers can be inhabited. Where can they jump? What needs to be vigilant is not to stimulate the Egyptians' mentality of not being afraid of wearing shoes when they are barefoot. When there are preliminary construction results, things will be much easier. After asking about the construction period in detail, Alan Wilson had already made a judgment in his heart that the Aswan Dam could not be completed without a 10-year construction period. As long as something goes wrong, it is normal to be completed in 13 or 14 years. At that time, Egypt and Britain will not have to negotiate hastily about the Suez Canal. When the Colonial Commissioner was held in Kuala Lumpur to coordinate the meeting on British overseas assets, the negotiations on the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier in London had come to an end. France was definitely serious about Algeria. The special grants of £20 million and $56 million have been received, and the degree of simplicity surprised the Labour cabinet. At this moment, the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier has been fully fueled and departed from the British port, heading for France, the next stop in its service career. It will arrive at Toulon port in a few days. At the same time, the subsequent modification of the Vengeance-class aircraft carrier has nothing to do with the UK, and will be done by the French themselves. Immediately afterwards, the First Sea Lord Mountbatten submitted the construction plan of 4 new aircraft carriers to the cabinet for approval. Of course, there is also a feasibility assessment of the sale of the Giant class and Glorious class ships. The significance of these two reports put together is self-evident. The sale of old ships and the construction of new ships complete the renewal of the Royal Navy. If Alan Wilson could see the explanation of the new aircraft carrier, he would definitely have a sense of deja vu of the Enterprise without nuclear power, but he was not there, and he was still calculating this year's profits with the commissioners of other colonies. For Britain, when its strength was no longer unrivaled, the development of armaments became radical, and immature but sufficiently advanced technologies were used in various weapons. Compared with the plans of other branches of the military, the Navy, relying on its past technological accumulation and the still huge shipbuilding industry at that time, was the branch of the military most likely to achieve results. Almost at the same time, Alan Wilson sent a message from the Colonial Commissioners meeting in Kuala Lumpur, and the estimated overseas asset scale and circulating funds were correct. Scale and circulating funds are two different things. This telegram was received by the cabinet, which was considering the construction of a new aircraft carrier for the Admiralty. The next day, it approved the construction plan submitted by Mountbatten, and started to build 4 ships at the same time. The previous hesitation was the difference between 3 or 4 ships. If 3 ships were built, the cabinet would not need to allocate additional funds. Australia's arms sales plus the cash from the 2 Vengeance-class aircraft carriers would be more than enough. If 4 ships were built, the cabinet might need to allocate funds. The Labour Party cabinet also felt that freeloading was happiness, and it was a headache to take the money by themselves, so the dispute was mainly about how many ships to build. Before the telegram from Kuala Lumpur arrived, Mountbatten was also doing his best to hope that the plan he submitted would not be cut. He even hinted that, if the country needed it, he would be willing to do his part to sell the Goliath-class aircraft carrier and go to New Delhi to talk to Nehru about it. The funds from the arms sale could be used to replace the aircraft carrier. However, after the telegram arrived, the cabinet approved the construction plan submitted by Mountbatten. When the news came, the entire naval headquarters was immersed in a sea of joy. The Queen class and Centaur class, in the final analysis, are the completion of the construction of aircraft carriers in World War II. Construction began before the end of the World War, and the war has been over for 10 years. Strictly speaking, in these 10 years, the shipbuilding plan submitted by the Royal Navy only passed the Courageous class destroyer, which is the only new ship in service in the Royal Navy in the past 10 years. The construction of the 4 new aircraft carriers is the second batch of shipbuilding after the war. You must know that the war has been over for 10 years. How could such good news not make the Admiralty happy? As the son-in-law, Alan Wilson also felt happy from his father-in-law's telegram. He put the telegram away and looked at Vivian Leigh, who was doing yoga, and said, "My dear, is that enough? Do you really want to humiliate my figure?" Right away, Vivian Leigh did not look back, finished stretching, and stood up sweating all over. Alan Wilson continued to look down at other documents, although he did not object to a woman having explosive muscles. But now the British treasure has gone a bit too far. Hedy Lamarr and Ingrid Bergman often exercise, but they did not train 8-pack abs to embarrass him. The most important thing is that the 3 major actresses have different foundations. Vivian Leigh is a petite figure. It is not worth it to train her breasts. Vivian Leigh, with sweat on her face, came over and kissed the busy Imperial Commissioner. By the way, she glanced at the recent meeting minutes and exclaimed with a smile, "You colonial administrators actually control so much wealth. The asset scale is £4.2 billion, and the liquid funds are close to £10 billion. This is an astronomical figure that Vivian Leigh cannot imagine. How much? It's less than 1 year's military expenditure. This is exactly the meaning of nationalized enterprises." Alan Wilson sighed. The growth in scale comes from urban construction in the colonies, but this is unsustainable. Don't you see Brother Pi, from proudly saying that his company has 300 billion in capital reserves to the company's continuous thunder and negative news in just 3 or 4 years. The essence of overseas colonial real estate is to leave a pile of reinforced concrete to the colonies after independence, and then squeeze out all kinds of wealth, so that the colonies can become independent. However, in the eyes of many people in the colonies, Britain finally has a conscience to do something good. For a long time, Britain's colonies have pursued infrastructure construction, education industry support and autonomy. Now the Overseas Assets Control Committee is using infrastructure construction to exchange for the stability of the colonies. When it really reaches a mess, the colonies can become independent. The best place in Africa to develop real estate is Nigeria, because Nigeria has a large population. In the 1950s, there were 30 to 40 million people, especially in Africa, which is a very remarkable thing. Northern Rhodesia, which is not much smaller than Nigeria, now has only over 500,000 Slavs. This is the result of Mihajlovic's constant instigation of Yugoslavia from Italy. Tito has now repeatedly expressed that it is necessary to be vigilant against Mihajlovic's playing the immigration card, which is the biggest challenge facing the Yugoslav people. Alan Wilson shared his work experience in British India with his colleagues for free. If his colleagues were not so motivated and did not need encouragement, he would have wanted to share the method of common area. By the way, dear, didn't you also get a few plots of land in Hong Kong? Alan Wilson hugged the warm body of the national treasure into his arms, one hand constantly wandering on his 8 abdominal muscles, and joked, "Do you want me to die on the bed? You are obviously very satisfied, and now you say this again." Vivian Leigh turned her head and rolled her eyes at the man in front of her. "You said before that my buttocks are a lot more lifted." "I think I said." After a moment of meditation, Alan Wilson fell into deep memories. Deputy Secretary General Ingram called out in the meeting room of the administrative office, "Did you hear that? Didn't you want to listen carefully to Nigeria's urban construction experience?" "Oh, sorry." Alan Wilson didn't blush and continued to join the discussion on urban construction. "This time, the urban construction of Malaya will require your help. Send some experts. After all, the Malayan colony is different. The profit may not be high, but the significance is very important. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 870, 1956. No problem. Many senior commissioners spoke up one after another. Deputy Secretary General, in fact, you are already slow. There is no way. Malaya has been built once by Japanese prisoners of war. This time it is considered a renovation. However, if it is considered the big construction of British India, I started earlier than you. Alan Wilson boasted with a smile on his face. So, isn't this sharing the joy of labor with colleagues? Labor can also be very happy. Real estate is not a very technical job, but it is enough to meet the needs of the colonies, and it will also drive the sales of steel, cement, ships, and cars. The former is necessary, and the latter can't be carried on the shoulders of people to transport raw materials. And the advantage of building colonies is that you can do it boldly. If it really explodes in the end, the worst case scenario is that the colonies will be independent. This mine will not affect the mainland, but the nationalized enterprises in the colonies will suffer losses. The risk is not completely controllable, but it can also be said that there is basically no risk. It promoted the sales of the British shipbuilding and automobile industries, and increased the production capacity of the Malayan colony. Washington, who had one eye on the Soviet Union and one eye on Britain and France, of course knew about Britain's large-scale construction in various colonies, but there was a precedent in British India. Washington judged that Britain was going to scrape the land before leaving. Who made the previous wave of large-scale construction in British India so impressive? Until now, Nehru's main request for assistance has been to complete the follow-up projects in the Kolkata industrial zone. The frequency was so high that even Americans noticed it. Now, after reviewing the original British large-scale construction plan in British India, they have insight into the consequences of Britain's failure in that large-scale construction. The reason why Washington noticed Britain's repeated large-scale construction is that the United States is also currently undergoing large-scale construction, which was promoted by the current President Eisenhower. If a few examples are not used as evidence, then wouldn't so many think tanks be derelict in their duties? Because of the close time distance, the last large-scale construction of the Kolkata industrial zone in British India has become a perfect comparison object. And this time, the urban construction of the major colonies was also considered by the United States to be a repeat of Britain's old tricks, leaving reinforced concrete to the colonies, while running away with the wealth of the colonies. The United States does not care what will happen to Africa, but it does hope that Britain will withdraw, so it will not say anything on the surface. Britain is currently carrying out large-scale construction through commissioners of colonies and protectorates, as well as the Persian Gulf Airport and part of the Aswan Dam project. In the past 300 years, Britain has never been so conscientious, except in colonies dominated by whites. Because the area covered is very large, this wave of large-scale construction will definitely not be completed in 10 years. The highlight of African urban construction is not the East African colonies with a larger area, but the densely populated British West Africa. The Gold Coast is important because of its gold production, and Nigeria is also valued because of its sufficient population. Now it is the main profit point of this wave of large-scale construction. The urban construction in West Africa can provide some experience for Malaya. One of the main purposes of this meeting of colonial commissioners is that Alan Wilson wants to mobilize resources to start the urban construction in Malaya. Other colonies can grow wildly, and at worst they will become independent in the future, and all the adverse consequences will be borne by themselves. But it is different here. He has never meant to let the Malayan colony become independent. The large-scale construction of African colonies is just that the people in the colonies feel very conscientious, because Britain has never been so concerned about building infrastructure for a long time. In Malaya, it is not a feeling, but a true conscience. Dear gentlemen, the construction of Malaya will start after the new year, that is, in 1956. When Alan Wilson said this, he glanced at USAID for no reason. He still couldn't separate the number 1956 from Egypt. This made USAID very strange, but the few days of listening also made him see the strength of the British Empire to a certain extent, so he suppressed his doubts and didn't ask what the look just now meant. The 5-year goal of the Malayan colony is to build 4 cities with a population of 1 million. Malaya can solve the raw materials by itself. The urban design will be done by planners from London. I believe that this urban construction will promote the export of local cars and machinery. Of course, you have all experienced similar things, so I don't need to say more. Send the most professional people to ensure that this urban construction can be used as a model project. At the same time, it is also to show Nehru that we are not incapable of running the colony well. The mess in India is obviously the problem of the Indians. We have never had any problems. Yes, we have never had any problems. The problem is these barbarians. The conference room was suddenly filled with people. The colonial commissioners in recent years have become rich and have a good impression of Alan Wilson, their direct superior. Although everyone's immediate superior sits in Whitehall, the person who often asks about it is not the high-ranking cabinet secretary, but the deputy secretary general in front of them. Everyone respects Alan Wilson very much. Of course they respect him. Alan Wilson even specially selected a group of foreigners who went to Southeast Asia to earn foreign exchange, to solve the physiological needs of these colleagues to increase this respect. As for him, such a diligent person, of course he disdains to go along with the crowd. He can only work hard on some movie queen or some Maumeri, which cannot be compared with the high quality life of these gentlemen. At the end of the meeting, Alan Wilson said in a Versailles way, "I hope that in a few years, the assets under our Overseas Asset Management Committee will reach £10 billion. This requires demand. If there is no demand, we will create demand." In fact, we can see from the large-scale construction that, as long as we are good at thinking, there are still many opportunities in the vast colonies. Just like Africans always hang fancy things around their necks, we can try to get jade to Africa to sell. Anyway, there are a lot of them in Myanmar. It doesn't matter if they fail. If they succeed, it will be another profit point. Alan Wilson said to Ingram that many British people have seen the raw materials of his own jade house, but Africans have not seen them yet. As long as the colonial commissioners are more diligent, there may be unexpected gains. Diamonds are not rare. Isn't it the same as one forever? Money speaks volumes, just like London, which previously didn't even think about starting work on an aircraft carrier, but now it's starting work on 4. That's it, Richard. Tell your colleagues about today's arrangements, and I'll leave first. Alan Wilson asked Richard to arrange the nightlife for the colonial commissioners, and he was ready to go. Around Christmas was his busiest time, and his colleagues were still not satisfied, experiencing the exotic customs in Malaya. It was unlike him, dealing with several tigresses every day. If he hadn't been ambitious, Ingrid Bergman's suggestion to take turns living here to accompany him would not have made him feel honored at all, but instead made him feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was just a joke. After Christmas, these colonial commissioners left Kuala Lumpur, either returning to their own jurisdictions or returning to London for the new year, while Alan Wilson stayed where he was, calling friends to celebrate the new year together. He welcomed Ms. Bokina to visit her sister, as well as good friends from the Golden Zodiac. It was said that these good friends came to reminisce with Vivien Leigh, including Katharine Hepburn. This Hollywood award-winning actress solved a big problem for him, because with her presence, Alan Wilson had a moment of rest, but on some occasions, Katharine Hepburn asked intentionally or unintentionally, "I'm very surprised, Edie and Ingrid, it seems that they are not here for travel, and they seem to be very familiar with this place." "Oh, really?" Taking his eyes away from the beautiful women in the apartment, Alan Wilson looked guilt-free. "Miss Katharine, you and Vivien are friends. In fact, everyone here is your friend. It is enough that everyone gets along well. Look how happy they are laughing. Maybe." Katharine Hepburn looked at the smiles of many actresses and said lightly, "You are also good at making friends. I think they all like you very much." "Oh." Alan Wilson straightened his back and complained in his heart, "Who made me give so much?" In addition to Greta Garbo and Katharine Hepburn in front of him, he almost never met anyone he couldn't handle. There are also advantages to having many people and a lot of gossip. Several ladies of the same status as his wife mixed in among them, and they all became ladies all of a sudden. This gave him ample strategic space in time management. He flirted with Joan Crawford and asked Bette Davis about the American drama industry. He accepted Lana Turner and Joan Bennett. After all, he was everyone's friend. He was the man behind the Great British Treasure, and there was no need to be shy. Time was so ruthless that it came to 1956. Yusei left a few days later than the colonial commissioner, and he left with Alan Wilson's indoctrination that aircraft carriers were a symbol of a strong country and that there would be no chance if they were missed. It was unknown whether Egypt would show a tough style and whether Pharaoh Kai had the ambition of Ali Pasha. It depended on whether he would propose to buy aircraft carriers. If he did, it might even lead to a wave of inventory clearance. At a work meeting at the beginning of the year, Alan Wilson formally proposed the start of urban construction. "Many of my colleagues came directly to the Malaya colony from British India to work, and even your families live here. It seems a long time since we left South Asia in disgrace. That powerful leader seems very complacent. It's time to issue a notice and announce the urban construction plan. We must pay for the Kolkata industrial zone plan that year. What we have to prove this time is that the reason for the failure of the British India construction was entirely India's own problem. The Indians are not good enough. This time, Malaya's urban construction must succeed." In January 1956, the Malayan Administrative Office announced that this year it would launch urban construction plans for Penang, Malacca, Kuala Lumpur and Singapore, and it was expected to build 4 cities with a population of 1 million. Once the news was announced, it quickly aroused heated discussions in the Malaya colony. Chapter 871 Malayan Household Registration System. If nothing unexpected happens, once the city construction begins, this wave can greatly increase the income of the colony. A group of officials from the Malayan Administrative Office gathered together to discuss how to advance the city construction this time. West Malaysia Commissioner Relasa and commissioners from the 4 major cities, including Everett, were all present to exchange experiences. The main thing is to absorb the Chinese as urban population and incorporate them into the city with high standards of modern life. As for how to satisfy the Malays, the main focus is that the Chinese entering the city can reduce competition with the Malays for land. Alan Wilson played with a pen and winked at Elisa, meaning to let her do this. In fact, according to our general survey, the Chinese do accumulate wealth much faster than the Malays. Richard nodded in agreement, and from the perspective of population distribution, the Chinese tend to stick together, and their residences are also very concentrated. including Kuala Lumpur, Penang, Malacca and Singapore, the 3 places that were originally part of the Straits settlements. The proportion of Chinese is very high. So that means the foundation is good, saving us some energy. Alan Wilson pondered for a moment. I don't want to bring out inferior products. It's not impossible to let the Chinese pay for it, but let them feel that it is worth it. We discussed it a bit, Commissioner. Everett exchanged glances with several regional commissioners, and then said, we think that urban construction should still be based on the British style. Anyway, the planners and designers are all from London. The remaining problem is that the construction of the subway should not be rushed, and the profit may be pitifully small. Okay, I'll listen to you. Alan Wilson directly agreed. After returning from London, he also investigated the subway facilities in detail. Then he found that the London subway was actually losing money. This fact triggered the memory in his mind. In later generations, the only subway in the world that did not lose money was in Hong Kong. The remaining subway facilities, whether in London, Paris or Berlin, all require financial subsidies from the state. As for a certain infrastructure maniac, all the subways in major cities across the country are losing money. If this system is used in the Malayan colony, public expenditure alone will increase greatly. Perhaps only the subway in Singapore can lose less money, and the others will have to be subsidized by the colonial government. After learning this fact, the subway in Alan Wilson's eyes became a face-saving project. Anyway, there is no population pressure in the colony, so he never mentioned the subway again. The 4 regional commissioners rejected the construction of the subway this time, and he directly agreed. The Administration Bureau will start to improve the resident identity and household registration system in the colony. There are mainly 2 sets of certificates, the household registration book for the family unit and the identity card for the individual. The latter can be obtained from the age of 16. This will help us manage. In particular, we must distinguish between ethnic groups. Add an ethnic column to the identity certificate to distinguish between Chinese and Malays. This is the general format. Alan Wilson took out a paper with a format similar to that of the ID card in later generations and emphasized, Pamela has contacted local chemical companies and will provide samples for making ID cards. Several officials of the colonial government took the sample and circulated it to each other, nodding with satisfaction. Commissioner, it's a great idea. Of course, Britain also had a similar household registration system, which developed during the enclosure movement, but it was in name only after the Industrial Revolution. Things like household registration books and identity cards, at least the British no longer saw them. Other civilizations also have something for us to learn. Alan Wilson was not embarrassed about his shameless plagiarism of East Asian characteristics. It is well known that Britain has always followed the local customs in colonial management and fully absorbed the experience of other civilizations. Only in this way can it be long-term and even surpass. Alan Wilson had a reference. In addition to land redistribution, the new China also implemented a strict household registration system. Each farmer can only live on his own land and cannot move to other places. Otherwise he will be sent back to his original household registration place. The purpose is to prevent the land from being annexed again. He is now ahead of the times because China is still in the process of planning and has not officially implemented it. But the household registration system also existed in previous dynasties. He said that great minds think alike. The Chinese have such a tradition, so it should not be a problem for them to accept it, but it is a bit difficult for the Malays. After a discussion, everyone felt that the household registration system was a good thing for the colonial government, which could make it easier to control the trends under its rule. The difficulty in implementation lies in the Malays, issued together with this year's immigration management decree, using the excuse that neighboring poor countries often smuggle into the Malayan colony, strictly manage the terms of entry and exit, and issue a decree to repatriate all male stowaways in the Malayan colony from now on. Alan Wilson thought and said, go and discuss with the editors of major newspapers and analyze it from the perspective of a big game, including but not limited to foreign stowaways snatching jobs from locals. From the male perspective, it can be analyzed that the colonial government is to ensure the balance of the local male-female ratio and consider the happiness of men to make a break and only repatriate male stowaways. Isn't this difficult? Of course it's not difficult. Richard and others understood in their hearts, it's nothing more than Malaya winning again. What's the difficulty? Alan Wilson did not change his Sagan boxing champion style and sought a wave of benefits for the male residents of the Malayan colony. There is no way. The rebels in all dynasties have been mainly men, and he must give priority to the interests of men. Who made him plan to use men as animals? This is the situation in the Malayan colony. According to the Sharia law, Malays can marry 4 wives, while according to the Qing dynasty law, Chinese can take concubines. The size depends on how rich the man is. So what can he do? In most places in the world, the birth rate of boys is slightly higher than that of girls. Eastern Europe is an exception for some reason. Malaya is also like most places in the world. The birth rate of boys is higher than that of girls. There are also the Qing dynasty law and Sharia law. It is destined that some men will find it difficult to solve lifelong problems. These people are unstable factors. Even if there is no way to overthrow the British colonial rule, it is annoying to always have Jack the Ripper. This problem cannot be solved by conventional means. I can only think of ways from the surrounding poor countries. As long as other countries are worse off than me, I win, and let the neighbors around me solve the problem of the shortage of women. Just like in New Delhi, mobilize the atmosphere for me first. This year will be the year of change in Malaya. Alan Wilson set a tone, and everyone nodded and left the administrative office to prepare separately. Public opinion preparation about the behavior of Indonesians who said no, but were honest with their bodies and smuggled into Malaya. First, it was published in major newspapers and criticized. This was considered to provide public opinion for the establishment of immigration management regulations and household registration identity cards. This did not require his special concern, and he continued to deal with ladies of equal status with his wife. It was not easy for Bokina to come here, and he could not let her down for coming from afar. It is true that some unpleasant things happened in the past, but in the future, she might still be needed. We should look at problems from a developmental perspective, and the situation in the world is always changing. Look. Anna pointed at her belly and boasted, even if I'm pregnant, it's not noticeable in the first few months. It's mainly because the production workshop has a large capacity, so it looks much more hidden than other women. Humph. Bokina was unmoved and ignored her sister who was thinking about taking shortcuts. Giving birth to one baby after another, that's your value in this world. I'm a heroic mother in my country, right? It's unreasonable not to give me a year of maternity leave. Like you? Anna was calm and her feet were shaking. We are all creating value. There is no distinction between high and low jobs. She felt that Bokina's indifference could be attributed to jealousy. What kind of strong woman is this? If you have the ability, don't come here. You've traveled 10,000 kilometers to come here specifically to let your man have sex for free. Alan Wilson was devoting 120,000 points of energy to work. How could she have time to think about her children's private affairs? She would hang a camera and invite the British treasurer and her friends to take publicity photos for the urban construction of Malaya. And the discussion about the jobs and women taken away by stowaways was getting louder and louder. All the major newspapers called on the colonial government to ensure local employment. The estimated figures of non-colonials ranged from 200,000 to 1 million. The Star loudly proclaimed, the continuous flow of illegal immigrants has become the main problem facing Malaya. Commissioner Wilson should pay more attention to this problem. This appeal to the Lord finally made Alan Wilson withdraw his attention from the Golden Zodiac. The Malayan immigration management regulations and the household registration and identity card system were proposed at the same time. Along with the documents on the investigation of illegal households and the repatriation of illegal immigrants, the spokesperson of the administrative office stated, this will be the main focus of the British and Malaysian governments in 1956, and all illegal immigrants will be dealt with severely. However, women are an exception. Although this is a tough statement by the British and Malaysian governments to curb the trend of illegal immigrants, but a woman risked her life to come to Malaya to pursue a better life. If we repatriate her, she may be persecuted. From a moral perspective, it may not be justified. It is neither moral nor gentlemanly. It is not an option for Britain. Papapa, the spokesperson of the administrative office caused a round of warm applause. The big flag party appeared again, and rumors about women staying to make men happy began to spread among the people. So, what's so difficult about this? The commissioners in various places will count the population and establish household registration. The identity card issue will start in a few months. Alan Wilson picked up the phone and asked Richard to notify the commissioners in various places to promote the household registration system. Chapter 872, A Colorful Navy. Regarding the fact that the victory was mute, the sultans also needed to help support it. This was not difficult. Ali Khan conveyed the news from another country. This year was also a new move in India's year of change. Just like the year of change in Malaya, India's superhero Nehru, after several years of waiting, redid the borders of the Indian states at the beginning of this year. It seemed nothing. The only change was that after the redivision of the borders of the Indian states, the original political structure of the princely states was completely broken up. The ruling status of the original princely states was broken up with this move, and their influence was greatly reduced. In essence, aren't the sultans of Malaya living much better than the princely states of India? Ali Khan came forward to ask the sultans to support the colonial government and say something like win the Majan for this purpose. Each country has its own affairs, just like what Bokina revealed is also very important. The federal government is preparing a ban on the German Communist Party, which will definitely be issued this year. Oh. Alan Wilson's hand stroking Anna's lower abdomen stopped slightly, causing dissatisfaction from the little dragoon. Sorry. Apologizing to Anna, who looked unhappy, Alan Wilson said to Bokina, in fact, this is a matter of time. Germany is so important. How can we let the pro-Soviet forces have an influence? I heard that there are quite a few members in the German Communist Party, and they should also be eradicated. There are probably less than 90,000 members. Bokina seemed to be talking about something that was not expected to be related. What do you think? Let me think about it. If it is strictly banned, it will be easy for the Soviet Union to find a sore spot. I think even if this ban is issued, there will be other actions in the future. For example, ban the old pro-Soviet political party and establish a new German Communist Party, but it will be completely different from the original one. Alan Wilson said while thinking. Although democracy is just for fun, the free world should not be so rough when it is on the front line. There must be other backup measures. In fact, this is the case. In the current international political environment, the federal government has prepared relevant bans for several years. In the domestic political environment, the new federal government is dominated by a political and judicial institution based on the personnel of the Third Reich era. The repression of the left has long been widespread and has intensified with the issuance of the ban on the German Communist Party. Since then, the ban has been in effect. Instead, a new Communist Party was approved, the new German Communist Party DKP. After the replacement of the old and the new, the matter came to an end. Alan Wilson didn't want to hide anything. Since he knew it, all the dirty things during the period should be recorded. He never had too much handle. You are really careful. Anna, who dribbled past the man, glanced at the father of the captive and praised him with admiration. Sure enough, only people like you can understand the hypocritical capitalist country. Don't make a fuss. This is also your choice. Alan Wilson bit Anna's red lips and said nonchalantly, we are at war, and it's okay to use such tricks. I believe even Moscow can understand it. This is a war. In order to win the final victory, the proletariat must be killed. Alan Wilson thinks this is his job. Let alone the German Communist Party. What about the Indian Communist Party and the Indonesian Communist Party? They have all been liquidated and arrested. There is nothing new under the sun. Just get used to it. Where is your wife? She has been staying in London. Bokina did not want to continue this topic, so she started to attack him. Are you relieved when a woman is not around? We are in contact every day. She will be back soon, but she has to go to New Delhi before that. Alan Wilson stretched his body. He was actually accompanying Mountbatten to visit India, but considering the sisters' previous record, he could not reveal what they were going to do. Compared with the ban of the German Communist Party, the official announcement of the reconstruction of the Air Force by the Federal Republic of Germany was a small problem. The relevant discussion was that, if there was cooperation within Europe one day, the two sisters would be able to help. When Malaya started the year of change, Mountbatten, who had been away from New Delhi for many years, went to this new and powerful country this time, accompanied by his daughter and the princess. The main purpose of this visit was to discuss the issue of dumping goods. To put it more directly, the Titanic class that Britain did not want to continue to serve, whether India was interested in taking over. The Titanic class aircraft carrier cancelled the armor protection of the Glorious class, and the ship type was almost a smaller and simplified version of the Glorious class. In order to save time and cost, its power system directly adopts the configuration of a cruiser, resulting in a maximum speed of only 25 knots, which can barely keep up with the fast fleet. The Admiralty and Mountbatten himself meant to install a steam catapult and sell it to India for £9 million. Of course, carrier-based aircraft are also calculated separately to add bricks and tiles to India's powerful country. This move can also demonstrate the love of his father and maintain the traditional influence in India, which can even be said to be a win-win situation. Pamela Mountbatten, who came with him, was to see the biopharmaceutical industry operating in India. His wife has not arrived yet, but the planning and design personnel recruited by returning to the country this time have already arrived in Kuala Lumpur, ready to benefit the society in Malaya and contribute to the lighting of this Asian beacon. Nehru was very happy about Mountbatten's arrival. Although Mountbatten's son-in-law was not a thing, it did not harm their personal relationship. He was also very interested in Mountbatten's idea of selling aircraft carriers. Great powers need aircraft carriers, and Nehru also thought so. He couldn't afford the United States, and the Soviet Union didn't have any. Britain, which had already made some giant-level sales businesses, was the only choice. Just after the end of the World War, Britain had already started selling aircraft carriers, but it was only to countries with the same culture as Australia and Canada. Now it was finally India's turn. Knowing that India could not build aircraft carriers at present, Nehru hoped to contribute to the construction of the Indian Navy and make the Indian Navy more colorful. This place is far worse than Malaya. Princess Margaret had a very bad impression of India. Only the city center was acceptable. Once she was a little further away, she could immediately see unbearable scenes, as if the air was not clean. Although the place is a little worse, for me, there are many good memories. Pamela Mountbatten smiled and fell into memories. Here she met a true love. Although her husband is not perfect, some minor flaws can be completely ignored compared to his strengths. To this day, Pamela Mountbatten still believes that Alan Wilson is her most suitable life partner in the world, no one else. While Pamela Mountbatten was reminiscing about the good memories of the past, Mountbatten was in the former residence of the Governor-General of British India, talking about a win-win situation with the current owner, starting with personal relations, and then showing that India was already a powerful country, and then turning to sales. £9 million, plus the latest steam catapult, is not a problem for India now. At least that's what General Mountbatten thought, and things were not all smooth sailing. Nehru also hoped that Britain could exert its influence and see if it could talk to Portugal about the Goa issue. Oh, I really can't do this. The situation in Europe is still very complicated. General Mountbatten spread his hands and said helplessly, what position can Britain use to persuade Portugal? Britain itself still has many colonies under its management. With this premise, it is not reasonable to ask Portugal to give up Goa. As for the Goa issue, Portugal and India can handle it themselves, and no other country can interfere. I'm really sorry. Although Mountbatten was not a civil servant, he was well versed in telepathy, and it was impossible for Nehru to dig a hole. He would rather fail to do this business than give Nehru any promises on the Goa issue. Portugal still has many ways to help Britain. Even so, Nehru suppressed his minor unhappiness due to the relationship between Britain and India. The fundamental reason is that Britain still looks strong, at least stronger than India at present. A week after Mountbatten arrived in New Delhi, Nehru approved the arms sales contract for the Colossus. The conclusion of this arms sale had been paved long ago, and the roots can even be traced back to when British India was still there. At that time, Mountbatten, who was still the Governor-General of British India, had talked to Nehru about the importance of the Navy and sea power, saying that India and the United States had similar geographical environments. Nehru learned about the uniqueness of aircraft carriers as floating airports and the concept of aircraft carrier battle groups. At that time, Mountbatten said that it would make India an indispensable naval force in the Indian Ocean. It can be said that Mountbatten had laid the groundwork nearly 10 years ago, and today it has finally come to fruition. This is why the cabinet had doubts about the number of new aircraft carriers to be built before, and Mountbatten promised the cabinet that he would sell the Colossus to make up for the shortfall in funding. It was not just after the Chinese New Year, and Mountbatten could not wait to visit and come to India to promote the giant class, all for the new shipbuilding plan, to avoid twists and turns. When the arms sales contract was signed, Mountbatten was relieved. He felt that he was absolutely worthy of the position of First Sea Lord, and did his best for the development of the Royal Navy. On the one hand, the British Empire could sell its surplus warships after the end of World War II to India, and on the other hand, it could make the future Indian Navy inseparable from the help of Britain in the maintenance and support of large ships. It was a very cost-effective deal. Mountbatten sold the giant-class aircraft carrier that was stopped at the end of the war. It has been completed for more than 75%. After India buys it, Britain will also add angle decks, steam catapults and a more complete island. Although the Sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. Britain's selling is far from over. India is not the first nor the last. Chapter 873 Good news from the Soviet Union. £9 million is not cheap for a giant aircraft carrier, but we also need to consider the installation of steam catapults and angle decks, and the application of these new technologies. When selling weapons, Britain may charge a high price, but it will not compromise on quality. This alone is much higher than the two superpowers that do not follow the moral code of war. The Soviet monkey version weapons are world famous, and American weapons are even more famous for their high prices and low configurations. If a country encounters a military power like Britain that is clearing its inventory, it should start the war quickly. India may not be clear about major policies, but it has always been keen on such issues, and knows that if it misses this opportunity, it may not be able to get it. Because of Mountbatten's visit, New Delhi hit it off and reached a military sales contract. Mountbatten returned with a full load and sold the unfinished aircraft carrier that was drying on the slipway, and Nehru was also very happy. India will become the only country in Asia that has aircraft carriers. Not to mention Malaya, which is a British colony and essentially a British military force. India is the first. At the Kuala Lumpur International Airport, two beautiful figures walked out amidst the guards. The radiant image certainly belonged to the richest woman in Britain and the current princess. Alan Wilson was waiting in front of the passage. When he saw his wife and sister-in-law, he took the initiative to step forward and said, "Welcome my wife and princess to loyal Kuala Lumpur. You are talking weird words." Pamela Mountbatten's eyes flickered, and she said to her sarcastic husband, "Have you met those designers? Are they useful?" Pamela Mountbatten stayed in India with her father for a short time, but the designers and teachers she had summoned had already gone there first. "I have met with them and talked about urban construction and education industry support. I can't say that both the host and the guest had a good time, but I can say that we had a good conversation and the treatment has been agreed. I also introduced them to local elites, and the public opinion feedback is quite good." Alan Wilson took the initiative to help his wife carry the suitcase and led the two to find the waiting special car. "Speaking of urban construction, I also have an idea. We want to build a building in Kuching and Kuala Lumpur at the same time, facing each other in East Malaysia and West Malaysia respectively, as a landmark building of the Malayan colony. What do you think?" The car was driving smoothly, and Pamela Mountbatten asked her husband in the front passenger seat, "Of course I have no problem, as long as you think it's okay, dear. As everyone knows, I can't even afford the glass for a building. What's the name?" Alan Wilson complained to himself, and his words were full of blood and tears of capitalism. "Mountbatten Building." Pamela Mountbatten looked through the car window at some billboards on the side of the road. On these giant billboards, there are glamorous and beautiful images of urban beauties and slogans to cheer for urban construction. It's nothing if it stops there, but these images of women are too famous. All of them are photos of famous actresses. Don't let people sue you if you use these photos indiscriminately. Americans pay attention to these things. Pamela Mountbatten retracted her gaze and reminded indirectly, "It's not abuse. They came to Malaya for vacation. I met these people and paid them to shoot some commercials. It's like advertising for urban construction. Ms. Vivian Leigh lives in Hong Kong. She helped to make the connection. Alan Wilson turned around and said with a clear conscience, in fact, from the image point of view, we should find people like Hepburn, Taylor, and Monroe, but they are very popular, and it will cost a lot. That's true. Princess Margaret spoke up, and then secretly said, I guess you are not interested in messing around with these old women. Margaret, what are you talking about? Pamela Mountbatten turned cold and scolded the princess of the current dynasty. Tell her not to talk nonsense and provoke the relationship between the couple on this occasion. It's okay. After all, Her Royal Highness is of an extraordinary status. Alan Wilson didn't mind and tried to smooth things over. When they returned to their residence, Pamela Mountbatten saw her husband busying around, as if he was full of energy. Pamela Mountbatten felt warm in her heart. Don't be so attentive. You are already an old couple. How old are you? How can you be considered an old couple? Alan Wilson prepared the food diligently, without looking back. Other people are not old yet, but you are old in mentality first. I don't like it. The food is simple. European food is not complicated at all. It is not like Asia and Africa, where flour and rice are equally important, but mainly pasta, which just suits Alan Wilson's taste. Because of gastrointestinal problems in his previous life, he also prefers pasta. It is not impossible to eat rice, but he can only eat soft rice. Pamela Mountbatten's ears showed signs of pregnancy. She suppressed her excitement and said, I don't know about you. Is there any good news recently that makes you so motivated? The Soviet Union held a conference and brought important benefits. Alan Wilson had an expression that said my wife is smart. He brought the prepared pasta to the table and said to his wife who was chewing slowly, now we don't have to worry about the Soviets subverting the free world. Oh, you rarely look like this. Pamela Mountbatten enjoyed her husband's cooking and asked vaguely with curiosity, what happened? Did you get the news? I'm in the civil service system, at least at a high level. Alan Wilson boasted first, then said mysteriously, the news left behind by the 20th Congress of the CPSU this time is extraordinary. I have submitted a report analyzing this matter. Of course, I have also communicated with my friend McCarthy about each other's opinions. There was nothing to hide from his wife. At the 20th Congress of the CPSU, which had just been held, Khrushchev pointed out, the forces for peace have been greatly enhanced due to the emergence of some European and Asian countries on the world stage that have announced that non-participation in groups and alliances will be a principle of their foreign policy. Therefore, a vast peaceful region including peace-loving socialist and non-socialist countries in Europe has emerged on the international stage. This region covers a very wide area, with a population of nearly 1.5 billion, accounting for the majority of the world's population. Khrushchev also proposed the theory of détente, which warmed up the confrontation caused by the establishment of the Warsaw Pact last year. Of course, this is not the point. At least for the free world, there are more important points. The meeting mainly criticized the personality cult of Stalin, completely denied all the theories when Stalin was in power, and pointed out the mistakes of Stalinism. This part is good for the free world. Since the war, the free world has been worried about being overthrown by the Soviet Union. Although this hope is better than nothing, it does exist, and Khrushchev's change this time makes this possibility even more negligible. Of course, Alan Wilson knew that this meeting did not hit the pro-Soviet forces in Western Europe as some people said. In fact, the parties in Western European countries still had considerable strength for a long time. It was not because Stalin was criticized that his influence disappeared quickly. The parties in Western Europe easily accepted Khrushchev's statement, saying that although there were mistakes in the practice, the concept was fine and still good. The reason is simple. Stalin's brand has fallen, but the Soviet Union is still there. The Soviet Union is the first country to implement a completely new system. As long as this country exists, there will be no shortage of people who sing praises for it. However, Alan Wilson is willing to make Whitehall think that this is a huge failure of the Soviet Union, just like some countries deliberately exaggerate the significance of the Bandung Conference. At this moment, Alan Wilson's telegram has arrived in Whitehall. The main content is to exert influence on Indonesia through public opinion and curb the influence of the Indonesian Communist Party. Among the much longer secondary content, there is the content of the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. In the next 1 or 2 years, the pro-Soviet forces in Western Europe may enter a period of chaos. Seizing this opportunity may fundamentally curb the possibility of the free world being overthrown, and can manipulate public opinion to build a psychological defense line for citizens. Let the Socialist International replace the Soviet Union's ideas and form a defense. The above content is of course limited to Europe. In other places, even eating is a problem. The parties that distribute welfare in the Second International can have a little influence. If you want to distribute welfare to ease conflicts, you need talent. Alan Wilson asked the United States to distribute welfare to the whole of Asia. Can Americans afford it? Even Indonesia is a country that Americans can't afford. This report that my Great Britain has won again is just a discussion of European security issues. Similarly, the content of McCarthy's telegram from an old friend is the same, but the tone is completely different. The similarity with the telegram to Whitehall is that because of hearing about Martin Luther King's protest, McCarthy was asked to consider whether to take the appeasement route and use welfare to calm the anger of black people. How is this possible? Although the Republican Party has been more progressive than the Democratic Party so far, it has always passively recognized the treatment of black people. McCarthy was also deeply influenced by the four-color threat and believed that black people were the weak link in the United States leadership of the world. Should we give these people welfare? The only effect of this report from an old friend was to make McKinsey believe that the American black movement might be related to the Soviet Union, which strengthened McCarthy's determination to stir up trouble. Friends in London and Washington were thinking hard. After Alan Wilson lit the fire, he accompanied his wife and received the 4 major families, including the Swire Group and the Jardine Group, who came to Malaya. It took several months to find manpower. This time, the construction can be officially started, and the city construction of Malaya can be started. Kuala Lumpur is handed over to you. Pamela Mountbatten said to several group representatives who came to Kuala Lumpur, "I hope you can help my husband to build this place well." In fact, the urban construction of Hong Kong is only a matter of time. If you can build it well here, you will have the experience to do it when you return to Hong Kong. I have already communicated with the governor of Hong Kong. Alan Wilson also spoke up to express his welcome. Then thank you for your hard work. The internet environment is different now. I would have written it directly before, but now I'm worried whether I can still see this chapter tomorrow. Chapter 874. Every generation has its own talented people. Mr. Wilson, Hong Kong is still very worrying in some places. York Swire shook his head and smiled bitterly. The governor of Hong Kong has also seen this, but he just hopes that nothing will happen and does not want to take a tough stance. Oh, the governor of Hong Kong is a very wise man. I believe there will be no problem. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows. He remembered something. The Hong Kong British government had also encountered challenges during the Cold War. If I remember correctly, there should be a Double 10th riot this year, which has posed a great challenge to the Hong Kong British government. From the date of Double 10th, we know that the main people who launched the attack on the Hong Kong British government are the supporters of the Gun Party. Because Double 10th is just an ordinary day in China today, it has no meaning at all. Only the supporters of the Gun Party would think that this time is of great significance. However, this confrontation is a bit optimistic in wanting to make the Hong Kong British government look down on itself. It will only make Hong Kong, like Malaya now, add the Gun Party to the blacklist of unstable factors. Britain is no longer at its peak, but it is still a sure thing to deal with the Gun Party. The 4 major families in Hong Kong obviously did not think that Hong Kong was safe, but they all recognized that Hong Kong was in a good location. The saying that wealth and honor are sought in danger is most suitable for the 4 major families including the Swire Group. York Swire and the others were very grateful. As for Alan Wilson's request for high quality and less profit, they naturally agreed to all of them. After they left, Alan Wilson took his wife's hand and said, "Dear, your company is responsible for Singapore and Penang. Malacca has capital from Newfoundland. I can't hand over all the projects to you. Otherwise, I'm the chief executive. It will not be good for me to hand over all the projects to my wife, and it will also affect the reputation of your company. Dear, I understand. Pamela Mountbatten whispered obediently. Don't Chinese people have a saying that a crane stands out from a flock of chickens? That's the reason. Singapore's project volume is definitely the largest. Although it plans to develop 4 cities with a population of 1 million, the other 3 cannot be compared with Singapore. Singapore's location in the Malay Peninsula is unmatched. If other companies are involved, the Mountbatten Group will not be so obvious. The advantage of doing this is that it can leave the largest share to the Mountbatten Group, and it can be justified. Similar operations can be extended to all walks of life. Alan Wilson remembered that after the Wolf Warrior series and The Wandering Earth, Wu Jing's box office was in a unique position, and his ranking far surpassed all competitors. In this case, the biggest pie in the future will belong to Wu Jing. So several big companies have come up with a new standard for the box office rankings, changing the original box office count for the leading actor to the standard that the participating actor counts. First, the box office of the compilation movie is counted on Wu Jing, and then on all other participating actors, thus creating a group of actors who have never been the leading actor, but have made tens of billions of box office. Alan Wilson took the initiative to find the 4 major families in Hong Kong this time, and the purpose was the same, but the operation was just the opposite. The operation of the film company was to use Wu Jing as a shield to promote their own people. Alan Wilson was covering up the Mountbatten Group. The principle is the same. Just like practicing kung fu, you can practice it positively or reversely. Such a large project cannot be carried on one's shoulders. At the local ports, countless heavy machinery and trucks were loaded on ships. In recent years, the large-scale construction of British colonies has brought a wave of prosperity to the local industry. Once upon a time, Britain was only passively building in the colonies and rarely did things like civil engineering. After changing the mindset, the real estate business opened in the colonies brought greater benefits to the local area than the original simple source of raw materials. The cabinet also recognized this situation. After all, most of the projects were just a bunch of buildings and would not pose a threat to Britain in the future. The current government recognized that real estate could help build a country. Of course, the cabinet also supported the urban construction in Malaya, which meant that Malaya's demand would increase again. Australia also supported it. Britain's construction in major colonies also boosted the demand for Australian exports. At the national level, there was support from Australia and Britain, capital support from Mountbatten and the 4 major families, and administrative support from Alan Wilson, the chief executive of the Malayan colony. All conditions were in place. The colonial attributes meant that Alan Wilson could easily solve many problems. He could even do the same as the Soviet system countries without paying any land costs. This was impossible in Britain, and only countries with public land ownership could do it. Now Alan Wilson could use Malaya's colonial attributes to do it. As for the financial source of the sale of land, he and his wife and several company people could discuss it. Residents of Penang, Malacca, Singapore and Kuala Lumpur have been notified that the city's urban construction will officially begin. Similar news has been heard long ago, but the colonial officials issued documents to officially start today. The boots landed, and the people who were already prepared directly entered the recruitment site. In a few days, they will be transformed into laborers and devote themselves to this city construction. New immigrants are still useful. Although the original straight Chinese are of the same mind as us, they are not so easy to control. Alan Wilson, wearing a safety helmet, hid 100 meters away and watched the scene at the recruitment site. He said to Elisa, who came out with him, "There are also many things worth learning from the Soviet Union. Using their methods, we can save any cost in many links. Commissioner, stand up." Elisa held a camera and reminded her boss that the photo taking work had to continue. This was related to the headlines in the next few days and established a people-friendly image. Sorry. Alan Wilson followed the advice and looked like a great Malayan economic designer. After taking a few photos, Elisa returned the camera to her boss. The two walked side by side. Alan Wilson revealed, "Elisa, our old boss Sir Baron has retired. John is now serving as the Persian Gulf Commissioner. He will rush to Aden to take charge after Sudan becomes independent. Then congratulations to him. The Persian Gulf is of great significance to the country." Elisa smiled and replied, The Persian Gulf Commissioner must take into account the British influence in the Middle East and the security of the Suez Canal, including but not limited to a stable source of oil, the arrangement of military advisors in pro-British countries, etc. Take Jordan as an example. The commander of the Arab Legion is British. After John took office, he had to maintain Britain's influence in the Middle East and also deal with the Americans. The original Baghdad Treaty in history has become what it is today, but it is not that Britain deliberately made trouble. Sir Baron has communicated with Middle Eastern countries, but most of the Arab countries in the Middle East are really unwilling to be involved in the struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union. It is good enough not to introduce the Soviet Union to fight against the United States behind Israel. How can they expect to fight against the Soviet Union? Britain is also worried that the Soviet Union will take the opportunity to replace Britain's influence, so it no longer insists on Arab countries joining the Baghdad Treaty. Without Britain's efforts, the Baghdad Treaty would have become an embarrassing organization for Turkey and Pakistan, two marginal countries. Every generation has its own talents, and it's time for us to benefit society. Alan Wilson paused for a moment and asked, Alisa, in fact, after I leave office, you have a chance to be the commissioner for Malaya. But you also know that there is a ceiling for women in the civil service system. If I force you to be a commissioner, it may cause dissatisfaction. I don't have this idea. Alisa hesitated to speak, but still asked, I'm afraid that after you leave, will someone trouble me? Can you think of a way to solve this problem? If you can't be a commissioner, I will arrange for you to retain the position of commissioner for West Malaysia, and then take on the role of Richard, and take control of the administration bureau. Alan Wilson thought for a while. In this way, under normal circumstances, no matter who is the commissioner, they should not ignore you. Alan Wilson is absolutely considerate to reliable subordinates. He has always been lenient towards women. He is a role model of feminism. Who makes him such a kind person? You are an expert in Oriental studies. The main ethnic groups here can't hide anything from you. I'm afraid that, after you leave office, the next commissioner will not be able to handle the problem. Ellis sighed, I don't know what will happen then. Before leaving office, I must lay a good foundation. There must be a conclusion on the Indonesian issue, and the nuclear bomb must be moved here. As for the internal aspects of the colony, Alan Wilson emphasized to Elisa, in terms of the balance between the two ethnic groups, everything can be biased towards the Malays. It's okay to flatter them more, but remember to maintain the relative numerical advantage of the Chinese. If you do this, there will be no problem. Alan Wilson didn't want to spend so much energy on a place that ended up with nothing and independence. Unfortunately, he, as a High Commissioner, has a term of office, so he must find a reliable person who can help him watch over it for a long time and sit in Malaya. Although the Colonial Commissioner has a term of office, it does not mean that the officials below also have one, so officials like Elisa also meet the standard of long-term power. With her around, Alan Wilson could leave without any worries. Elisa also understood what her boss meant. I will help you run Malaya well. I think as long as we can ensure that Malaya does not separate from Britain within 20 years, we don't have to worry about it in the future. Alan Wilson stood up and said, Dear West Malaysia Commissioner, I think we should go back. It takes time to develop photos. With the start of urban construction in the four major cities on the Malay Peninsula, the entire British Malaya colony entered a busy period, and with it came a huge demand for raw materials. Cars and machinery from Britain and ores from Australia continued to flow in. The planning of major vocational schools was also carried out simultaneously to build a higher education system in Malaya. Today was an accident. My home was disconnected from the internet after 10 o'clock, and I didn't come until after 12 o'clock. Chapter 875 Gated Community. Alan Wilson has always been in the habit of keeping in touch for a long time. There are two important news from London. The British government has promulgated the world's first modern air pollution prevention and control law, the Clean Air Act, which marks the determination to prevent the London smog incident from happening again. The promulgation of such a bill has greatly helped Alan Wilson to move out the local high-polluting industries. In addition, regarding last year's national economic statistics, Britain finally caught up with Australia in per capita income in the 10th year after the war. Converted to the exchange rate, the per capita income exceeded $2,000. This can be said to be a milestone, although the per capita income of the United States is about to reach $3,000. But this is a good start after all. You must know that in the first year of Attlee's coming to power, the per capita income of Britain was only half of that of the United States at that time, and it was also burdened with huge foreign debts. Britain may never be so humble to ask a country to help itself. After all, Britain is not a stubborn France that can really eat coarse food for the sake of a big country. Compared with that time, Britain's situation today is much better. It's just that Britain is trying to catch up, and the United States is still not idle. Driven by Eisenhower's large-scale infrastructure, the scale of the US economy is still growing rapidly. For many countries, the gap is widening rather than narrowing. The United States is so powerful, it's really frustrating. Alan Wilson, holding 2 telegrams, lamented in front of his wife. Pamela Mountbatten glanced at her husband and said, "Why are you not confident? This is not like you." With a population of 50 million in the UK, even if the income is on par with that of Americans, the economic power that the country can mobilize is far behind. You know, the US population has just passed the 5-year census, and now the population has reached 170 million. What's more, the income of Americans is approaching $3,000, while that of Britain is only over 2,000. The United States of this era is really impeccable, which makes Alan Wilson, who thinks decades later, feel desperate. With such economic strength, it is no wonder that other countries worship the United States like a god. Now the Imperial Commissioner has only one question: when will the Vietnam War start? Is it a bit too much to accumulate such a huge wealth without fighting? Yes, even if the income is the same, Britain is only 1/3 of the strength of the United States. Pamela Mountbatten couldn't help but sigh after hearing her husband's words, although she didn't know why her husband didn't seem to like the United States. Alan Wilson didn't dislike the United States. If he were an American, he would definitely like the United States. But he is not. The influence of his nationality and the memory of his previous life caused him to only serve the country of his birth. In the matter of patriotism, if he was a patriot in his previous life, he changed his face in this life. This shows that his patriotism in his previous life was also fake. Europe does need to be integrated, but it must be under the leadership of Britain. Otherwise Britain will be increasingly marginalized in the future. Not to mention reminiscing about the world hegemony, even itself will become a joke. Alan Wilson plunged into his wife's warm embrace. Harmony with French capital can give Britain the strength to protect itself. I believe that Britain's continuous support for France after the war is based on this point. Pamela Mountbatten nodded. She always accepted her husband's political understanding. It depends on how much growth this time's Malaya infrastructure can bring to the mainland. Most of the British urban construction in the colonies is to build a capital. The only exception in the African colonies is Nigeria, mainly because Nigeria is the most densely populated place in Africa. Malaya's urban construction is different from those in Africa. It also needs to consider the supporting facilities for industrial transfer. The scale is larger and the investment is higher. Real estate is only one aspect of the country's prosperity. There are other considerations. If nothing unexpected happens, the steel group in Kuching, the capital of Sarawak, will make the Malaya colony officially surpass the steel production of the United Kingdom in terms of steel production this year. The cement production is similar, twice that of Japan. The result of achieving the real sense of surpassing Britain and catching up with the United States is that Alan Wilson has already planned the fiscal expenditure for the next 5 years. The Malayan colonial government will not have a surplus in the next 5 years. The construction of Penang will start soon. I want to meet with Suyang and others. Originally, Kuala Lumpur was given to them, but now it is Penang. The amount of work is about the same, but it needs to be appeased. Alan Wilson asked for his wife's opinion to see if she had any ideas. Supporting the local elites is naturally no problem for me. Pamela Mountbatten never thought much about her husband's words and looked like she was being played in the palm of her hand. As the president of a business group, she didn't have much time, and she always had to pay attention to reports from other branches. Now Princess Margaret also has this trend. Maybe she has just started doing business and is still curious about everything. She is very concerned about the exploration team going to Angola. If Alan Wilson hadn't wanted to use the princess's signboard to deceive the big comprador and bring the princess out, Princess Margaret would have almost treated the telegram as instant messaging and kept trying to contact the exploration team that hadn't arrived. After more than a month of investigation, the planning maps of the major cities to be built have been published on giant billboards. Of course, there are also places where people follow the local customs. From the perspective of centralized management, it is actually a better choice to build a Khrushchev building like the Soviet Union. The layout of the residential area in China in later generations is a perfect version of the Khrushchev building. Alan Wilson appreciates this layout. The residential areas in Britain and the United States are open plan, which is actually difficult to manage compared with the residential area. If there is a black swan event, it is impossible to block it. It is easy to centrally manage the closed residential area. If something happens, just block the external passage of the residential area. Therefore, for the urban planning talents from London, Alan Wilson only asked them to design the public facilities. As for the residential part, he replaced it with a closed residential area. This decision was sincerely supported by many subordinates. There is no other reason. The saying that the closed residential area is easy to manage conquered them. The first thing to consider when working in a colony is the problem of resistance. When Alan Wilson said, in the future, most Chinese will live in such closed communities, which will fundamentally undermine the anti-British foundation of a large ethnic group. If they really live in rural villages, we in the garrison will have a lot of work to do. As for the fact that the final urban construction does not match the current billboards, this is easy to explain. The renderings are for reference only. The only places where designers can use their remaining energy are public facilities, shopping malls, golf courses, and schools. I hope the gentleman will not be surprised to change to Penang urban construction. After arriving in Penang, Alan Wilson greeted them more formally this time, calling them another identity of the big compradors, Justice of the Peace. Because of his existence as the chief executive, the identity of Justice of the Peace has also ushered in a certain devaluation. Then he extended his hand to introduce Princess Margaret's identity. This is Her Royal Highness the Princess of Great Britain, the sister of Her Majesty the Queen. Your Royal Highness. A group of growing compradors were very tactful and greeted, Masters Antang, Penang is actually very good. We are willing to use our strength to build Malaya. It's good that you can think it through. There is not much difference. It's just a matter of reinforced concrete. Alan Wilson said happily, I hope you can make the light of Malaya, the Pearl of Asia, shine even brighter. The princess of the dynasty was present, and everyone said that there was no problem, and they also expressed compliments and praises to the princess in their words. After the translation of her brother-in-law, the sister-in-law, who was originally in a bad mood, also became happy. After this meeting, Su Yang, Xian Kai and Qiu and others got the real design drawings of the gated community. I don't know if their compliments are true or false. Your design drawings are obviously not aesthetically pleasing. Princess Margaret curled her lips and was not interested in the drawings of the gated community. The Khrushchev building is indeed not aesthetically pleasing. The Soviet Union introduced it to solve the housing problem in a centralized manner. Later, it spread to China and became a common residential style. But now it is 1956. As long as Alan Wilson does it quickly enough, this will be evidence that the Soviet Union ignored copyright and copied British colonies again. You don't understand the benefits of centralized management, which is conducive to controlling their movements at the bottom. It is extremely important for us colonists. Alan Wilson, on the other hand, kept saying that he was doing things for Britain, and in a fair and impartial tone. It's really selfless. In the end, only one of the 4 cities was given to Pamela. I don't know what you think. You don't understand. The big fortune is behind. Alan Wilson felt it, but he firmly denied that he didn't give his wife the biggest cake. Once the city construction is completed, water and electricity will be the big head of cash flow. Compared with this, any city construction can be ignored. He remembered the rival of Jack Ma's company. The dream of the corporate empire was to do the water and electricity of the internet. In the end, Jack Ma, who had a patent, was hit hard, and the corporate empire was at least safe for the time being. So what kind of pattern is just to deceive the spectators, and pursuing the most basic goals is serious? HMM. The Imperial Commissioner was lost in thought. Margaret's eyes seemed to drip with tears, and her tone was very sad. Looking at the face that looked like the Queen, Alan Wilson swallowed for no reason and started to speak incoherently. Margaret, I'm not. What's not? Margaret kissed her brother-in-law directly on the mouth. She had never fought such a rich battle before. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.